Assalamu alaikum. Hello, my dear students. How are you all? I hope you're doing great and amazing. I am Justin D'Souza, your math teacher. This is my channel, Best Math. So, in this set of videos, we will be doing the Grade 10 Advanced End of Term Explanation videos. This is for the Term 1, 2023-2024 academic year. We will get into the Heikel first, the exam scheme. We can see over here there are 15 MCQ questions. The first 15 will have options. You will have 4 options and you need to select the correct one. Whereas the last five, question number 16 to 20 will be FRQ, that is free response questions, or simply put as writing questions. You need to write everything in detail, each step and everything. So this is important. Because everything must be written in detail. Over here, you can just get the answer anyhow, the calculator method or anything, and just get the answers. And it's a paper-based exam. Even this, you will have to just select the correct answer. That's it. So these are the questions over here. The first 15 MCQ, the next 5 are free response question. Now I will show you how exactly you can access all the videos and the presentation where each and every problem has been shown with detailed solutions. For that, you need to get into the any of the video, or you can just, I will show you exactly how you can access it now. So if you have clicked on the Best Math channel, you will see something like this. If you have not yet subscribed to it, please do click on the subscribe button, which would mean so much to me. And if you have already subscribed, I really thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Now, here, instead of going to the videos, the easier way would be going to the playlist, and you can see all the playlists. These are all the EOT1 for this year. The grade 12 advance has already started, 11 has started. Now this is for the 10. If you click over here, view on full playlist, you can see there are some videos already. I will be posting the other videos as I complete them. So hopefully within a few days, all the videos will be available. So if you can just click on any of this. And here, as the video plays, you can see
all MC.
Let me just, this is the first video. You can go through it. Here you can see in the description exactly. If you click on more, the details of this lesson, which question and everything. Each video will also be denoted by the grade. So you can understand this is grade 10 advanced easily. And this is the question 1. And over here for EOT presentation, just click on this link. That will lead you to a Telegram group where you can easily download the presentation with solutions. If you want to practice without solution, that is also available. So all of that is available over there. So that's basically it. I wish you all the best, and I hope you will find these videos helpful and useful. And do stay tuned. I will post them as I complete them. We now begin with the part 1. This is the MCQ part. First 15 questions are all MCQs, so you can use any method to find the answer. You will have 4 options. You need to choose the correct one. Moving on to the first topic, this is the question number 1, is subtracting polynomials. It's mixed over here. There is addition and subtraction as well, but this is very straightforward. Please note you can't use calculator for this. It is so easy and so basic that you do not need to use calculator at all for this. Now let's look into how we can solve this. First thing, look at the given question. Here there are 2 variables, x, y, y. And look at the sign. When it is plus, it's very easy because multiplication of plus and plus will make the signs the same. So it is basically, if you're removing the brackets, it'll be 2x plus 3y plus 4x plus 9y. All you need to do is group the x's together. In the sense, you can only solve the same variable terms, x, and then over here we have y and y. Now it's like, imagine there are 2 grades. There are a group of students which is grade 9 and 10. You won't be able to assess them with the same exam, or you need to differentiate them. So if you have a group of students of grade 9 and grade 10, you would group the grade 9 separately, grade 10 separately, and then you would carry out. So you will get How many group 9 are there? Say there are 15. How many group 10? There are 18. This is how you would do, right? Same thing over here. It's just that you need to be careful of the variables. X and X is together, so it'll be 2x plus 4x, sorry. I'll write it in step. 2x plus 4x. And over here it is 3y plus 9y. You do not need to do all these steps. Only for one problem I'm doing this. Here now add them up. It'll be 6x plus 12y. And you can't simplify further. You can remove a common term, but it depends on the option. This is the correct answer. Let's just quickly check. Yes, that's it. That's the correct answer. Okay. No further simplification. You can remove this common term out, but it depends on the options. So this is it. Now we can solve this directly. Let's see how directly you can do it. Look at the terms. S terms first. 6x, 8s. Add them up together. It will be 8 plus 6, that is 14s, plus 5 plus 4 is 90. This would be the answer. That's it. Now remember, because it's plus, I can do directly. There's no problem at all. Okay, that would be the answer over here. 14s plus 90. But what if it's y? If it's y, sorry, not y, if it's minus, okay? If it is minus, you need to be careful on, this right side of minus terms. What happens is this thing called distributive property, where you distribute this negative sign evenly to both the terms. It's not only for one, it's for both, because that's why the brackets are there. Left of this first term is plus. Doesn't matter, but this minus needs to be distributed to both the terms, here and here. So what would happen is, left side it does not change. 5a plus 9b remains the same, but this minus 2a minus 4b. What happens is, usually the students will consider only minus 2a, this term, to be minus, and this will be plus. This is wrong. You need to multiply it for both, because I've seen so many students, though they know this, in a hurry, they just write this 5a 9b and directly minus 2a and plus 4b, which is wrong. Bracket means you need to use distributive property. Now here, now you can just group this 5a minus 2a. Just subtract the numbers. 5 minus 2 is 3, but the variable is a. So what we did is 5a minus 2a, and then 9b minus 4b, that will be plus 5b. That's it. 9 minus 4 is 5. Same thing here. What happens only to the right side? It is minus 2m and minus 6n, and left side it remains same. So all you do is 11 minus 2 will be 9m minus 6 and 7 minus would be 13m. So this is the answers over here. We can just check the answers. Very simple and easy. Now here also it's the same thing. Just be careful with the squares, because this is a single variable. Now let's solve this one. Here it's plus. Plus is always very easy. M square plus m square. This is what? 1m. 1m. If there is nothing, it's called 1. It's termed to be 1. So m square plus m square will be 2m square, and minus m plus 2m would be minus plus 1m. Why? Because it's minus 1 plus 2. That is only 1. Okay. So this is the answer. You can't simplify. Don't do 2 plus 1. No, these variables are different, so you cannot. Now here it's minus, so this becomes minus. I'll just change it over here. So this is minus. This is also minus. So now x square minus 2x square will be minus x square, and minus 3x minus 5x will be minus 8x. Minus 3 minus 5, negative and negative, you add them and write negative sign. That's it. Over here now there are 3 terms. Let's quickly do this. D square is alone, so just write d square. There is no other term with d square. It won't change. Now this will become minus, this will become minus. So minus and minuses, add them. Minus d minus 2d is total minus 3d. and 5 minus 5 will be 0 plus 0. We don't write this, so it will just be d squared minus 3d. It's add over here, so it's very easy, minus h squared, and we have plus 2h. This is how we solve these problems. You can see the answers are very straightforward and easy. Both are minus, yes, that's correct. And over here we don't write the 0, so it's just d squared minus 3d, and lastly we have minus h plus 2h. So that's how we solve them. Now please do solve these problems by yourselves. They are very simple and straightforward. Don't worry if there are 3 terms. Try to simplify. You can have max, whatever the terms are there as it is. Now I'll just do this one over here. You can see phi f, and since it's plus, I'll directly take this term, minus 2f, it's 3f. Plus, g is alone, right? G alone. Minus 2 plus 1 is plus 1. That's it. Minus 2 plus 3, sorry, is plus 1. And that's the answer. Over here, it's the same thing. You can check the answer. Please make sure you solve it accurately. Now, there is grouping and then solving. But since it's in, MCQs, you have to just choose the correct answer. You do not need to do all these steps. Directly jumping to the answer is absolutely fine. Same thing over here and over here. Very easy, very simple problems. So that's it for the first topic. We move on to question number 2. It is to multiply binomials using distributive property and the FOIL method. I'm sure by now we know what is FOIL. It is first terms, outer terms, inner terms, and last terms. We'll look into a couple of problems. Here you can see there is only one variable, in the sense C is the only one variable, G is the only one variable, and so on. So what you can do is, I will teach you the calculator method, which is a bit long one, but this first one is most important because you need to learn this anyways. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. You have to know this method. In the future, you really require this FOIL method. So what you do over here is start with this term and multiply this term, since it's both 3 and C, multiply this to the first term in the other bracket and the second term in the other side. Next, you need to use the next term with the sign. Now the first term sign is plus over here, the second is negative. So with the sign, negative 5 multiplied with C and with 3. This is what happens. So now when you write it out, 3c times C would be 3c squared, because you're multiplying this term with the first term here. And you just write plus, doesn't matter what the sign is, then you can put the bracket if it's negative. Just write plus between them. Once you multiply a term, this is important to write plus, then 3c times 3 would be 9c. That is done. Again plus. Now negative 5 times c, it will be minus 5c. See, I'm using a bracket because it's minus. And lastly, again it will be a plus. Minus 5 times 3 would be negative 15. If you practice a lot, then you can directly write this negative, but it's better to write plus between all the terms so you won't be confused. And whatever the answer you get, write it as it is. If it's minus, use brackets. If it's plus, write it out. Now, I will rearrange these. It will be 3c squared plus 9c minus 5c minus 15. You can see there is 2 terms with the same variable c and c. That means it is 3c. 9 minus 5. We did it in the last question. What would happen if the same variables are there? Simplify them. It is going to be 4 plus 4c. Because plus 9 minus 5 minus 15. This would be the ultimate answer. It's 3c squared plus 4c minus 15. With practice, you can do it directly. Now I will do this, with 2 steps you can solve it. So this arrows and these 2. So it will be 2g power 2 minus 5g plus 20g and minus 50. What did I do? First, g times 2g is 2g squared. G times minus 5 is minus 5g. 10 times 2g is 20g, and lastly plus 10 and minus 5 would be, when you product them, minus 50. Now it's not over. Your options will be always generally three terms. It'll simplify this. So it is 2g squared plus 15g minus 50. This is the FOIL method, and this is how you do it. So now, this is the actual method. I would highly suggest everyone to do this method. But I'll tell you a shortcut method. Imagine you somehow didn't, somehow you couldn't do this in exam. Now, basically, this term, given question, and the answer what we got is equal to each other. So use your calculator, and then you can easily find out the correct answer. Now, this, whatever you do, FOIL method, this is equal to, the given question is equal to this simplified answer. So whatever C value was there, it should be balanced over here and over here. Now imagine, this is the question, right? I'll type it out over here. 3, but instead of C, I will consider a value. You can choose any value, but don't choose 1 and 0. It's better you choose something like 1.5. I generally go with 1.5. So what I do is I'll just 1.5, 2, 2.5, anything. Okay, even 1 you will get, but there are some cases where you may not get. So just to avoid that possibility altogether, I go with the decimal point 1.5. I write, instead of C, I'll just write over here the C value is 1.5. Okay, C is considered to be 1.5. Now here, instead of C, I just put 1.5 plus minus 5, close the bracket, multiply it with C is again 1.5 plus 3. Now between the brackets it's multiplication, because we are finding the product of each other. Even if you don't put, or you put, it's the same thing. You can see it's the same answer. Okay, if you want, you can just write it over here as it is and just put the C value, or you can write multiplication. It's up to you. So what is the answer we got? We got -9/4. This is the given question. Okay, this is important. You have 4 options, isn't it? What you need to do is substitute the same C value, not anything else, the exact same C value in all the 4 options. And then only one option will give you the correct answer. Now let me try this. 3 multiplied by what's the answer? 1.5. 1.5 square. And one more thing, don't use negative signs. It may not be an issue, but it can be an issue, because sometimes square and this, that, it'll be a problem. So just take 1.5 all the time. I just do that and it'll work no matter what. And over here, just put 1.5. Wherever C is there, put 1.5. I put 3, 1.5 squared plus 4 times 1.5 minus 15. The answer will and should be the answer what you got with the question. Here what happens is you will have to do the same thing 4 times, because there are 4 options. If you're lucky enough, if you get the first or second option, yeah, it's okay. But otherwise you must try for all the 4 options. Okay, you cannot get 2 answers correct. If there are 2 answers correct, that means both are equivalent. Okay, so that doesn't make sense. So when you simplify this, there is only one answer that must be equivalent. If another answer is equivalent, that's a wrong. There's wrong options. So don't worry, it should be only one correct answer. You can try this elsewhere as well, or you can do the FOIL method. You can see the answers we are in step as well in details. All these are by FOIL method. What we can do is we'll just do one more time calculator method. You need to have the answers. Okay, this looks big. Let me try this one. I'll just choose n to be 1.5 and I'll solve it up. 7 into 1.5 minus 6. Close the bracket and again open the bracket. It'll be 7 into 1.5 minus 6. It's basically squaring them. You can use the identity a minus b the whole square and solve it easily. But anyways, that's the thing. We got 81/4. So n value, the variable value is 1.5 and the answer I got was 81/4. Search all the 4 options. Only one option should give you the correct answer. Now, let me just double check this. Yes, it's all right. Now, all I do is put this answer over here. Sorry, not like that. 49 multiplied with 1.5 square minus 84 into 1.5 plus 36. The answer must and should be 81 by 4. I'll just try somewhere else, like say this one over here, another. If I put over there 1.5 square plus 19 into 1.5 plus 15, it'll be a different, everything will be unique. But now if I put this 1.5 over here, you will see that it is equivalent to this one over here. This and this should match, okay, provided I have put everything correctly. If you're just be double sure that everything is put correctly, okay, that's very important, because you miss one sign instead of minus or plus, then you won't get it right. So this is how you can easily solve this type of question, this type of problems. So please make sure you solve more and more. It's better to learn the method which we use, the FOIL method. You can see all the detailed solutions. You can pause and check it out. Very important, just learn the detailed method. I'll put the arrows over here once again. Just remember, it's always the first term with the first term here, first term with the outer terms there, first and last. Then here second with the first over here, inner terms, and the outermost terms are last and last terms. So this is how we do it. And now we have some real world problems. Let's quickly go through them. The dimension of a playground are represented by width of 9x plus 5 feet and a length of 5x minus 2 feet. Write an expression that represents the area of the playground. You have length and width. What is the area? Area is length into width. So basically you have to multiply them both, 9x plus 1 multiplied with 5x minus 2. Even over here you can use your calculator method. Consider x to be one variable, one constant, 1.5. Substitute over here and check all the 4 answers. You must get the same answer. But now I'll do this manually. 9 times 5 is 45x squared minus 18x plus 5x minus 2. We can simplify this. 45x squared minus 13x minus 2. And that would be the answer. The final answer would be that. So even over here, just make sure you put a variable. I will just show you once, because over here I'm considering x as 1.5 plus 1 into 5x, that is over here again 1.5 minus 2, close the bracket. What is the answer? It is 319 by 4. The same answer must be obtained over here. I'll just quickly do it. 5 into 1.5 squared minus 13 into 1.5 minus 2. It should be 319 by 4, and it's the same thing. That's the answer. That's over here, and the same thing goes over here as well. The loft theater has a center seating section with 3c plus 8 rows and 4c minus 1 seats in each row. So each row has so many seats and so many rows in total. Write an expression for the total number of seats. So each row, you know how many seats, right? It's basically like this. Each row has so many seats. Imagine there are, 12 seats, okay? Now you're telling there are 5 rows. So how do you find it? 12, or you can just do 12 into 5. That's it. So multiply them both and you will get the answer. So multiply these two. It's mainly about multiplying, binomials. So obviously you have to multiply those two and you will get the answer. You can do the calculator method to check as well over here. Same thing goes over here. Try pausing the videos now. There are only few more problems. Pausing the video and doing it yourself and then continuing it. Now here it is, suppose a rectangular quilt made up of squares has length to width ratio of 5 to 4. The length of the quilt is 5x inches The quilt can be made slightly larger by adding a border 1 inch square all the way around the perimeter of the quilt. Write a polynomial expression to for the area of the larger quilt. Here you need to think differently. You need to understand the problems because it's not that straightforward. Okay, why? Because they have not given two variables, they have just given the length is phi x. Okay, we have one part. They have told to find the area, right? Right, the polynomial area. So area is equal to length into breadth, but there are so many other things. The ratio, what is the ratio? Length to width ratio. So length by width is equal to phi by 4. So now, if this is phi x, length is phi x, then width will be 4x. Why? Because they have told it's 5 by 4. So this is the thing. Okay, you can use cross multiplication, but the best and the simpler way would be, because I've already mentioned it's 5 to 4. So 5 by 4, 5x and 4x. So now we know length is 5x, width is 4x. But this is also not over. What next? You have to understand they have told this part that what is that? Perimeter. Okay. Now let's understand what is a perimeter. So imagine this is a rectangle. Perimeter is all the sides. See this running sides everywhere, all the four sides. Okay, if you add all the four sides, you'll get the perimeter. Now here, very important to know, if you add one all the way around to the perimeter, it's not one side or two sides, all the way around. That means one over here, one here, one here, one here. Length is how much? Length is given as phi x. This has been added. It's increased by 1 and 1. So 1 plus 1. It will be 1 plus phi x plus 1. And what about the width? It is 4x, but you know there is 1 added up and down, right? So it will be 1 plus 4x plus 1. So basically the length will be phi x plus 2. This is 4x plus 2. Now, what happens is basically you found the sides, length, width. So use this phi x plus 2 times 4x plus 2, and then you multiply this to get the answer. I'll repeat quickly. The ratios is given as phi by 4. So now if we know length is phi x, then the width will be 4x because they have to be in the same ratio. They have mentioned it over here. And then they have told the perimeter has been added by 1 throughout. So length will be added by 1 and 1, width will be added by 1 and 1, and that's the most important thing. So you can directly do length phi x. They have told just 1 inch square, okay? So both the sides 1 would be 2. Directly you can write it. And the width 4x plus 2. And then you can multiply. Now multiplying, you can use the shortcut method as well. You can try it over here and you will get the same thing. Okay. So it's most important phi x plus 2 times 4x plus 2, which will give you this answer. Now if you consider x to be 1.5, you can check both will be the same. We move on to the next one. And just remember they have mentioned it's inch squares. So it is not centimeter or meter squares, it's inches squared. Okay, the dimension. Here, the US flag is sometimes folded into a triangle shape and displayed in a triangular display case. If a display case has dimensions shown in inches, over here you can see the dimensions. Write a polynomial expression that represents the area of the wall space covered by the display case. Okay. So now this is the object which we have. This is a shape, sorry, it's a triangular shape. Now you can see the base is x plus phi. And over here we have the height of x minus phi by 2. But do we just multiply these two? Is that it? No, you need to remember the area is given as half base, that is x plus phi, into height, that is x minus phi by 2. Now we need to basically multiply this to get it. Okay, now I will do the shortcut calculator method and let's check it, because we will assume x to be 1.5 and let's try it out in the answer. Also we must have the same thing. You will have 4 options for this question 2, that's why let's quickly do it. It'll be 1.5 plus 1 half 1 by 2 multiplied with x is 1.5 plus 5, close the bracket, multiplied with x, that is 1.5 minus 5 by 2 or 2.5, and then close the bracket. The answer is negative 13 by 4. Just write it down over here. It's minus 13 by 4. Now we will look into the answer because we should have the 4 options, otherwise we can't do the shortcut method. Here just substitute x as 1.5 now. So first part is 1.5 square divided by 2 plus 5 by 4 into 1.5, and lastly we have minus 25 divided by 4. The answer is negative 13 by 4, and that was the, yeah, that's the same thing. It must be the same, otherwise you won't be able to. So this is how we can easily get it, and only one option will have the same answer. Whichever gives you the same answer is your solution. That's the thing. It's again, we mentioned it's an inches, c inches square. Now we have, okay, number theory. Think a whole number. Okay, fine. Let's say, let's do this. It's like a trick question, you know. Like, I mean, how? Let's imagine. Let's think about a whole number. We can take, say, 5. Subtract 5 and write down the answer by 2. Sorry. So 5 minus 2 is 3. Take the original number and add 2. Okay, it is 7. Write down this number. Find the product of these numbers you wrote down. Okay, let's multiply them. 7 times 3 is 21. Now subtract the square, once again, square of the original number. Okay, you need to take the original number now. The original number is 5 and we need to square it. That will be 25. 5 squared is 25. Subtract the square from the original number. Okay, the square, whatever we got, subtract the square of the original number, minus 25. What is the answer? It's minus 4. The result is always negative 4. Use the polynomial to show the number, how this trick works. So you can ask your friends, you know, think about a whole number, any whole number, and then subtract 2, add 2, multiply these two numbers. And now, what was the original number which we chose? Okay, any number, it can be 10, 15, 20, and tell them to minus and it will be the answer. I'll do it again. Like, let me assume, say, for example, 3. Okay, subtract 2, it'll be 1. Subtract 2, it'll be add 2, it'll be 4. Sorry, 5. Now multiply these both, will be 5 times 1 is 5. Now square this, it'll be 9. Minus 9, answer is minus 4. It'll always be minus 4. Now let's do the polynomial equation and you'll easily understand why it is so. I'm not sure how exactly they will ask this question in the MCQ. It's a writing question, to be honest, because you have to prove it. Anyways, you have to just tell yes, it's always true, I guess, if they ask. But I think so the other questions will be asked, not this one. Now here, imagine, let's consider x to be the assumed number, x, okay? Subtract 2 means x minus 2. Add 2 means x plus 2, isn't it? And then we have to multiply these both. But then, this is multiplication, but then after we multiply this, we have to subtract it by the original number, minus original number was x square. Okay, x minus 2, x plus 2, x can be anything, that's fine, but as long as you add and subtract 2, what happens? Multiply this. From the rule of, x minus 2, a plus b, a minus b, the formula is x square minus 4, right? Or if I just do FOIL method, I'll get the same answer. You have the identity over here, but let's do the FOIL method. It'll be x squared plus 2x minus 2x minus 4, okay? Minus x squared is also there again. Now here, what happens? Plus 2x minus 2x is 0. Plus x squared minus x squared is 0. What is the answer? Minus 4 remains. So here the answer will always be minus 4 in such case. So that's basically it. That's the answer over here. And you can see that's how we do it. And because they have already told it's minus 4, we have to get the answer minus 4, and we will get equal to minus 4. Okay. And now again we have product problems. It's the same thing. It's just that there are three terms here, many terms. The FOIL method still stays the same. All you need to do is multiply here like this, and then here, here, and here. Okay, and you will get the answer. But you can do the shortcut method as we had discussed. I'll do for one over here. It is y, sorry, not n over here. Y equals 1.5. Just assume it. And now just do it. Substitute over here, instead of y 1.5, close the bracket, sorry, minus 11. Now close the bracket, and then what do you have? It's 1.5 squared minus 3 into 1.5 plus 2, close the bracket. The answer is 2. And then now check for the answer over here. Let's substitute over here and check. So I'll just double check whether I substituted everything correct. Plus 2, yes, minus, yes, this is correct. Now we will do the answer. Whereas the y value, assumed value was 1.5, so that remains the same. Minus 17 into 1.5 squared plus 37 into 1.5 minus 22. Okay, now just put the answer. It's 2 itself. And if you're thinking why I'm taking 1.5, don't take 1. If because you have calculated, that's the only reason I'm taking 1.5. Otherwise, I would have taken a whole number like 2 or something. It's really hard to calculate. But since you are using calculator, it's very easy to do this. Okay. So similarly, you can try all the other problems. Very straightforward. Please do it by yourselves. Make sure when if there are 3, it's the same thing. Just multiply it accordingly. The first term with first, then it goes second, and then it goes third. This second term also like this, and then lastly here. It's going to take a long time. So if it's such problems, I would highly encourage you to do the calculator method, because easy to substitute, and this is the same answer. Then check with the 4 options, okay? Because over here, if you miss one term or something when you calculate or add, it'll be wrong. So calculator method is much easier over here. So please do try solving more and more problems, and you can see all the detailed solutions here. And that's the end of the question number 2. I hope it was helpful. If you have any doubts, do post them in the comments. And try to explore the calculator method as well and solve more problems. If it is simple problem, do remember to do the FOIL method, the manual method by drawing the lines. If it's a huge problem, then go with the calculator method. The question number 3 is to multiply binomials by applying the pattern formula, the squares of sums or differences. These are the identities. You might have remembered the sum of squares, square of the sum of differences. Say a plus b the whole square. This is a squared plus 2 times ab plus b squared. Another one would be a minus b the whole square. A squared minus 2ab plus b squared. And also we have a squared minus b squared. That will be a plus b, a minus b. These are few of the identities that you need to use. If you're getting confused with these identities, imagine in the exam you've forgotten, you can use the FOIL method. Or if you're even forgotten that, then do the calculator method, which I told you in the last question directly. We will now look into a problem. I will do all the methods and then I will show you the calculator method again in this. It's just similar to what we had done earlier. So if it is FOIL, what we did, just multiply these two. It will be a squared plus 10a, again plus 10a plus 10 times 10 is 100. Now here you simplify the middle terms. It will be a squared plus 20a plus 100. The formula for this is a plus b the whole square, right? Because the same term, that means it's a plus 10 into a plus 10 is squared. So what happens over here is basically you squared the first term, a squared. The formula is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. Then 2 times ab, multiply, what is a? A is a, b is 10. 10a multiplied with 2. So it is 20a, and lastly squared the last term 100. So any way you do, you get this. This is a bit shorter if you remember the formula. Here it is again ab minus 6 the whole square. That will be the, only this term will be minus here. So it will be b square minus 2 times 6 is 12b plus 36. So you can directly find this, okay? Now you can see the answers. Whichever method you do, it's the same. Now what I'll show you is again the calculator method. So take out your calculators. All you need to do over here is, say, I'll take the second problem. Assume the value for b. I've told you consider 1.5 or something like that, okay? And then now what I do is I'll just substitute over there 1.5 minus 6 and 1.5 minus 6. The answer is 81 by 4. You can remember this. It's 9 squared by 2 squared, basically 81 by 4. Now the simplified answer was over here. This would be one of your option. You'll have 4 options, different ones. You need to choose the correct one. So in all your options, just substitute 1.5 squared instead of the value b. The variable is considered to be 1.5 minus 12 times 1.5 plus 36. Now you get the same answer, 81 by 4. That's 9 squared by 2 squared. So this is how you easily solve it up. You can do this to any problem and you will get the answer. So I will leave you these problems to do it by yourselves. Please do go through them and check the method because it's same and you will get the answer. Since this is question number 3, you will have 4 options and please do employ this method and you will get it. So this is the same thing over here as well. And over here, all are having single variables. Now, even if there are 2 variables, I'll tell you how to do it. This is all straightforward. Okay, now you can see here, h and n, there are 2 separate variables. They are not the same. Okay, they're not the same. How would you solve such problems? No worries. It's like, the first variable consider 1.5. Second variable consider it as 2.5. Whenever you use calculator, I take decimal points so it'll be more accurate, okay? It's not like you won't get, even if you take 2, it'll be the same thing. Doesn't matter. But this is just with me. Just avoid 1 because I know there are few rare cases where it may not work with the 1. Never take 0. It's very hard to understand with 0. And also negative numbers, avoid them. Take positive values, 1, 2, 1. But I just take 1.5 and 2.5 because we're using calculators, right? Now here, I will substitute h as 1.5. So use this brackets appropriately. 8 into 1.5 minus 4 into n is 2.5. Close the bracket and square it up. What's the answer? It's 4. So now you will have 4 options and one of the option will give you 4. Others cannot give you. If they give you the same thing, it's wrong because these both are equal to each other. So if it's equal, only one must be equal, not all should be equal, right? So only when they're equal, if you put any value for h and n, it must be the same thing. So that is 64 times 1.5 squared minus 64 into 1.5. What is n value? It's 2.5. Plus 16 into, what is n again? 2.5 squared. The answer is 4 itself. Over here also we got 4, so it's correct. You can try it over here by yourselves. We move on to the real world problem. The problem, question number 11 here. A city planner is proposing a roundabout to improve traffic flow at a busy intersection. Write a polynomial equation for the area A of the traffic circle if the radius of the outer circle is r and the width of the road is 18 feet. Okay, you need to find the radius of this one. Okay, so what you do is basically, wait one second, write the polynomial equation for the area of the traffic circle. So basically, sorry, not the this circle over here, okay, the outer part. Can you see this? So this one is required to be found out. Now, how would you find the radius? Can you directly do, we know this is 18. So can I do area of a circle as pi r squared? Can I directly do it as pi into 18 squared? This would be wrong because a circle is always from the center, you need to know the radius. Now, what is from the center to over here? This is the entire circle, even this grass is included, which we do not want. We just want this circle, right? The road. So now if we do only the entire circle, it will be pi r square. And now we got the entire circle, but I don't want this grass. What to do? Find the radius. Sorry, 1 second. Let me just erase the graph. So find this particular radius from here to here. And what I'll do is the entire circle is over here, pi r square, minus this one, r, say, g, r grass, okay, anything. What is that rg value? It is total r minus 18. So over here, I have to do pi r square and again pi r square, but this time r grass is equal to what? R minus 18 the whole square. So this is your equation basically. So I'll repeat it. We need this particular circle. See, can you see this outer circle over here? Okay, and that's very bad. And the inner circle. So all this region is required, which I'm just, scratching out now. That region, that area is required. So how do we find that region? It's a circle, we know, yes. So we have the radius over here, the total radius from here to the outermost circle, that is r. So if we find pi r square, we get the entire thing, we get the inner part as well, which we do not want. So how do we find the inner circle? Only this inner circle. So if we do the total circle, the total minus this inner, r total minus r inner, isn't it? So we found total will be pi r square minus the inner would be this radius is required, that is total minus 18. So if we minus the road length, we will get rg, whatever is that. So or r inner. So that is pi r minus 18 the whole square. So you have to just simplify this. This will remain over here pi r square minus what happens over here is pi remains. What is this? We can solve it. It will be r square minus 36 r. What is 18 squared? It is 300 and something. I'll just use calculator here. It'll be over 300, but I just can't remember the exact value. It is 324. Okay, yeah. Anyways, we will write it as plus. Oh, sorry, that was r. This is r plus 324. Now you just multiply this inside, you will get, you can simplify and further. Now it depends on the option how it is given. But over here we can again use the direct calculator method. So I will show you the calculator method directly. But the most important thing is this equation only. This equation needs to be written by yourselves because it's not given anywhere. So I will write it again. I'll remove everything and write it again. We need to know the outermost radius, that is pi r square, that is unknown, minus pi inner circle. It is total r minus this 18, that is r minus 18 the whole square. So this is it. Now this would be the radius of the roads, okay? Radius for the construction. Now you can see the answers over here, the final answer. You can see pi r square minus again what we had got just now. Okay, that is the answer. But what we do over here now is first assume the r value. You can assume anything. I will just assume 1.5 because that's usually what I assume. R equals 1.5. And now just substitute over here. That is pi r square, that is 1.5 square minus pi, sorry, shift and this over here, pi, open the bracket, r is again 1.5 minus 18 the whole square. Now you need, okay, this is typed in properly, right? Yeah, press equal to, you get negative 270 pi. That's fine, just write it out. Negative 270 pi This must be the same answer even in the solution. So you will have four options. Over here, area is how much? This is the answer, okay? Or it's simplified over here. That's fine. You can choose any of the answer which is given. All the four options, just try it out. But R value is 1.5. So I'll write it over here. See, this is the same thing. Okay, this is what we had written. I think so. This won't be the answer. This is the thing which you must write by yourself. The simplified version is over here at the right side or the above part. Okay, I will use the right side one. So it's 36 in 36 pi. Shift and the symbol. Sorry, it's over here. Multiply it with r. What is r? It's 1.5 minus 9. Close the bracket, press equal to. We are getting same answer, isn't it? Minus 270 pi. So this is how we solve it. Just make sure you substitute the same r value in all the four options. Only one option will match, all the others will be wrong answers. That's how we do it. Here another problem. It's about cubes. Q1 has two number cubes. Each edge of a number cube A is 3 millimeters. Okay. Of cube A is 3. Sorry, I didn't read it properly. Each edge of the number cube A is 3 millimeters less than the number cube B. Okay, you can see over here, this is a bit bigger. If you compare the sizes, this is smaller, this is bigger. So this is having x mm. But the cube A is 3 mm smaller than this. If this is x, this will be x minus 3. That's it. Now, edge of each number cube is x mm, that's given, millimeters. Write an equation that models the surface area of the cube A. Okay. Surface area. How do we find the surface area? First of all, what is the area over here? Area would be, one side length is this, one more is this, right? Just multiply these both, you will get the area. In this case, it will be x minus 3. That is the area, the cross-sectional area. X minus 3 the whole square, because area is length into width. Since it's a cube, that means it's equal sides. You just square them up. But now, what is the surface area? Surface area, how many surfaces are there for a cube? There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, if you remember. So let me just draw a little bit of 3D dimension over here. Okay. Now, you can see 1 is this side, 1, front side 2, left side 3, back side 4. Then up 1 more and down is 2. So there are 6. 4 plus 2 is 6. So the surface area is 6 times the cross-sectional area, x minus 3, the whole square. This is how you understand. But in your exam, you can do a simple thing. If you remember the formula, surface area is given as 6 times side length, any lengths, okay, side length, the square of that. That's it. 6L square. I can't remember the formula exactly. Let's quickly. Okay, it's 6S square. S is the side length, yeah. So it's given as anything, L, S, anything, as long as you understand. That's the most important thing. And we know over here the cube is what? 6 minus 3, the length of that. So you need to just do 6S square and get the answer. Now over here, right, again you can use the calculator. All you do is assume a value, substitute over here in the given question. 6, assume x as 1.5 and find the answer. And in the final answer also, it must be matching. Only that is the correct answer. That's how we do it. Over here, if the figure is not given, you need to understand they gave cube B as x. So, and they told cube A is less than that by 3. So, x minus 3. And they have told only the surface area of cube A. So, this is how we solve this particular problem. Now, we will move on to the next two. Over here, we can see the probability. The spinner has two equal sections, blue B and red R. Use the square of a sum to determine the possible combinations of spinning spinners 2 times. Okay, it's directly possible combination of spinning. Determine the possible combination. I think so. It is just addition the square. The spinner has two equal sections, blue and red. Use the square of sum. Square of sum means making it square, okay, to determine the possible combination of spinning 2 times. you basically just add the two possibilities because it's heads plus tails. If it's two times like this, right? So it is blue plus red, the whole square, I guess. Um, yeah, you just do it, okay? So two times means, see now, we have done this in the probability. So something is happening two times, you multiply it 6 into 6 two times, three times again, four times. Over here, you just, it's basically 6 cubed. That's the same thing. So that's the thing. But only the thing over here is you need to square it and use the formula. Now, what if there are two separate terms? Say over here, B and R, they are two separate things. How do you do it? So this is first of all the identity, and I just realized this is wrong. This should be squared over here. I apologize for that. This is missing. It is r squared. Okay, b squared plus 2br plus r squared. This is such a basic formula, you should remember it. It'll be a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. That's it. Now, if you still forget it, you can assume values. Assume 1.5 over here and 2.5 over here, and then solve it up. You will get certain answer. It'll be 4 square, it'll be 16. You need to put this also, find the answer, it will be 16. So then you will get the answers. So that's how you basically do it. You can assume two separate values. You have done it before. And over here, the Combolog company finds that its profit data from 2015 to the present can be modeled by the function y equals 2n plus 11 the whole square, where y is the profit in thousands of dollars, n is the years since 2015. Which special product does this polynomial demonstrate? Simplify the polynomial. You just have to simplify this. So you have to just use the power, square them. It'll be 2n the whole square. See this formula we use, that's it. Plus 2 times a is 2n, b is 11, plus 11 squared. So it'll be 4n squared plus 44n plus 121. Okay, that will be the answer. And that's it. Here you can also assume n as a certain value, substitute over here and over here in this given question, and all the four options, you will get the answer. So that is also possible. And that's the end. Please do practice more problems, be thorough with them. You can use the calculator method because this is question number 3. It is possible, but try to understand the method as well, because that is very useful in the future classes as well, future terms and future grades, further grades. So please do try and make an attempt to understand it. The question number 4 is to factor polynomials by using distributive property and grouping. Now, what is distributive property? We know, say for example, you have two terms, ax minus 3, and you're multiplying something over here. Say I'll multiply 3 here. We distributed evenly to both the terms like this, so it'll be 3ax minus 9. Now imagine, you can look over here, you want to simplify this further. How would you do it? You remove 3 common out because there is 3 here. This 9 can be written as 3 times 3. So this 3 and this 3 can be removed outside as common terms. And then what are you remaining? 3 is outside. Here 3 is gone. So ax is remaining minus this 3 is gone. Only 3 is remaining. This is the distributive property. Factoring using the distributive property. You're factoring 3 out. Now look, we started with the same term. We multiply it inside, we will get this. Or if we have this question, we can just factor it out, 3, and get it. Now there are other ways to understand this as well. See x plus 2. Wait, let me have 2x plus 2. Now here you can basically multiply. It's all about balancing, right? You can multiply and divide by 2, isn't it? So now let me write this 2 outside. But this, what is that? 2 into half, right? Into 2x plus 2. This is just for further understanding. Actually, this is how we balance. 2 and inverse of 2 is 1 by 2. Now these both are, nothing. This is just manipulation because it's 1. It's same thing. It's nothing wrong we have done over here. Now we multiply this inside, so you're gonna get 2 multiplied with 2x by 2 plus 2 by 2, and now this cancels here and here, so you're remaining with 2 of x plus 1. This is the actual method, but instead of all that, just look into the factors. Like, this is common, there are common terms here, 2 and 2, right? So all you do is take 2 outside over here. But there must be a common term. Now we can write 2 of x plus 1, because 2 is gone from here and this is gone. What is remaining? 1. If it was 2x plus 3, here it's not possible. Okay, you can't. You can, it'll be like divided by 2, which is much more complicated. So we don't. You can remove 2. I'll just tell you. 2 you can remove. X plus 3 by 2 would be the answer. But this is just more complicated form. We try to do simplified form, right? Now in such case, we don't do anything. Only over here, the above term, 2 can be removed off and simplified like this. So now we have over here a similar thing. Look, you should just have common terms, any two common terms, G and G, or you can consider these two. You can do it in various cases. The first thing, I'll do as it is. You group these two terms and these two terms, okay? I'll just remove the bracket because we know the first two terms are a group. G and G is common, so I take G outside. What is remaining? F minus phi. Here, next plus, what is common here? 4 and 24 is common. I can remove 4 out. What is remaining? 4 minus 5. Now look at this carefully. Imagine I consider f minus phi, this term is equal to x, okay, or a, b, c, anything is fine. So what does this mean? This means it's gx plus 4x. Don't you think I can remove this x common out? Yes, because it's same, repeated, right? So x is common out, g plus 4x. What is x we had initially assumed as? F minus phi. So f minus phi into g plus 4x would be the final answer. Here, same thing. You can remove this f minus phi outside. So you will have f minus phi as a term. And what is remaining? G over here plus 4. I just did the explanation over here at the right side how you get this. So this is the final answer. So that is it. So it's written as g plus 4 and f minus phi. It's the same thing. Any two terms. These two terms are the correct answer. Now there is one more way. Before calculator method, I'll tell you one more way. You will have 4 options, right? You need to multiply them. Let's multiply this. G times f. What is it? gf. Here again, minus phi g plus 4f minus 20. Now compare minus 20 plus 4f minus 5g, gf or fg, it's the same. This is the correct answer. It should match the question. So this is how we can solve it. And the last method, which is the easiest of all, the calculator method. So let's take our calculators. You will have 4 options. So first, here you have 2 variables. So what you need to do is assume the values for the variables. I will take, say, f as 1.5 and g as 2.5. You can choose any others also, no problem. And now let me substitute over here. F is 1.5. In the question, this is multiplied by g is 2.5 minus phi into 2.5. G is 2.5. Be very careful. Don't substitute wrong. You won't get the correct answer then. Plus 4 into 1.5 minus 20. Okay, what is the answer? It's 91 by 4. So it is minus 91 by 4. You have 4 options in front of you because this is topic number 4. You have MCQs. So just make sure you do the same substitution for all the options. Let me check. G is 2.5 plus 4 multiplied with f is 1.5 minus 5. Close the bracket. The answer must and should be same, and that's it. That's how we get it. Same thing with the next thing. Over here, there is only a. You can assume just a 1.5 and then just do it. You will get the answer. So this is how we can easily solve it. But the distributive method is very important. Removing the common terms. Please try to learn that. Now here, you can just consider any of these two. Just remember, A is common, take it out. A is removed, A minus 4 remains. Here, what is common? 6 is common. So remove it out. This is the answer. And here there is one, yeah, this is it, because A minus 4 or minus 4 plus A, it's the same terms altogether, okay? You can just rearrange this. Write A first, minus 4 out, it's the same thing. So you can see all these problems are very simple and straightforward. Please do them. Try it by yourself. You can even try check the calculator method. It works all the time. If there are two variables, take two separate values, 1.5 and 2.5, and then solve it up. Even over here, it doesn't matter the values are big or small, the method is the same thing. I'll just do one more problem. Say this is having, but it's very easy. Here, let me do this one. For the distributive method, the calculator method is simple and straightforward. Do it by yourselves. Over here now, this is also very easy. Let me go to some other problem. Here, just take D outside and 3 outside. No, let me do this one anyways. All you do is 3 is common because I know 21 is a multiple of 3. 3 is a factor of 3. So what I do is 3 outside and D outside. What remains? Only T over here. Minus 3 7 times is 21, 7. What happens over here? So let me take out. What do I need to take out? Okay. If I take out 5 plus 5, what happens here is positive 7 minus T. This doesn't help. Why? Because T must be positive, 7 must be negative. Now this is a problem, right? So what you can do is to avoid this, there are other ways taking minus out and everything. Just take minus 5 outside. Instead of plus 5, take it as minus 5. So here I will take minus 5 outside, minus 5. So what happens is negative 5 is gone. So it will be plus T here. Now from positive you're taking out negative. So you will have minus 7. This happens. So sign changes. If you're taking negative 5 outside, it will become minus 7 plus 5, plus T. Now you can rearrange and write T minus 7 minus 5 over here. T written first and then 7. Now 3D minus 5, T minus 7. This is the answer. And we will double check this in the calculator as well. Assume D equals 1.5 and T equals 2.5. Now what happens? Substitute. First the question, over here. 3 into D is 1.5. Multiplied with T value is 2.5. Just be careful with when you're substituting. See which variable exactly. D is 1.5 plus 35 minus 5 times T is 2.5. These are all shortcut methods. 9 by 4 is the answer. It's 2.25. 9 by 4. And now what you do is put it over here. Open the bracket. 3 times D is equal to 1.5. Close the bracket. Multiplied with T is 2.5 minus 7. Close the bracket. Okay, what did I do wrong now? I have done some error. Okay, let me just check this answer. Okay, here is the 3D minus 5, T minus 7. Anyways, the answer is correct, what I did over here. So no matter what, it must be correct. Now I can see here I have not subtracted 5. That's the mistake. Minus 5. Now you can see it's 9 by 4. So what if you get all 4 options wrong? That means you're not substituted properly. See, now just now I did the error, right? So be careful. Double check your substitutions. I know this was correct. So I should get the same answer if I use the same variables over here. I had forgotten the minus sign. That's the reason. And this is the correct answer. Even you can use this calculator method to check your answer. If you have done it in writing, to check your answer, you can do this. So that's it. And over here again, 4 and R is common out. You can do it by yourselves. Very simple, very straightforward. Please, you can pause the video, check the answers, check the steps. You can check the calculator method as well. All are pretty simple and easy. I hope they are very clear. Now these are the answers over here. Just make sure each of them are clearly written. When you're doing the calculator method, it's very important to make sure you substitute properly. So these are the methods. They're all same, there's no much difference. And over here also it's same. There's only one variable. In such problem it's easy. Only one variable to assume J as 1.5, substitute and check. So that's it. It's another easy topic. Distributive property, try to learn this, removing the common terms. This is very helpful in the future grades as well, further grades, in the higher grades. So that's it. All the best for this topic. It's an easy one. If you have any doubts, please do post them in the comments. I'll get back to you soon. Moving on to the question 5. This is to factor trinomials that are perfect squares. Here we have questions like this. So we have to determine whether these trinomials are perfect squares. Now, if you look carefully, they're all quadratic equations. If you recall, there was this formula for a perfect square, that is, perfect square means, say now for example, 16. You can divide this, take the square root, 4. This is a perfect square. 25 is a perfect square. 9, 4, and it keeps on going. 30, 36, 49, 64, and you get the picture, right? All the square roots are available. It's either plus or minus 4. Over here it's plus or minus 5, and so on. So such terms. Now when it's quadratic, there are various ways to solve this, but first I'll try to make it easy and clear. This is a quadratic equation, isn't it? Now if you draw the graph, oh, that was a very bad line. Now imagine you draw this. Since it's positive 4, I know it's opening upwards, the graph. If this is a perfect square, what happens is basically it will touch anywhere only one point, and then it will keep on going up. This will be symmetrical, but my drawing is so bad that you can, you can't even understand it's symmetrical. But actually this will be symmetrical, and this will touch over here, right? Only at one point. Now, if it is not a perfect square trinomial, then the graph will be something like this. It's like this, okay? This is also another very bad graph, but you get the picture, right? There will be two solutions. Now, if it is perfect square trinomial, there will be only one solution. And now I've just not touched it, but it should touch over here, okay? And that will be one solution only. If it is not perfect square, there will be two solutions. So how does this information help you? Now, there are various ways. The calculative method is very easy. I'll tell you how this method helps you if you understand this. Take your calculators out. We will go to mode 5 and 3 to solve quadratics, right? You do not need to simplify or take the common terms, nothing. Just that you need to know what answers for x. So I will start with the first one. The first coefficient is 4, minus 42, and lastly 110. What's the answer? X1. Can you see this? There's two answers. X1 is I forgot what was the answer. 11 by 2, that is 5.5, and then we have 5. Okay, so that means there are two solutions. This is not a perfect square. Now, if it is, say, I'm not sure whether this is perfect square. Let's just check. Let's put the values in. 16, minus 56, and lastly we have 49. Let's see this. Here you can see the x is alone. There's only one value. It's at 1.75, but x is single. If you press again, no, there is no more answer. It's only one x. That means it's only having one solution. That means it's a perfect square trinomial. So the easy way is solve it in the calculator. Because it's a MCQ, fifth question number 5, you don't need to do the methods. So directly, if you get only one answer, only x in your calculator, then it's a perfect square trinomial. Yes is the answer. If you get two answers, no. Another way to solve this is what is used over here. Say, what is the formula for perfect square? That a plus b the whole squared formula? It is a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. So if this equation is in this form, then you can definitely understand that's a perfect square trinomial. If it does not obey this form, then it is not. Now here they have, expanded it. So look at the first term. Look at both the first terms. Can we, I'll just erase all this and just write the formula. A squared plus 2ab plus b squared. Can we write this first term in terms of square, whole square? Can we write it like a whole square? How? See, x is already there, that's fine. Take square root of 4. It's 2. Yes, it's a perfect square. Easily, yes, you can write. One step check. Go to the second step. Can 110 be written as a square? Like, is it a perfect square? No. If you take the square root, it's not a perfect square. You can check in the calculator. Perfect square is 100. Next perfect square is 121. This is 11. Square root of 121 is plus or minus 11, plus or minus 10. So this 110 lies between. This is not a perfect square, so it does not obey this law. Whereas let's try this one. I know 16 is a perfect square. So 4x the whole square. What about this? 7. This is also a whole perfect square. Now, what is in the middle? First step is done. This was, both first steps were checked. Second step was wrong here, but here second step also is checked. Then you have a last step to do. The middle term, right? Middle term is 2 times AB. Now whatever we got inside is A, this is B. So just do 2 multiplied by whatever is inside and whatever is inside. Okay? Here. And solve. Now, will we get this middle term? Let's do 7 times 2. The easy way would be 7 times 4. So for 28. 28 times 2 is for 56. And x. Let's check. Yes, this is correct. So sign doesn't matter. It can be plus or minus, doesn't matter. Here, this checks. Because there are 2 formulas. Why sign doesn't matter is, this can be either this one or a squared minus 2ab. Sorry, minus 2ab plus b squared. So there are 2 formulas, right? So it's the second one. You can see here, this was not a perfect square. So second step, it was wrong. Here, this was a perfect square. Yes, this was. See, next step is this. This is the easy one. Okay. The second, after this, it should be this. Check both the perfect squares. Okay. Then you go for the middle term. Is this equal to? Yes. You just do minus. It can be plus also. It doesn't matter. Just find this. Yes, it is true. And that's why it's a perfect square trinomial. Now here, if they are asking you to solve this. Now, if your answer is to solve how to get this one, you can use your calculator, or you can just, you can see over here, this is A. If you have done the perfect square, A minus B is 7, the whole square. Now, how to do it from calculator if you're using only the calculator method? Let's look into the calculator. Here we had got x is equal to 7 by 4. This is, wait, let me just check. Yeah, 16 minus, yeah, this is the one. X is equal to, I'll write it, x equals 7 by 4. How do you solve this is basically, there are various ways. You can just take this directly inside. It will be x minus 7 by 4 and then simplify without any denominator. Or the easier way would be, because always you see there will be no denominators here. So take this division to the other side. It becomes 4 times x, right? 4x equals 7, or you can take this 4 to the other side, it becomes x equals 7 by 4. Now we have to get this side equal to 0, so take this inside, it will be 4x minus 7 is equal to 0. Now we know this is the only answer. Quadratics will have always 2 answers, but this is the only answer, so it is squared. So that's how we get it. Okay, as long as you don't need to know the all the steps directly from calculator, you can even get this. So this is how we do it. It's very handy to do this. Now here the same method, same step. Now I can look over here. This is perfect square. Here it's 9x. Here it's 5, and check it out whether it's true or no. 9 times 5 is 45. Yes, this is a perfect square because all the three things match up. Here you need to do the same thing, but I'll just do the calculator method now. I'll show for both. Here 81 before x squared minus 90, and lastly we have 25. The answer is only x. Let's do this one as well. If there was x1, x2, it means no. So 126, 168. What are the answers? X1 and x2. So the answer is no here. Okay, this was a perfect square. This is no, it does not. So this is how we can easily solve them up. Please go through these. Same straightforward method. Now here they have removed this common. Okay, let's just look into this one. Now, if you put this in the calculator, look over here, 36 minus 24 and 4. The answer is 1 by 3. Yes, it's a perfect square. But there is a problem. To check it, it's fine. We know yes. But if you want to do this, it's not the correct way. If you want to get this answer. So what you basically do is, as a thumb rule, I'll again rephrase. If you just want to know yes or no, if they're just asking you whether this is a perfect square trinomial, only the answer is yes because all the three rules check. This is it. X is the only answer. Look over here, if you press equal to, there's no other answer. So yes, it is a perfect square trinomial. But whenever you have multiples, like common factors, since you need to find this, that's why I'm telling you, you need to remove the common factors out. Whenever you see common factors, I can see 4 4 4 everywhere. It's a multiple of 4. 36. We have done this in the previous previous questions. This is distributive property. Remove 4 common out because 36 can be written as 9 times 4. 24 can be written as 6 times 4, and 4 is equal to 1 times 4. So 4 4 4 is common out. When you remove common terms out like 4, what remains here? 9t square minus 6t plus 1. So this is what remains. Okay, the easy way is see what's common. 2 is also common, but then again 2 will be common, but I can easily see 4. So you can just divide 36 by 4, it'll be 9. Then 24 by 4, 6. Minus is there, minus 6, and then lastly 1. Now do this. Now when we solve this, it'll be the same answer. See, these are equivalent equations. So look here. This, if you put the question, or if I put this 9 minus 6 and 1, I'm going to get the same answer. Doesn't matter. So that's why remove the common term out. 4 is outside. Now whatever is this here, you need to get it sorted out. So x equals 1/3. So 3 goes over there. It will be 3x equals 1. 3x minus 1 equals 0. This will be squared. So here it will be 3. It's not x, it's t. Instead of x, I'll put t minus 1 the whole square. This is the final answer. Now, if you directly do this and you get this answer 1 by 3, and if you do this, you will only get a part of it. The 4 is also important. So see whether there are common terms and then solve it up. That's how we basically do it. Now, these are again, okay, this is just factoring out. We have done it in the previous questions. Same problems again. Factor out. What's common over here? 4. How to check one other way is, now since you have calculated, just divide this by 4. By whatever is the coefficient over here. You get a whole number, fine. Just take 4 outside. Only h square remains, and when you remove this 4 out, over here only 14 remains. Whereas if you don't get this, say now it was 54. It's not a multiple. Now you're getting a decimal point or a fraction. No. Then you do another number, say 2. And then write this. What I mean is I'll just change this question over here. Instead of 4h square minus 56, we had minus 54. Then you can't take 4 out because we're not getting this. See, 54 divided by 4, we got a fraction. So take 2 outside. It will be 2h square minus 27. This would be the simplified form. Okay. So it depends on highest common factor to be removed out. Here, the same thing, I can see 3 is a common factor. Sorry, not 3. 15, which is the common factor over here. Let us, only A, I guess. So only A can be removed out, okay? Because 17 is a prime number. What am I thinking? So 17 is a prime number. It can't be removed. Nothing is common. So A is the only thing that's removed out. Over here, you can see Q is removed out over here. Oh, now again the previous. This is a trinomial. Sorry, trinomial. We have to do this method, okay? Now here, this is not a trinomial. If you put it as mod phi 3, you will come to know 1 minus 14. We did this just a while ago. 36. You're getting x1, x2. Same thing, do it over here. This is a perfect trinomial, so you get the answer directly. Now, some are factoring problems, some are trinomial. Check them out, each one individually. This is again straightforward. Factor them out by distributive property, or just remove this common term out. And over here, you can see they have done something else. They have used this particular formula, some square of differences. What does that mean? It means a square minus b square equals a plus b, a minus b. Okay, this is the thing that has been used. Now here we have 6 common out. 6 will be d square minus 6 times 15 is 90, so 96 is 16. And then we know 16 can be written as 4 square. So both these terms can be written as squares. It's d square minus 4 square. Okay. Now what happens? Here you split the terms. That will be equal to a plus b. That is d plus 4 d minus 4. That's at 6 into d plus 4 d minus 4. That's the answer. This is what we have done. Now you can do this in calculator as well. If you want, you can put this. I will just show you 1 minute. Here, if you use the calculator, mod phi 3, the same thing. What happens? What's the coefficient before d? It's 1. There is no x term, or only d to the power. See, d to the power 2 is there. That's the coefficient a. There's no only d term, so it's 0 over here. And lastly, it's minus 16. Now see over here, the answer is plus 4 minus 4. That means d minus 4, when it goes to the other side, becomes plus. I'll just write it out. This is x equals minus 4, x equals plus 4. So you have to take it inside, it will become x plus 4, x minus 4. This is the thing. Instead of x, we have d. So these are the factors. Okay, whenever there's square, you can use the mod phi 3 all the time. It will always give you the correct answer. So that's the thing. Even over here, you can use the square thing and you will get the answer. Same way, try it out. And or else you can directly do it as well. So this is how we solve these problems. It's pretty straightforward. We have solved these many times. Just pause the video and you can see the detailed steps as well. Here again, please make sure you have you're thorough with the previous questions, because distributive property was before. So similar things have been used over here. And also, if you're simplifying, see, we have done the shortcut method. I hope you remember, you can assume any value for this variable. Say w is equal to 1.5. Just assume w equals 1.5. Put this instead of this 1.5, solve it. Okay. And then over here also, all the 4 options, put w as 1.5 and solve it. The answer should match, and that will be your correct answer. Since it's an MCQs, you can do any method to get the answer. All this. If there are 2 variables, take one as 1.5, take one more thing as 2 or 2.5, and then solve it. You will get the answer. We have done this in the previous sections. So that's it. That's a straightforward thing. Over here, if you want, you can directly solve this in calculator as well. Go to mod phi. It's a cubic problem. Cubic is given by mod phi 4. Now type this coefficient. 1, 3, it says minus 4, and lastly we have minus 12. Now see over here, x is 2, x is minus 2, x is minus 3. So let me just write x equals 2, x equals minus 2, and x equals minus 3. So take them inside. X minus 2 is one factor, x plus 2 is one more factor and x plus 3 is one more factor. Let's compare. Yes, that's I've just written in different order, but answers are same. So that's how we can do it. Mode 5 4 for this. Okay, so over here you have to use distributive property, and then if you want you can check by putting a random value 1.5 for x. P can be taken as 2 or 2.5 and then solve it, match it. That's the calculated direct. Same thing, guys. Here it's the same problems. You can pause the video and check the solutions. Try to do it by yourselves. You can get the only the question presentations from the link in the description. You can just download it. Try to practice by yourselves all these problems and then check for the solutions. Even a year, try to solve by yourselves and then check for it. Over here, see, you can't solve power 4. You need to simplify. That means take the common terms out. Here, n square can be removed out. See, n square and 3 over here. It's a big term. So the greatest common factor is n square and 3 is divisible in all. So you should just start dividing 42 by 3 in calculator. You'll get a whole number 14. Even 147, you'll get a whole number 149, that is. And then this you can easily check, right? Put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. So that's how we solve it. And lastly, over here as well, you can directly do this in calculator. Shift mode 5 and 4, option number 4 we just did a while ago, or you can do simplifying. Okay, but I would suggest such problems you can directly solve it mode 5 4. You will get the answer. Okay, so that's it. But before solving it, take the common term out. What is the common term here? 2 is the common term. I will just do this 1 minute. So what you do over here is take the common term 2, which is divisible in all. It will be 4m cube minus 12. M square plus 18 becomes 9. It's very important you don't write the same thing. I was tempted to write it. Now, take your calculators. All you need to do is again mode 5 and 4. That's for cubic. So whatever is inside, that's 4 minus 12, 9. And there is no number. That means it's 0 constant. Now, what's the answer here? I'll just write it out over here. 2 is outside. We have m equals 3 by 2. M is 0 and that's it. So I will write it out over here. M is 3 by 2 and m equals 0. So now how would you solve this? This goes to the other side. It will be 2m. Okay, now this is, wait, let me just do this once. 2m equals 3 and this 3 goes to the other side. It will be 2m minus 3 equals 0. Over here, m is 0 itself. You can see m is 0, so you just write m. See, whatever is inside, right? So ignore the 0, just write m. This is 2m minus 3 only. Okay, this is one factor. This is one more factor, and this is 2, right? Already we had. So the two factors, let me just... when we solve this, we got two answers. These are the two factors. But now there is one important thing which you can remember. See, when I solve, I'm getting x1 and x2, right? But look at the thing. This is cube. There must be three answers. When there was square, if it was only one answer, we squared it. Now we should have three answers. But this 0 is just one answer. This answer, what it implies is, if you understand the cubic graph, that means... okay, it's very hard to draw. But anyways, something like this. And this dips down at one point. And that's over here somewhere, and then it goes over here, like, sorry, it's something like this. Okay, it goes that's a bad graph, but anyways, what I'm trying to say is, see, this is a wrong graph, it's negative, but anyways, it would be other way around. Okay, it cuts at 0. Yes, that is true. This is not at all the correct graph, but just look over here. This point it touches 2 times. Okay, there's only one, and this is the thing. So exactly this turning point is touching this line, isn't it? So this point, whatever is there, is the square 2 times. Okay, so that is what it means. So now here what you do is basically, say this one, you have to just square it up. That's the thing. So it would be finally 2, and the factors would be 2m minus 3 the whole square, and m is also there, so you can write 2m over there or like this. So that would be the answer. If this is very much confusing in the cubic, see, always remember what is the power. You must have so many solutions. If you don't have so many solutions, if it's just m1 m2, in this you get x1 x2, that means one must be squared. So one is 0 over here, obviously the other one is squared. Otherwise, just take the common term as 2m, and that will solve. It'll be very, very easy. Over here it's done, right? Just put this in calculator. You will just get one single answer. I will show you. It'll be more 5 and 3, and now you will have 4 minus 12 plus 9. And what's the answer? Only one answer. Now this we just now did, right? But you have to square it because it's just one answer. There's no two answers. In the previous case, 1 was 0. You can't square 0. It doesn't make much sense. So we square the other part. See, whatever the answer was, that's the thing. Anyways, so there are various ways to solve this problems. Choose whichever is easy for you, the calculator method or this method or anything, whichever is easy, whichever you're comfortable with. So that's how you solve this particular question. I hope it's clear. If you have any doubts, please do put them in the comment section. I will try to get back to you very soon and try to solve more and more problems, so you'll be very thorough with this. Moving on to the question number 6, it is to factor binomials that are differences of squares. Again, a similar problem, factoring. There are various methods to solve this problem. Let's look into the problems now. Here, the first one, as you can see, it's directly a quadratic. What you can do is, you can use the differences of squares formula, that is a square minus b square, that is equal to a plus b, a minus b. Now, what if you have like a power 4 minus b power 4, like this? Look carefully, I can write this a power 4 as a squared the whole square minus b squared the whole square. And now I can apply the formula. Imagine this a square, I consider u to be a square and u and v to be b square. Then this is like u square minus v square. U and v square, isn't it? Why? Because I have considered u to be a square. Whatever is inside the bracket is u, and there was above a square, and then I can use u plus v, u minus v. And what happens here? Actually, u is not u, it is a square. I had assumed it, right? So here basically you can do a square the whole square, right? So it would be a square plus b square and a square minus b square. Now this cannot be solved. Whenever there is plus here, there is no formula for sum of squares. No, there is no formula. This is it. You can't simplify this further or factor it out. This side remains the same. Okay, but what happens over here to the right side? This can be applied again, the formula. It will be a plus b, a minus b. So whenever you have a power 4 minus b power 4, it will turn out to be a square plus b square, and then it's a square minus b square, which it can be factored out to a plus b, a minus b. This would be the formula. So if you know this, and now any form, you can just get it in terms of square, and then you can simplify. What I mean is, say, imagine you have a power 6 minus b power 6. You can write this in terms of a to the power 3 the whole square. This is a power 6 minus b power 3 the whole square. And the answer would be a cube plus b cube and a cube minus b cube. Now you can't simplify this further because it's cube, so we leave it over there. So this is the thing. If you understand these formulas, then you can easily apply these formulas. Now the first part here, 121 is a perfect square. It's 11, right? 11 square, right? So you can write it as like this: x square minus 11 square, x plus 11, x minus 11. Or if you use the calculator, I'll show you now. You can press mod phi 3, and you can see here 1 before x square is 1. Then there is no x term, there's no q term, q squared, then directly number. So q term is 0. Lastly, we have minus 121. The answer is q or x equals 11. And then what's the next answer? It is, sorry for that. Here you can, okay, it got hanged. Anyways, now I'll just go to mod phi 3 and let me type this out again. 1, 0 and minus 121. The answer was x is 11 and minus 11. Obviously, you could have figured it out from here, but anyways, even the calculator shows the same. So it's q equals negative 11. Now, how do you write the factors? Bring this inside. It will be q minus 11 as one factor and q plus 11 as another factor. So that's the answers. You can write the factors anyway, first, second, doesn't matter. So this is the thing. Over here, we have done this a while ago. I told you it'll be a squared plus b squared. This can't be simplified further, but there'll be a plus b, a minus b. But here, instead of a, we have r, k, we have over here. Now, this is the thing. What next? Another way is, we have done the way, right, of assuming values. We can do that. So I was, in the class today, I was just revising this, and one of the students told, why do we go to 1.5? 2 is fine, right? It's very easy. Yes, absolutely. 2 is much easier. I'll just tell why I was assuming 1.5, because I used to do that from before. It's just like a habit, it's nothing wrong. You can assume even 1, but I would tell you I'll advise you to not use 1, because there are very, very rare cases, not in this, but in some cases you'll find 1 won't be appropriate, maybe when in differentiation and stuff, but you can just take it as 2. It's fine, or 3. You will get the same answer, and we did in the class as well with others, and we got the same answer. So no problem, you can take the whole numbers, which is easy to type out. But I was telling, since you're using calculator, it doesn't matter which number you take, it's the same thing, right? So that's why. Anyways, so we will do this in the calculator and check. I will assume it to be 2 over here. Okay, now there are 2 values over here. You can't assume just one value. I'll take, let me just clear it all. Let me write it over here. R to be as 2 and K to be 3. Over here, I'll take Q as 2. Let me try both the problems quickly. Q is 2 squared minus 121. What's the answer? It's negative. Over here, the answer is negative 117. Now, what about the other answers? Over here, it will be 2 to the power 4 minus K is 3 to the power 4. And the answer is negative 65. So this is from the question. Now you need to find all the 4 options and solve it up. Use the same assumed value. For Q, I use 2, so I have to put 2 over here. Then we try 2 plus 11 multiplied with 2 minus 11. What's the answer? It matches, so it's correct. This is the correct. All the others will not match. Only one correct answer will match with the question. So this is the correct answer. Now what about this one over here? We have to use 2 squared plus 3 squared, close the bracket, and 2 plus 3, 5, and minus 1, 2 minus 3. Close the bracket. The answer is negative 65, which is correct. So anytime you can use this method. Now this is all the same problems. You can see the answers. Each detailed steps are there. Please refer it. Over here, 9 becomes 3t the whole square. This is, if you're wondering how you can write it, it's fine. Just use the square root of this. You'll get 25. The answer in the calculator. If you put square root 625, you'll get 25. So you write 25 square, and then again, 25 can be written as 5 square, and so on. Even over here, it's very straightforward problems. I hope it's clear. These are all self-explanatory. Even over here, this is very easy. Now, what about this one? Now, what I would suggest is use your calculators. We will go mod phi, and option number 4, it's cubic, right? So substitute all the values. 3, 2, minus 147, and lastly we have minus 98. What are the answers? 7, negative. Okay, now this is a bit of a problem. Why? Because what is negative 0.66666 going on to be? It's like 0.6 indefinitely, right? There's, can you think of a value? Minus doesn't matter. This one, if you know 1/3 is 33%, or 0.333, 2/3 is 0.666. If you remember this, then it's very easy. For some problems, only for some problems, over here we must remember that because it's keep on repeating, and then we have -7. So I'll write the values. We got over here it's C, so I'll take C equals, first was 7, next I'll write -7, and lastly we had 2/3, that is 0.666. So here the first factor would be C -7, C +7. And what about this? Take the 3 to the other side, it will be 3C equals 2, and take the 2 to the other side. Sorry, was it plus or minus? One second. It was minus, okay? Negative. Because I told negative doesn't matter. The 2 by 3 for that. But this, over here, it matters a lot. Now take this inside, it will be 3C plus 2. So this is the factor. Let's check. Yes, 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 this is the correct answers. So this is how you can easily solve it up. Otherwise, you can assume a value for C, say 2, substitute, and you can solve it. You'll get the answer. Even over here, you can try this by calculator or by direct substitution. You will get the answers. These are the steps. But I would prefer this mod 5, 4. Mod 5, 3 is for quadratic, 4 is for cubic. Next over here also it's the same things. Very straightforward problems. You can try them by yourselves. Now, even over here, you can try any method. Shortcut by assuming a value and checking all the 4 options, mod 5, 4, or the solving method. Now over here, if you recall, this is what factoring. You're factoring the terms and then simplifying and then coming over here. We have done the same problems in the previous questions as well. Same type of problem. Now we have real world problems. Okay. So let's read this. A ticketing company for sporting events analyzes the ticket purchasing patterns. The expression 9a squared minus 4b squared is developed to help officials calculate the likely number of people who will buy tickets for a certain sporting event. We have to just factor this expression. Okay, there's nothing interesting in this. They are just told factor it out. So how would you do it? We have the given question 9a squared minus 4b squared. Over here, you can write this as 3a squared. 9 is a perfect square minus 2b squared. So use the formula a squared minus b squared equals a plus b, a minus b. This is difference of squares. Now here, all you need to do is write 3a plus 2b, 3a minus 2b. This is it. That is the factored form. There you go. That's it. Very, very simple answer. That's what we got as well. Now here there's another real world problem. A bingo card contains 25 square spaces arranged into larger square. 24 of the squares are labeled with numbers and the center square is labeled as a free space. Okay. The expression 16 minus x squared represents the total area of the squares labeled with numbers. Factor the expression. Again, it's the same thing, just factoring this out, okay? Nothing much. I thought it's going to be something interesting, but they're just, this expression is the area of this particular thing. You have to just square it. I mean, simplify it, factor it. 4 squared, x squared. Use the formula a squared minus b squared. That's the difference of squares, and solve it up. Last one over here. Marvin saw a rug in a store that he would like to purchase. It has an area represented by the expression shown on the rug. Over here, this one. He cannot remember the length and the width, but he remembers the length and the width were same. Okay. Factor the expression to represent the area of the rug. What are the factors of expression? Okay. Factors expression represented. Here, basically, first you need to factor this out. You can do it manually, the big method, or you can just directly put in the calculator and find it. And now, since they have told the length and width are the same, see, they have told it's the same. I'll just show you. Use the calculator. Now if you go to mode 5 and 3, we will solve this expression. This is a perfect square trinomial because the length and width are same. That means the factors must be equal. Look, it's only x. So what does this mean? This means it is x minus 8 the whole square. Why? Because x equals 8. Take it inside, x minus 8. This is the factor, but you need to square it. There's only one x, no x1, x2. Both are same. That's the reason, okay? So now what you basically do is write it as x minus 8, x minus 8. These are the factors. And what do the factors represent? This represents the length and the width. That's it. The factors would be representing the length and the width because this is the area. So now you're simplifying. When you multiply the length and the width, you get the area, right? So basically, this is the area. And this is equal to x minus 8, x minus 8. That is length, width. That's it. Area equals length times width. That is what is mentioned here. And yeah, the expression represents the length and width of the rug. And that's it. That's the end of that particular question. That was question number 6. Very simple, very straightforward. Please do try to practice more problems and just try to remember the formula anyways, because if it is there in the last part, the part B, I'm not sure. If it is there, then you need to do it in writing. So it's important you try by this actual method as well. I mean, learn the calculator method, learn the shortcut method, but try to know this exact methods as well, which will really help you. It's not that difficult. You know, the formulas are easy. Try to remember them. That's it for this question. I'll see you in the next topic. The question number 7 is from the next module. That's about the parallelogram module. That's module number 2. So now we will solve problems on parallelogram. And in fact, this one is one of the easiest one because you know how easy parallelograms are. There are proving problems and a bit of properties. So let's look into it. So the first type of problem, most probably I feel that these type of questions are going to be asked since it's MCQs. Topic number 7 is MCQ. So these must be asked. So what happens is, first let's see what is a parallelogram. This is a parallelogram. What does that mean? By its name, see this is the symbol, you know, parallelogram symbol. Parallel, as you can see over here by the name, parallel and grams. Just remember the word parallel. Why? Because both the sides are parallel, opposite sides. Sorry, this is parallel to this and this side is parallel to this side. What are the properties? Now, whatever are the opposite angles, they are equal. Okay, these angles are equal, but they are just not equal. There is another thing. Two consecutive angles are supplementary. Supplementary means they add up to be 180 degrees. So this is a useful thing. So when you add up two consecutive angles, they are supplementary. So now with this information, you can solve a lot. And one more thing is opposite sides are equal and they're also parallel. They're congruent and parallel. Now here, if this is 128, what about this S? It's 128. What about R? It'll be 180. Sorry, I'll just write the formula as such. Q plus angle R will be equal to 180 because they're supplementary. So what is angle Q? It's 128. I don't know what's angle R. I need to solve it. That is equal to 180. So take this to the other side. Angle R will be equal to 180 minus 128. 130, it'll be 50. 50 plus 2, it's 52 here. So this is the answer. Now, if this is 52, then over here P is also 52. And now if this is 5, the above is 5. And if this is 3, this is also 3. So we now know all the details. Now, what do you want? R. R is 52 degrees, isn't it? Now, what is this? QR, 3. QP is 5. And lastly, MS, measure of angle, is 128. That's it. Parallelogram is very easy. Just look at the parallelogram, solve all the sides and whatever is required. I mean, you don't need to solve all the things. What is required, just solve that. So that's it. Now we have some real world problems. Let's look at these. 4 soccer players are practicing a drill. Goalie A, where is he? Over here, is facing player B to receive the ball. Goalie A then turns X degrees, okay, X degrees to face the player A to pass her the ball. If goalie B is facing the player A to receive the ball, then through what angle measures should the goalie B turn to the player B? So this is like a parallelogram over here. See, this person's hit, gave the ball over here, and then he turned and one second, this one like this. So what happened is this angle is created. Now they are spaced such that it's a parallelogram over here. So now this ball will be received by goalie B and he will have to go X angle, because see this distance over here, whatever was given was an X, right? If they are passing the same way, then this also will be X angle. Opposite angles are basically equal. So the answer must be X degrees. Let's just check. Yes, so that's the thing. So opposites angles are parallelogram are congruent, and basically the opposite angles are congruent, right? That's why it's angle X. This is known. This is known. If this was say 40 degrees, no, it's not 40. It will be nearly 80 or something. If this is 70 degrees or 80 degrees, then this also will be 70 or 80, whatever is mentioned. Now we go to the sixth problem. It is to prove. What do we have to prove? This is the given thing. They have told us BDHA. This is very important. Proving problems, see what is there, visualize it, and then try to solve it. B over here, BDHA. Okay, that's a parallelogram. Very nice. This symbol is parallelogram, right? So it's something like this. Okay, we know this is a parallelogram, and they have told CA. What is CA over here? Okay, this side, and CG is this side. They are congruent. Okay, this is equal to this. Okay, now look at this outer triangle. Two sides are congruent. We don't know about AG, so forget it. But if two sides are congruent, what does that mean? It's an isosceles triangle, right? The base of the angles are equal. So from the given here, I can tell this is equal to A. Okay, this is equal to equal. And now A is equal to this. We don't know anything about this. So we know about these angles. Let's see what is needed to be proven. BDH is equal to A. Yes, absolutely. Look, just by writing the given, we found it out, right? BDH means this angle, which I'll draw it in the pink. This angle we need to prove this must be equal over here. We know that BDH will be equal to A, right? And we know this is isosceles triangle. These two sides are equal. So this, let me change the color again. This one over here is equal to this one. So basically they are equal, right? From transitive property, BDH is equal to angle G. Now we should just write some statements. They have told two column proof. So what you do is write the given first. And then what do you want? BDH. So tell what is BDH equal to. Always see how do you solve this? What is required? So make this by part. You directly can't jump to the conclusion. Obviously, this is not there. So look into the first part. BDH. BDH is over here. So what is this equal to? This is equal to A. So write that. And now, can you connect this A and G? Yes, A and G are also equal from isosceles triangle property. This is because opposite sides of the parallelogram are equal. First one. Next is isosceles triangle theorem. Now we know A and A from transitive property or substitution property. We have BDH is congruent to G. That's it. That's how we solve this problem. It is the key is to, okay, it's just explaining why and how you should do. Basically, we know the properties, we apply, and we can easily solve. This is it. This is the answer, left side. But this is a MCQ question, so I'm not exactly sure how this will be asked. So my bet is, either this type of problem or this one. These are going to come. Okay, but I'm not sure. Anything can come. So that's the thing. Just prepare well for this. Now we will see another problem. Let's look over here. They have told WXTV. Okay, this is a parallelogram, and YZT. Okay, the other one is a parallelogram. We need to prove what? WX is equal to YZ. Let's see this one. Is it equal to YZ? Is this equal to this? Let's check it out. Yes, obviously, right? Because these both are parallelogram. If this is parallelogram, this is equal to this, and this is equal. So obviously that is they both are equal. We can easily prove it. What do we tell? First write the given, whatever is given. These both are parallelograms are given. Now we know Wx and Vt is equal, congruent, and Wt and Yz is also congruent. Why? Because opposite sides of the parallelogram are congruent. That is the thing. Now from this, the transitive property means if two things are equal like this, then this and this will be equal, right? Because if the values Wx is equal to t, say imagine Wx is phi, then Vt is also phi. And Vt is equal to Yz, phi and phi again. So phi is equal to phi itself, right? So that's how we write it. Very easy and straightforward again. Again, they're just telling how you ought to do this, basic things. Now the last one, there's only 8 problems in this. This is the last one. Write a paragraph proof. Okay, for what? Now they have told PRST is a parallelogram and PQ, okay, the inner one and the outer one are parallelograms, okay. V and S, where is V and S? This is the ones. Yeah, obviously because they are opposite angles, right? This must be equal to this. Is it? Yes, because this P is opposite to V. They are parallelograms, so they are equal. And even the outer ones are parallelograms, so they are equal. So opposite angles of a parallelogram are congruent. That's the main thing. Here, parallelogram PST, they are given. Because opposite sides of a parallelogram are congruent, we have P and V congruent. Angle P, angle V. Okay. And again, angle P and angle S are congruent. Therefore, from transitive property, we can tell V and S are congruent. That's it. They are very easy. You should just look into what is given, look at the question, and then you can easily solve them up. And that's the end of this topic. That is topic number 7. Again, it was an easy one. It was just the beginning of parallelograms. So we will continue more with this geometry. Moving on to the question number 8. It is to recognize and apply the properties of rectangles. Now we are dealing with rectangles. The question 7 was on parallelograms. Now what's the difference between these two? Here, let's look at this rectangle. Each side is 90 degree. Let me just change the color. Each sides, vertex over here, not side, what I was saying. Each vertex is basically a right angle. Okay. Now this and then this one. Now this is very important. Now if each sides are right angles, then what about the diagonal? When we draw a diagonal, we can use Pythagoras theorem over here. But that's not so important. Another thing is opposite sides are equal. Even in parallelogram, it was the same thing. And rectangle is a parallelogram, but it's a special parallelogram. I mean, it's a different type of, it's a special case in a parallelogram. So opposite sides are equal and parallel to each other. Same thing over here. Now, what about the diagonals? Diagonals. The diagonals are congruent to each other. This is very important. They're congruent to each other. Okay. Now, what do we know over here? They have told AB is 6. Okay. AD is 2. Very good. And what else? DAE. So D, A, and E. See, this is DA and E. This one. Okay. This part. This angle, we know DAB would be 90, that's obvious, but this part is 65. So we need to find the given measurements. Now what is BC? This opposite side is 2 itself. This one is 2. Now DC over here would be 6. Now we need to find the diagonals, isn't it? What about the diagonals? Over here, DB is a diagonal and AC is a diagonal. Let's just put it like this. And now how do we find this? You can use just Pythagoras theorem. It will be, the easy thing would be 6 square plus 2 square. What does Pythagoras theorem say? The hypotenuse, the longest side, which over here is DB, the whole square will be equal to the square of the other two sides of the triangle, that is BC and DC. So DC square plus BC square. Here dB is unknown, but I don't want this, so I'll square root. Okay, so dB would be equal to square root. That square and square root cancel, so over here it will be DC is what? 6 square plus 2 square. That's how we get this. 6 square plus 2 square will be 36 plus 4. It is 40 root. Root 40 is the answer. So the diagonal is root 40. It's just over 6, 6.4 or something. I'll just write it as root 40 diagonals. And then what else is required? All the angles are 90. So that's it, I guess. Now BC is how much? 2 feet. DB, it's by Pythagoras theorem, we know it's 6.3. Okay, that's root 40. Then what else? Angle CEB. CEB. Okay, what would be the angle of these diagonals over here? How can you exactly solve? There are different methods to solve, but the easy one would be here. This part, this part and this part would be equal. Why? Because the diagonals are equal and now they intersect at a center. Here this part and this part is equal. This is basically an isosceles triangle here. So if this angle is 65, what about this angle? It's also 65. Okay, now what is this remaining angle? So we know total angle is 180 minus 65, and 65 is 130, so angle must be 50. This angle is 50 degrees. We know opposite angle will also be 50. Why? Because they are vertically opposite. If this is 50, then what about this angle? That will be 180 minus 50, that is 130. So these are all the angles. So CEB, this angle is 50 degrees. CEB is 50 because they want C, E and B. This one. Okay, that is 50. And what about E? E is over here, D and C, EDC. Now here this whole angle D is 90 degrees. We know this part is 65. What is the remaining part? 25 degrees. 90 minus 65 is 25. That's it. So this is how we find, we can easily find with the given thing. Just be careful and understand how it is. Just be careful with this part. It's an isosceles triangle, so the bases are always equal. This will vary. And over here as well. Now this is how much? This is 65, so same thing will repeat over here. Sorry, this is 25 over here. This will be 25 and so on. So that's how we can solve this. Now even over here it's the same thing, similar concept. We'll quickly do this. DH is given as 44.5. What is EF? Where is EF? Okay, EF is over here. I'll just remove this. That's EF. So 39 is over here. Okay, what next? GHF, G, H and F, that is over here 128 degrees. That's it. That's all the things that's given to us. Now from EF we can easily find this one is also 39, and DH is given. Okay, from DH what else we can find is the diagonals. DH and this HF will be 44.5. Add them up, it'll be 88 plus 1, 89. The total length of the diagonal, since diagonals are congruent, I'll write over here, they're 89. Now, if this is 89, and I know this is how much? DG is 39, we can easily find this from Pythagoras theorem. So what happens is I'll write GE, that is the hypotenuse, is equal to DG plus DE. You need to square them all. Now GE is 89 square, that is equal to DG is 39 square plus DE square is unknown. Let me take this to the other side. It will be 89 square minus 39 square and square root on them, that is DE. So okay, D is not asked, but I'm just doing it. Okay, in fact this is not at all asked. I'm just trying to find all the values of the rectangle. So we need a calculator here. Let's you can go over here and we will try square root 89 square minus 39 square. What's the answer? It's 80. So this part, above part, is 80. This is 39, this is 80. It's just writing it out over there. So if this is 80, this is also 80. Now let's see what is required. They need DG. What is DG? It's 39. Very simple. It's already found out. 39. What is GE? GE is this one. It's 89. So 89 is it's it. But if they had asked the DE, you can always use the Pythagoras theorem and solve it. That's I've done it over here. And over here they have asked the angles EHF. Where is E? E is over here. H is in the middle. F. Now this is 128. What's the remaining angle? Well, 180 minus 128. 138 will be 52 over here. 52 degrees. And what is HEF? Where's HEF? This one. Now, how would we solve this particular one? Let's just see what is given. We have just 128 and 52. But now, you know that this is an isosceles triangle, right? This one, these two. So, if I consider this to be x, this will also be x. So, we can find it out now. 180 will be equal to 1, sorry, it's only 52. 52 plus x and x will be 2x. So solve for x. Take this 52 to the other side. It will be 130, 128 equals 2x. Divide this by 2. It will be 64 equals x. So this is the answer. It should be 64 degrees. Let's just check. Yes, that's the answer. And this was 52 we found out first one. So this is how easily we can solve rectangle problems. Even over here you can just apply. Now, okay, what they have done, they have given you basically x values in terms of x. So it's fine, you have to just find the value of x. Now let's see what is given. ADB, this one, this angle is 4x plus 8. What next? DBA is 6x plus 12. And we need to find the value of x. So how exactly we can solve? We know this plus this plus this will be total 90. It's a triangle, right? So let's use that concept. So this angle is unknown. Let me just write it out over here. Sorry, this is known, 90. These are in terms of x unknown. X is unknown. Let's write them all. 90 plus 4x plus 8 plus 6x plus 12 equals 180 degrees. Now you can simplify this, directly put this in calculator, you will get the x value as well. Or you can just take it, solve it. So 4 plus 6 is 10x equals 180 minus, let me just, 20, 100 and minus 110. Now 10x is equal to 70, x equals 7. So this would be answer. Let's just see the answer. Yes, x is 7. That's it. Very simple. Whatever is given, substitute and then find the unknown. Here also the concept is same. Now pause the video, try it by yourself. You need to solve it by yourself because it's very straightforward problems. And then you can see the steps. So here you can see FEG is FEG, measure of angle FEG. Just zoning out, I guess. FEG is 57 degrees over here. What do you want to know? GEH. So obviously it's 90 minus that 57. That's it, because this total is 90. We know this is how much? 57. So this one will be 90 minus 57. Same thing here. You can easily solve it. This is 13 given over here. HGE is 13. This one. How do you find FGE? So it is again 90 minus 13. You'll get the answer. Same things over here with the height. Please make sure you easily solve it. FK is given, FK, but they are wanting EG, the total length. FK is half of the diagonal, right? So times 2, 32 times 2 is 64. Now here they're asking you to find the measure of HEF and EFG. This is 90 degree, 90 degree. So two 90 degrees, you just sum them up. They have given this angle plus this angle is how much? 90 plus 90, it's 180 degree. That's it. Again, EF is given to be 4x minus 6. We have done similar problems. You can try this by yourselves now. This is given, EF is given, HG is given. Solve for E and F. In the sense you need to find the measure. Now what happens over here is EF is 4x minus 6. HG is x plus 3. They both are equal, isn't it? 4x minus 6. Let me just take it out over here. It's minus 6. That is equal to x plus 3. Now solve it. This goes to the other side. 4x minus x equals 6 plus 3. 3x equals 9. X is equal to 3. This is the answer. X is equal to 3 is the answer. So this is how we can easily solve these problems. That's the end of this topic. Very easy topic. Rectangles are much easier because you know opposite sides are equal, the opposite sides are parallel, the diagonals are equal, and the opposite angles, all the angles are 90. So it's very easy to solve. Write what is given and then easily solve it out. Please do try practicing more problems. Moving on to the question number 9, it is recognize and apply the properties of rhombi and square. Now you might think, what is this, a rhombi? Rhombi is similar to a square. It's called rhombus. Plural form of rhombus is rhombi. I'll just talk about a few of the properties. Let's look into the problem. Now this is a rhombus, okay? First, let's realize what are its properties. Just like a square, all these sides are equal in the sense, now the external sides, these all are equal. Even a square has equal sides, but this has some other characteristics. You can see this is not a 90-degree here. So this is not a square, but just like square, all the sides are equal. You need to understand these diagonals. See, this diagonal is there, right? This is a diagonal which touches the vertices of the opposite vertices, this diagonal. Now those diagonals bisect each other and they are perpendicular. So bisect in the sense they both are equal. And then another important thing is they are perpendicular. In the sense all are 90 degrees over there. And one of the very important characteristics, this angle, the diagonal bisects the angle. This and this is equal. And this is equal, this and this is equal to each other. Okay, they are not all equal, they are just equal to each other in the sense this over here. Now there is one more thing I'm just marking to differentiate. This is equal to this, one line, two line, three line, and so on. Here there is one more thing which you need to remember. Opposite angles are equal. For a rhombus, opposite angle. Now this angle then is equal to this angle over here. Now when it bisects, say for example this and this are equal, all are equal, you know. So these are few of the properties. So we will start solving with those basic properties. You can solve any problem. Look over here, ABD. Let's say where is ABD? D is over here. Okay, this is 60 degrees. Now what are they asking? Find BDC, okay, this angle. Now we know opposite angles are equal and the diagonals bisect. So this is 60, this is also 60, this is also 60. That is equal, that's 60 basically, okay? So the answer is 60 over here. You can see that's from the theorems. Now this is question number 9, so directly if you know the answer, it's fine. Now look at the next problem. AE is equal to 8. Find AC. Where is AE? This is AE. What is AC? The total length. This much is 8. What about the total length? Times 2. 8 times 2 is 16. Because we know the diagonals bisect each other in the sense they're equally cut. If this is 8, then this other part is also 8. So 8 plus 8 is 16. We want the total length 16. Now let's see a few more. That is AB is given. We will clear this now. AB, this length is given over here to be 26. 26, okay. BD is 20, this entire length, okay. BD is 20. This is 26. Now what is unknown? AE, this one is unknown, okay. AE. How we can solve this is, I'm just thinking in my mind. Okay, we can do one thing. I'm not sure. There are many ways, but this method, what I'm thinking is, this is 90 degrees, isn't it? Now the total length BD is 20. So what is BE? It bisects half. It's 10. So BD is 20. So BE is half of it, 10. BA is given to be AB or BA is given to be 26. This is 90 degrees. So we know this is hypotenuse. We can use Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem would state AB the whole square equals, the hypotenuse square is sum of the other two sides, a squared plus b squared. So here we will have 26 squared equals unknown. I'll take it as x squared plus b is 10 squared. You can put in the calculator and directly get it. Now if you're taking 26 squared, it's not coming in my mind right now. We will use calculator. Now in the calculator you can directly put this up. 26 squared equals x squared plus 10 squared. Now what happens is this 10 square 100 goes to the other side. 26 is around 600. I have no clue. It's somewhere over there, I guess. So it'll be around 500. Now you need to take this other side and solve it. But in the calculator, you can directly put it and get it. It's 24. So the square root of that, okay, 24 directly we can write. Just over here, okay, x is equal to 24. That's the answer. Now, otherwise, you can individually find 26 square, then take 100 to the other side, minus it, and then square root of that will be 24. But since it's MCQ, you can directly get it. Let's check the answer. It is 24. And yes, they have used the Pythagorean theorem itself. Yeah, you can use the same thing. Now, what's the next one? Measure of CEB. Where is CEB? CEE, this middle all are 90 degree. You don't need to think about it. Directly it's 90 degree. This is 90 because they're perpendicular, all of them. I mean, the diagonals are perpendicular, so they're all 90 degrees. What about this one then? Here we have measure of CBD. C, B and D is 58. Okay, let's write over here is 58. Now, measure of ACB. ACB is not unknown. How much is it? We know this is 90, right? So easily find it. The sum must be 180 degrees. So how we can do is 58 plus 90 plus x equals 180 degrees. It's a triangle. So just take it to the other side. X equals 180 plus 90 would minus 90 would be 90 minus 58. X is equal to 32. This is the answer. I hope that's clear. X is 32 degrees. Now what about this one? Now they have given in terms of equation. AE is given as 3x minus 1. What is AC? Oh, sorry, AC is given as 16. So how do you find x? We know AC will be equal to 2 times AE, or we can write, because AC value is known, I'll write AC divided by 2. The total divided by 2 must be equal to AE. So substitute. AC is 16 divided by 2 must be equal to 3x minus 1. This is 8 equals 3x minus 1. Minus 1 to the other side means it will be 9 equals 3x. Divide both the sides by 3. 3 equals x. So answer is 3, the value of x. So that is the answer. And the other problems are again straightforward, just like this. Apply and solve it. It's not at all difficult. You can see over here measure of CBD. CBD is 6y degrees. ACB is given as 2y plus 10. This is 90. So add all of them up in the sense 6y plus 2y plus 10 plus 90 must be equal to 180. Now to save time, I'll just do directly everything in calculator. It'll be something like this now. You have to just type it out. 6 instead of x, you have to put y plus 2y plus 10 plus 90 equals 180. Shift and solve. The answer is 10. That's it. Same thing over here. Please do it by yourself and then you can check for the answer. Here AD, its length. AD is given and then CD is given. Now, these both are equal to each other, right? Their sides, all the sides are equal. So equate them to each other and solve. You will get the answer. Same thing with 9 and 10 over here. Now, this is about square. Till over here, we just now had rhombus. Okay, it's mentioned it's rhombus. Now we have square. PQRS is a square. PR is 42. What is TR? Where is TR? This one. Now, here you must always remember square, it's much easier. This is all 90 degrees. All the sides are equal. If all sides are equal, the diagonals must be equal to each other and they bisect over here as well. So what else? This is equal, this is equal. This is a, what is that? Isosceles triangle, okay? Now, what else do we need? Some information is not required. Some basic information is enough. Now, PR is 42. So what is T and R? TR. It's half of that. It's 21. Directly you can do it. Half of that, right? Half of diagonal because they are bisecting. The diagonals are bisecting. They are equally cut into halves. Now, GHJK is a square. KM is over here given as 26.5. What is KH? Where is KH? This is just 2 times it. 26.5 times 2, it will be 52 plus 1, it's 53. The answer is 53. Sorry. So that's the, okay, it should be multiplied by 2. It is 53. There's an error, I believe. Now the question is 26. Yeah, there is an error over here because it's a decimal point and this is even. When you multiply it by 2, it cannot be even, it will be an odd number. So 26 times 2 is how much? 52. 0.5 will be 1, so it should be 53. You can check it in calculators, you will get 53 as the answer. That's the last problem then. So please make sure you realize this is the wrong answer over here. It is 53. I am sorry for that. It is 53 here. This is the correct answer. That's the end of the topic number 9. Please do try to practice more problems and make sure you know the properties of parallelogram, rhombus, and squares. Understand them thoroughly, and then the problems will be very easy to solve. The question number 10 is about trapezoids. Here we have to apply the property of trapezoids, use coordinate geometry to find lengths and endpoints of midsegments. There are about 3 different types of problems. You will learn each of them one by one. The first type is, proving sort of problem. But before that, let us learn a little bit about trapezoids. Now, I'm sure you might know what is a triangle. This is a triangle, isn't it? Now, what if I cut the top of the triangle? This top part is cut off. Then the remaining part, right? This part is a trapezoid. This is a trapezoid. Now, one of the main important property is only one pair of sides are parallel. This side is parallel to this side. The other two are not. See, they're closing in, right? Here, these two are parallel, not the others. Okay. But there is another special thing about this trapezoid. If these parallel sides are called bays. See, they are like a base, right? Like a flat base. So they are base. But it can even be like this. This is also a trapezoid. So imagine the parallel side. These are the base over here. Okay. These are the base. And the other two sides are called legs. These are legs. Okay. Over here it is leg and leg. Now, if the legs are equal to each other, if the legs are equal, okay, if this is equal to this, then it is called isosceles trapezoid. This is important. And in isosceles trapezoid, the base angles are also equal, just like the isosceles triangle. These two are also equal. And one more important property is the consecutive angles of a trapezoid are supplementary. So if I add them up, it will be 180 degrees in total. Same thing over here. If this is isosceles, then these two are equal. Now, with this knowledge, we can easily solve problems. Let's look at this. The numerical sign shows this is a trapezoid. It's a trapezoidal prism. The front face of the sign is an isosceles trapezoid. And they have given us a lot of things. Wx, this is Wx, is equal to 2x minus 2. Yz, where is Yz? This one, Y and Z, is equal to 2x plus 6. Wz is 4x plus 5. And lastly, we have xy, that is 5x minus 3. These are all the values. Now here they have mentioned it's isosceles trapezoid. Now we have to prove this is equal to 8. Let's just prove it. We know these both will be equal. Base can't be equal. Base 1 is short, one is long. It's not equal. They're parallel only. Now they have already mentioned it's isosceles, so the legs, this and this side, are equal. Now that means it's 4x plus 5, that is equal to 5x minus 3. Take 4x to the other side and 3 to the other side will be 5 plus 3 equals 5x minus 4x, so x equals 8. That is your answer. Yes, that's proven. Now, here they want in terms of paragraph statements. So you can tell this is isosceles trapezoid which is given to us. And then from the definition, we know these two sides are equal. That's the legs of the trapezoid are equal in isosceles trapezoid. That's by the definition. So that's equal. And you're equating it. You're using the subtraction property, subtracting 5 on both the sides. Sorry, subtracting 4x on both the sides. Then you're adding both the sides, additional property by 3, and then you're getting x equals 8, symmetry property. All this is not required, just the answer will be asked. This is an MCQ question, that's why. Now we have more problems. B, what they have asked is find the measure of z, this one. Sorry, find the measure of z, unknown, if w is 106. I had told you these two are supplementary. So this x, I will take it as x plus 106 must be equal to 180 degree, right? X is equal to 180 minus 106. That is equal to 74 degrees. Yes, z is 74 degrees. Now, what is the perimeter? Perimeter is basically adding all the sides. They have asked to find the perimeter. So add them all up. We have given the dimensions. So it's 2x minus 2 plus 2x plus 6 plus 4x plus 5 plus 5x minus 3. You can substitute x value we found out was 8. See over here 8 is substituted. But simplify this. 2x plus 2x is 4x plus 4 again 8x plus 5 is 13x. Plus the numbers over here it's 6 plus 5 is 11 minus 3 is 8 minus 2 is 6, so it's plus 6. Substitute 3 times 8 plus 6, so it's 130 minus 26, it's 104 plus 6, 110. That's the answer. Yes, it's correct. That's how we solve it. You can directly put in the calculator and solve also. Those are the steps. Now here we have still more straightforward problems. They have told to find the measure of t. This is an isosceles trapezoid. 60 and 60 is same. Okay, the answer is 60 here. What about this y? It's 180 minus 68. That will be 112. Okay, because these both are supplementary when you add them. Now just subtract this by 180. You'll get the answer for y. And now we move on to the problem where you need to verify whether this is a trapezoid or no. Now this is interesting because you have so many points, right? One way, because since it's MCQ, first try to graph this in your own ways. Let's take a coordinate, for example, like this. Now minus and minus is somewhere over here, minus 3. So I'll just point this point over here. 5 and 1 somewhere over here. 10, t is 10, that is somewhere over here, minus 2. And lastly we have minus 4 and minus 9. Okay, so this seems like a trapezoid because this will be okay. Now this is a trapezoid. Verify it's a trapezoid. Most probably it's a trapezoid. So you can easily quickly solve only for the slope, but I'll show you the exact method. Now from this you can understand this might be a trapezoid. If you do it accurately over there only you'll understand, because these are not going to the other side. If this was say like this, then it's not a trapezoid. Now it's closing in and there are two parallel sides most probably. And now what you can do is you can there are various ways. Graphing will be harder, I believe, so let me just tell you this method. Okay, by the slope, it's easy. We'll do it one by one. If the slopes are equal over here and the slopes are not equal over there, then it's a trapezoid. So if I write the coordinates, r was this is s, t and u. So what you need to do is first find the slope of any two lines. Slope formula is y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, isn't it? So just erase this, that's the thing. Let me erase the coordinate. Now here you need to just choose any 2 points. I'll take the first two, RS. So RS, so what happens? Y2, this is x1, y1, x2, y2. Y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. Now what next? Here you need to simplify. It'll be 3 by plus 3. It is 4 by 8 or half. So the slope is half. Same thing must be repeated, to ST, TU, and lastly RS, U and S, RU, U and R. See this side, this side, this side, this side. So over here it's already done. You can see line RS. I will just keep this one, the figure, let it be. Now the line RS was found out to be half, and the line TU was also found out to be half. These both are parallel. But whereas the UR and ST are not parallel, they have different slopes. So what we can tell, yes, this is a trapezoid because one pair of sides are parallel to each other. Only one must be parallel. They are called the base. Now these are parallel, right? They are the base. This is the base, which are parallel, and these are the legs. Legs must not be parallel. Now the legs are not parallel, we found. So this is a trapezoid. But is it an isosceles trapezoid is the next question. Now how do you find whether it's isosceles? Just find the dimension of these both, RU and ST, by the distance formula. It is square root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. It's basically just substitution, okay? Find RU and ST. If the lengths are equal, then yes, they are isosceles. But look over here, square root 37, it's about 6.1, whereas square root 34 is about 5.9 something. They're not same. So these both are not equal, therefore this cannot be isosceles trapezoid. It's not an isosceles trapezoid. That's it. Now we have one more problem, same method. You can just do it. It's just lengthy, but it's very easy, at the same time. See, now this is the formula. You have to just find the slope. You found the slope over here, 0 and 0, then different slope, negative 3/4 and positive 3/4. So that means, yes, this is a trapezoid because one set of a pair of lines are parallel, but others are not. And what about the isosceles? We have to find the distance now. Find the distance using the distance formula, and you can see the distance. Now here, remember, don't find the distance of the parallel sides. There is no point. If you do AD and BC, they are not equal at all. You have to do AB and CD, which are non-parallel, AB and CD. The lines which are non-parallel, only those distance we find out, okay? And they are equal in this case. That means it is an isosceles trapezoid. So that's how it is. And that's the answer. And we go to the last set of, this is the mid-segment one. Now mid-segment, it's very easy. Let's look at this figure over here. What it says is, now imagine this is a trapezoid. Is this a trapezoid? These both are parallel and these are not parallel. Yes, it's a trapezoid. Now there is look at this. The two parallel lines are there, right? These are the base. Now look at the legs. Leg is HL. Okay, this is the leg. Okay, and JK. Now mid segment means a line which is drawn at the midpoint of H and L and midpoint of J and K. This point, midpoint, and that is connected. So this is a special line because we can write its formula. What is TS? That is equal to half of, that's the top base HJ plus the bottom base L and K. So this is the formula. Now over here, what is given? HJ is given as 14. So that means we know this is 14. What is LK? The base, another base is given as 42. What is TS? The mid segment? Half of this. 40, 50, 56. Half multiplied to it would be 23, 25, 28. That is the value of TS. Sorry, it's going curved because of the way my things are positioned. I'm sorry. You can see over here, this is the correct answer. I realized that it's going down because I was just cramped up for space. I'm sorry for that. I'll write it more accurately henceforth. You can see the answer is 28 because of the formula. This is a very important formula. Now try this by yourselves. It's very simple. Okay, I hope you tried. Now we will do it. So this is, okay, if you cannot see, this is LK. Okay, this is the K. Now here, LK is given to be 19. And what is TS? TS is given to be 15. Now how do we find HJ? We know TS equals half of LK plus HJ. So TS is known, that is 15 equals half of LK is 19 plus X. Now you can put this in the calculator directly and solve, or you can simplify, take this to the other side. It will be 15 times 2 is 30 equals 19 plus X. Take 19 to the other side, it will be 30 minus 19. That is equal to 11. That is X value. It's 11 over here. So that's how we solve it. Very simple, very straightforward. Now please do solve these problems by yourself. They're just similar problems, but different values are unknown. Over here, Hj is given and Ts is given. You have to find Lk, same method. Here KL is given. Where is KL? KL and JH. So again, ST is the same thing. You find it using the mid segment. And TS is given again, LK is given. It's very straightforward. Mid segment, it's the same thing. You can see this. And now they are telling to find the endpoints. Okay. Now this is again another easy problem. It's just that you need to find the midpoints. There are various methods for this. One of the method would be, now look at A and B. Are they straight lines? This is the best and easy way. If it is a straight line or a flat line, just count the middle point directly. Okay, count the middle point directly. Now we have to find the midpoint of AB and DC. Why? Because AD and BC are parallel. That means these are the base. The legs are these, the legs midpoints, right? We need the legs midpoints. How do we find the midpoints? Is very simple. All you need to do is count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means midpoint will be somewhere at the 2.5 mark. That is the midpoint. Okay, I will write M. What about this midpoint? It will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2. See, there is one way you can do that is find the Pythagoras. It's a lengthy one. No, I mean, it's not very accurate. Somewhere over here in the middle, somewhere over here. I'm not sure. I don't think so. That's the point, but somewhere over there. Okay, we will solve that. So how do we solve that? Is midpoint formula. Midpoint is very easy. See what is D. D is 1, X is 1, comma, Y is 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas C is 1, 2, 3, comma, 0. Midpoint is always given by x1 plus x2 divided by 2, y1, this comma, y1 plus y2 divided by 2. This is it. Just substitute over there, you will get the answer. Okay, you know x1, y1, x2, y2. You can interchange them, doesn't matter. Here they have done midpoint for both, but we had found over here the midpoint already, right? This is minus 3 and 0.5. So this is already found out directly, minus 3 and minus 0.5, or you can use the same midpoint formula and do it. The next one is somewhere over here. It's 2 and 2. Yeah, this point is correct. What we assumed. How do we do that? Is writing the coordinates. Look, this is 1, x is 1, another x is 3. 3 plus 1 by 2, that is 2. And what is the y value? 4 and 0. 4 plus 0 is divided by 2. That's how we do it. So these are the midpoints of the mid segment. Same thing over here. Please do it by yourselves. I'll tell you what is the base. This is the base. This is the base. These are the legs. Here it is easy to find out because it's a 45-degree line. Okay, no, this was not a 40. This is a 45-degree line. The midpoint is here. I can easily tell it's over here. Okay, because it covers 2 blocks from the center, so midpoint is very straightforward. What about this midpoint? It's somewhere over here, but you need to use the midpoint formula for accuracy. All you have to do is this one over here. one was minus 1 and 2. Yes, minus 1 and 2 is correct. But this one is 1, 2, 3, 3.5 and minus 1. Yeah, it's most accurate. But it's better, very, very, helpful if you use the midpoint formula. But since you have four options, check which is more likely. If other options are elsewhere, say they are in the other coordinates altogether, then you can just ignore those options and choose the correct one. That's the end of the topic number 10. Okay, it was important one, that was trapezoids. And make sure you understand the differentiation of these shapes, like difference between the shapes, the squares, the trapezoids, rhombi, or parallelogram, rectangle. Understand the properties and differences among them. It will help you a lot. We move on to the question number 11. Here we determine two figures, whether two figures are similar. The first part is to write similarity statements, which is very easy and very, very straightforward. Now look over here. They have told this is similar, and we have to list all the congruent angles and write the proportion of the corresponding sides. Now, how do we see that? How do we write the angles which are congruent to each other? Look, whenever two polygons are similar, these two are similar, right? Look, if I have a triangle, if I tell it's similar to this triangle, obviously this is not equal to this. Similarity does not mean it's equal. Similarity means characteristics are similar. In the sense, angles are all same. Now, easy way, like what I usually say is, now imagine there are two twins, okay? Two twins, they are identical twins, okay? They're same identical twins. They are congruent in the sense they're equal, they look same, look alike, everything is same, identical, they look just the same thing. They are called congruent. Okay, now if you have siblings, one is older, one is younger, they may not look the same, they are different sizes, but they have same characteristics, family name and many other things, so they are similar characteristics. They are called similarity. This is only similar. Now when you have a big triangle, big polygon and small polygon, you can see they're not congruent, they are just similar. So don't think that the sides are all same. No, only the angles are congruent. Angles are congruent, that means angles are equal over here. Now if it's A, this is A. If it's X over here, B, they're equal, like that. How do we understand? The easier way is, they have given the similarity statement. See the first. That is A, angle A is congruent to W. Whereas B, second one, will be congruent with the second one over here, that is X. Same way, C will be, and D, you can write it by yourselves, will be congruent to C is with Y and D with Z. This is the congruent statement. Now don't write the lines. See, look, AB, the line AB, the first two will be with first two, right? Don't write AB is congruent to WX. This is wrong. The sides are not congruent. They are not equal at all. Looking at this figure, you can tell AB is bigger than WX. They are not congruent. But they are proportional in the sense you can consider any one side first, any one polygon first. I'll take this as 1, this as 2. So now what you have to do is consider these two sides, AB, divided with AB means the corresponding side will be WX. That's the thing. This will be equal to, take any other two side, that is BC, that will be corresponding with XY, and lastly CD must correspond with Y and Z, and last we have AD or DA. It depends on how you write. If you write DA, write Z and W divided by Z and W. This is the corresponding sides proportionality. You can see this is the answers. Now over here, A is with W, B is with X, and that's the thing they have mentioned over here. And A is congruent to W, B is congruent, and so on. But the proportionality, even you can take WX first, it's fine. If you take WX first, all these must be on the top, this would be on the bottom. So that is the thing. And you can see over here, where are we? The same thing what we got. Okay, here we have taken DA, that's fine, ZW, or you can take it as AD, WZ. That's how we solve this particular problem. Very simple. And now there are more problems on the same concept, so please make sure you solve it by yourselves. Here, pause the video and do it by yourselves. I hope you tried. We will look into the answers, see the M with R, N with S, P with T, and Q with U. And the proportionality will be Mn. You can consider anything up. If you consider Rs, then divide by Mn. So we Mn is first, then Rs. So all the first, this polygon will be first only up above itself, all the dimensions. Whereas this will be down. That's it. Even over here, the triangle, same thing. Please do it by yourselves. You can easily see it's very simple, very straightforward. Pause the video and look for it. If there's nothing new in this, I'm sure you must get the correct answer here. Same thing over here. Please make sure you solve it up, and you can pause the video and check it out. This is also very straightforward. There's nothing trick or nothing unique about this. It's very simple. Again, same thing. Set all the problems same. Now here, just be careful. Don't look into the figures because they are tilted, right? It's better you just focus on the given similarity. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, J. So you can see AB by FG, BC by GH, CD over here with HJ, CD, yeah, this is all same, and AD with FJ. So that is the thing. And now this one is inside, the small triangle is inside. Now this is similar. Why? Because we have we have proportionality over here. Whenever you see triangles like this, they are always similar. Now what you do is similar because of various postulates. You can take AA, SAS, or AAA postulate as well. Angle. All the angles will be equal, right? Now because this is parallel, and this is over here given. So just look at this, given one. Triangle MNP is similar to QRS. You can use the figures as well, but it might lead into confusion. If you're very thorough, it's fine. You can directly use the figure, but it's better to use this given statement and write this. Just focus here. MN over here, right side is QR, NP, RP, and so on. That's it. Okay, now we have some values and we have to find the scale factor. Now what happens is, we were writing the proportionality, right, just a while ago. So what that proportionality says is, if it is similar, then all these scale factor must be equal. But first we need to find whether it's similar. How do we do it? Find the angles. We know 90 degree matches. Okay, what about the other two? See, is this similar? No, the angles are different. This is different. So no, this is not similar at all. You can't proceed at all. See, the angles do not match. Wait a minute, they have told one. No, none of the angle match. Z, oh, only with this, sorry. Z and K, yes, that's 90 degrees. But you can see W and M or W and L, none of these match. So it is no, the triangles are not similar. That's it. Here now, let's look at this one. Here, what do we have? This is equal to this, and these two sides are equal. That means this is two equilateral triangles. This is a similar triangle, okay? You can see over here, they are using the corresponding angle theorems. We know WXZ will be equal to YXZ. See this one, this angle and this angle is equal. Fine. And from this, what else do you know? See over here, this and this is also equal. Another way to understand is, if you take this W, Y, and Z, you can see this will be an equal isosceles triangle, right? These two are equal, so these two angles will be equal, and then obviously this also will be equal. Or now from your corresponding angles, you can say this angle will be equal to this angle as well. And then if all the angles, only these are remaining, so obviously that is also equal. So this triangle and this triangle are corresponding to each other, okay, are similar. So now what you do is sides. They have already told us this side WZ and ZY are equal. But now if this is equal, what happens exactly? Because they are equal, WZ divided by ZY, they are equal. It's basically WZ divided by WZ itself. It is equal to 1, isn't it? That's the thing. So all the others must be equal to 1. All the corresponding sides will be equal to 1. Now here that's what is written. You're looking at this now. This triangle W, X and Z is similar to this. There are different ways to, because see this is 11, you don't need to go in detail. I will tell you one more way. Looking at this triangle, now this and this is equal, so obviously this and this will be equal, and then the third angle will be equal. Now otherwise, understanding this two over here, this corresponding will be equal, so that is up, because from the isosceles angle triangle property, that also can be used. Various properties can be used. Now these both are corresponding sides, isn't it? Now these are equal to 1. We know all the other corresponding side must be equal to 1. But how would you prove that? See now, X and Z is the common side for both. That's the same side, X and Z. So this is the common side for both. That will also be equal to 1. Okay? And then over here, what is remaining? We are remaining with this and this part. And that is also equal. Because that is, all the this, then it'll be an equilateral triangle basically. So that's the thing. And the scale factor over here was 1. We found it out over here. The scale factor is 1. So directly looking at this, we can write it. Now over here, now these have been given over here. The values are given. So it's very, very easy. Find the scale factor by dividing any two sides. These sides, just divide it. All the angles are equal. So obviously this is similar, no doubt. Okay. All the angles are equal. Now, angles are directly straightforward. You can write them. And what can you do is, for the scale factor, see these two and these two. Do they match? Only if they match. Now these are not matching, right? Look, they're not matching. So these are not similar. I just realized I told it is similar. It is not similar. It is angles are all equal. Okay. So that is the first part of similarity. All the angles are equal. Yes. But the sides must be proportional. Now, if at all, if two polygons, all the angles are equal, but the sides that we write, AB and MN equals CD divided by XY like this, if they are not equal to each other, if they're not proportional, then it's not similar. These are not similar. Now, basically over here, you have 2, 8. So divide anything. 8 by 2, that is 4. This must be the same thing. 10 by 4 must be same. No, 10 by 4 is 2.5, which is not possible. That is, they are not similar. Let's think over here. Let's see the similarity. Looking at them, we can't exactly say, but we can say this angle, this is 90 angle. So the angle, this is vertically opposite. Yes, all the angles are congruent. That is done. All angles congruent. Now, how would you solve the sides? So first of all, we need to know the order as well. This C, both of it as B over here. If you write F over here, and then if you write D over here, G over here, this similarity statement. But now we are not sure whether this is similar or no. So what you do is take any two sides. I will consider DB, divided by, if I take DB, it should be GF, this one. Let's see, is it 4 divided by 20 by 3 equal? I'll simplify this. 3 goes up over here. Wait, 1 time 5 times. It will be 3 by 5. Now I will take BC divided by FC. Substitute the values. What is BC? 5 divided by what is FC? 25 by 3. 1 time 5 times 3 goes up 3 by 5. Very good. Like, what's the remaining? DC is remaining. DC by GC. What is DC? It is 3 divided by 5. Yes, all the three scale factors are same. The scale factor is 1, and yes, they are similar. So this is the similarity thing. If you check all that, you will easily get it. Now, if you're getting confused with direct methods, put in the calculator. You can get the answer. Okay. So that is correct, and that is the final problem. So just try to practice more problem. Try to understand the statements. Okay, that's very important. All the angles must be equal for it to be similar. but still there must be the sides must be proportional, only then it's similar. Otherwise it's the same shape, same polygon, angles are equal, but it's not similar to each other. So just be careful with that, and then you can easily solve it up. The question number 12 is to use the AA similarity. The AA similarity is angle-angle similarity in a triangle only, not any polygon. So whenever there are two angles in a triangle equal to the similar triangles, say for example you have like this and like this, two of the angles are equal, then the third angle will be equal because that's the third angle property of a triangle, and then these both are similar. So this is basically the AA similarity criterion, and we have to solve and prove triangles similar. So now we will look into problems. Determine whether each pair of triangles are similar over here. So now they have given us, in the first case, this is similar, this is equal. Now this is one triangle, and I will just change the color over here, and this is one more, right? Okay, that's very bad drawings. Anyways, you get the idea, right? So this is one triangle over here, and the other one is just opposite to it. Now you must prove at least two triangles are similar, at least two. How would you do that? They have already given us one, that is, this is similar to this. Okay, F is similar to J, that is already mentioned. But what about the other things? Let's look. Is there anything? If you look carefully, the H is equal. They are vertically opposite triangles, isn't it? Don't think G and K because they have not told anything about that. But H and H, they are vertically opposite. Whenever you have two lines crossing like this, the opposite angles are always equal, the vertically opposite angles. That is the thing. If this is 120, this will be 120. If this is 60, this will be 60. Now then, that is similar, this is similar. Now you need to write it properly. How do you write it? If you write F, H, G, then it is similar. Sorry, this is similar symbol. F, you started over here, start with J, H and K. J, H, K. So they must be similar. Now here what to do? You have 40, 98. There's 98 over here. What about this angle? Let's find out. 180 minus 98 minus 42. So what would happen? It would be 140. So 180 minus 140, that is 40 degrees. So this is 40 degrees. Now look here, this and this is 40. This and this is 98. So this over here must be 42. If you solve it, you will get 42. Yes, this is similar. The similarity proportional, how do you write it? Now imagine you start with STR. STR. Where is 42 here? W. So write W first, which is 42. Next was T, that is 98. Here it is V. And last remaining is U. That's the answer. So both are similar in this case. By A similarity we proved both are similar. Now here it is written RST, but doesn't matter, STR. R is corresponding with U. See, R with U, T with V, yes, and S with W. Same thing over here. You can see F with J, F with J, yes. H with H, H with H, and lastly G and K. So it doesn't matter what, it must be, the in line, that similarity statement must be correct. So please make sure you write this properly. It's very easy, whichever are equal, you can easily equate them. Now here, look at this problem. I know this is equal to each other, but did they give any information about A and B and D and F? No, I don't have enough information. I can't tell anything. Though they look similar, I can't tell they are similar because I don't have enough information. There is 90, 60, last one will be 90 minus 60, that's 30. Here there is 30, 90, and this will be 60. So if you start with S, over here it will be R. K next over here, that means over here it will be T, and lastly M and Q. This is the similarity. It can vary. Instead of SKM, it might be MKS, then it would be Q, KT, and lastly R. It depends, okay? Whatever is given. So over here SKM is only there, RTQ. And this is not similar because we don't have enough information, okay? Uh, Now, if at all these both they are mentioned over here, AB and DF is similar, then yes, this would be similar because we have a theorem. If these are similar, then you can easily equate them and solve them. But over here, we do not have any information, so no. Next over here, same thing, guys. You please try to do it by yourselves. Find the other measure and then finalize. See, 20, 41, 41 is same, but what about the other one? So please make sure you solve it. This is, it is similar because when you solve it, you'll get 52 here. Then all three are same. But now here we don't have angles, we have sides. How do we solve this one? Do you remember the proportionality we did in the previous question, question 11, I believe? Same thing, just do that. Now, how do you select this and this or this? How do you select? The way to select is, if you choose the biggest value here, what is the biggest value? 20, right? Divided by the biggest value in the other side. Which is the biggest one? It is 15. This must be equal to, now, which is the smallest or next biggest? The middle value is 12. You can choose the smallest also, it's fine. I chose the middle one. Here, middle one is 9. This must be equal to the smallest by smallest. Now, let's solve. This is 4 by 3. This is again 4 by 3 because table 5 goes 4 times and this over here 3 times. Table 4 goes 3 fours are 12 and 3 threes are 9. Oh, here it is 5 and 4. It's not the same. See, I thought it would be the same. No, this is not similar. Why? Because look at this. What is this? The ratio, the scale factor. Sorry, the scale factor must be equal, right? The proportionality must be equal, which is not. So therefore, you can't tell this is similar. It is not similar. See, it's not proportional. That's why. Over here, they have just taken 2, but you can do all the 3, which is easy as well. Now we move on to a real world problem. Here they have told a cell phone tower casts a shadow that is 100 feet long. Let's just check whether there is no figure over here. So let's do the figure as we are when we are reading. Sorry. There is a cell phone tower. This is 100 feet. Let us write this 100 feet. And okay, now there are 3 feet 4 inches. We will convert that in a while. And then at the same time, Leah stands near the tower and casts a shadow. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't even read the question properly. Look here. Cell phone tower casts a shadow. So this is the cell phone tower, which I don't know the height of. Let me just erase this off, okay? That is, say, X. This is X. Because they have told to find the height, how tall it is. The shadow is 100 feet. Okay. Now, the shadow would be generally smaller because I can see Leah's height is, so I will just do it a little bit smaller because this height will be bigger. Okay. Why? Because Leah height is bigger and the shadow is small. That means technically the shadow must be smaller. So just, that's the thing. Now, this is X and over here it's 100 feet. Now, Leah is standing, Leah is 4 feet 6 inches. So she might be standing somewhere over here because the shadow is very, very small. Somewhere over here. Imagine this is I'll just change the color for her dimension. This is a thing. And a shadow is somewhere over here. Now we need to find the height. How do we do this? But before I write the dimensions over here, let us just quickly solve this. Do you recall when you have 3 feet 4 inches? How do you write this? It is 4 by 12 feet. Just remember this because always to convert inches to feet, you have to divide by 12. So here it is 4 by 12. Now same thing over here, 4 feet 6 by 12 inches. This is in terms of feet. Now what is the height? This is 4 6 by 12, which is 4.5 technically. And this is what over here? 4 by 12. Now, if you look carefully, this one, if you close it over here, what is this? A triangle. And if you close this over here, It's another triangle, right? Now, if you see properly, again, if you observe carefully, the angle over here, because it's upright, and this is 90 degree, and this is the common angle. So from AA similarity, we prove that these two triangles are similar. So if they are similar, then we can use proportionality. Now imagine this is the big height I'm using. Let me just change this. Okay, this is the big height. That is the x divided by the smaller triangle's height. That is how much? 4, 6 by 12. That's it. This must be equal to, what is the total height over here? Bigger triangles. 100 divided by, what is the shadow? Small one. 3, 4 by 12. You can just put this in calculator and solve. You don't need to, solve in steps because it's a MCQ. So that's it. Take out your calculator. I hope this triangle is clear. This is the height of the, the tower. This is the height of Leah. This is the height of the shadow, and this is Leah's height, Leah's shadow. So they are proportional to each other. So we write proportionality. X upright, upright values. The shadow values, shadow values. Let's take out the calculators. All you can do is directly input them. It's fine. Alpha x equals divided by 4. Let me just clear the calculator. Shift 9 3 equal AC, because I'm using mixed fractions, right? That's the reason. Anyways, I think so you would have got the answer anyways. Now, how do you put this? Don't press this. That's wrong. You need to press shift and this symbol. Now it is 4 6 by 12. This is a single unit now. That is equal to alpha and calc 100 divided by, again, shift and this symbol, 3 4 by 12. Don't need to simplify. Calculator will do it. Shift and solve. The answer is 135. Let's just check the answer. Yes, that's the answer. All that, you don't need to write anything. Just this diagram for your understanding, this proportionality, and directly the answer. Answer is 135. So that's the thing. You should know the height is bigger than the shadow. So that means the answer will be greater than 100. It would make sense, right? So that is the thing. That's how we solve it. Now here the diagram is given. Please do solve it by yourselves. Here also you can see this is 90, 90 common angle. This is AA similarity, and write the proportionality now. What is the proportionality? I'll directly write 40. What do you need to solve for? X. This is the value. 48 divided by 6 will be equal to x by 8. Cross multiply. This 8 goes to the other side. It will be 48 times 8 by 6. That would be 41 times, how much is it? 8 times, right? Yes. And 8 8s are 64. So 64 is the value of x. Is it correct? Yes, x value is 64. Directly from this figure. Now the next one is to find y. How would you solve y? It is basically, now we will write the equation over here. That is basically, you can see we found out the x value. X is equal to what? Y plus 8. That's it. Now what was the x value? It was 64 equals y plus 8. Take 64 minus 8 equals y. What would this happen? It's 56 equals y. That's it. Very simple. See, you don't need to do any extra methods or anything, because it's MCQ. You can easily guess the answer, see the correct answer. That's it. Now over here, we have been given in terms of equation. This is again easy. The two angles are similar, so it's AA similarity. Directly write the proportional. Now, which proportionality do you write? Write the ones which you have the values. Don't use BD and AB. There is no point having this sides. Don't use that. Only the ones which you have you have values of. If you say start with this side, that is x plus 5 divided by this one, right? X plus 1. That will be equal to, now I use this triangle, so use the other triangle in the top, 15 by 12. Now you can put this in calculator directly and solve, or cross multiply. It will be 12 times x plus 5 equals x 15 times x plus 1. So it will be 12x plus 60 equals 15x plus 15. Now you can simplify, take 12 to the other side. 60 minus 15 equals 15 minus 12. This is 15x. And the answer over here is 45 equals 3x. 3, 10, 15 is x. So the x value is 15. Now the answer is not over. We have just found the x value. They want the AC value. X is 15. 15 plus 1 is 16. The answer is 16 over here. See, the x value we found was 15. And then you have to just add 1 to it. That's the answer. Just be careful, because I'm sure some of you will be tempted to write, oh, 15 is the correct answer. No, because you will have 4 options. I'm sure this will be one of your options. Now they are asking for AC, so make sure you substitute the x value back here. 15 plus 1, final answer is 16. Same thing over here. Please do try this by yourselves and solve. Now here we know these are similar, so directly I'll write proportionality. The bigger triangle 16 divided by the smaller triangle equals x plus 18 divided by x minus 3. It's up to you. You can write the small triangle as well. It's fine, and you'll get the correct answer. Now I'll just directly do it in the calculator. I'll show you how. In your calculator, just substitute these values. 16 divided by 4, which is 4 itself, equal alpha x plus 18 divided by alpha x minus 3. Just shift and solve, equal to, the value is 10, x is 10. But now that is not the answer. JL is what? Substitute 10 everywhere. Substitute 10 instead of x. 10 plus 18, 28. That's the answer. And over here we have EH. Please do solve this by yourself. It's the same thing, similar thing. Now make sure you substitute over here. EH is what you need to solve for. But what is the speciality? How can we find EH? There are various ways. But first thing, you need to solve for x, right? First, let's solve for x. And then whatever the value you get for EG will be equal to EH. Why? Because these both are parallel. That means they are corresponding. These are equal. See over here, 9, 9. That means whatever is over here, this is equal. These are proportional. Okay, this part will be equal. So whatever EG and EH will be equal to each other. We have that theorem in one of the lessons which we have done before. So that's the reason. So all you need to do is use the proportionality, 12 by 6. And then what you can do, okay, over here it's a little bit tricky. I'll do this. Now this is the entire triangle. Okay, this is the full triangle. And this is the small triangle. So if you're using this 12 divided by small triangle 6, here, next one, you must write the entire value. That is x plus 5 plus 9, because this entire thing must be written this side plus this side. It's x plus 5 plus 9 divided by the small triangle, that is x plus 5. Now you can put in the calculator and solve it. I'll just use the calculator over here. What happens? It's 12 by 6. I'll directly write it's 2. Sorry, 2 equals 12 by 6 is 2. And over here we have alpha x plus 14, that is 9 plus 5. And down we have x plus 5. Shift and solve. What's the answer? The answer is 4. X value is 4. Let's just check. Yes, the x value is 4. Now the answer is not 4. It's 4 plus 5. That's 9, because we know EG and EH are equal. So the final answer is 9. That's how we do this. Same thing again and again. Please now solve it by yourselves and then check for the answers. Here is the solution, the detailed solution. Find the x values. Write the proportionality. Over here it's written. Your proportionality can vary, doesn't matter. After writing the proportionality, make sure you find the x value and then find whatever is asked for, that is VT value. Same thing over here. Okay, now this one, 13th problem. Olivia draws a regular pentagon and starts connecting its vertices to make a 5-pointed star. Okay, so this is a regular pentagon, that's 5 sides. Regular means all the sides are equal, angles are equal, and sides are equal. And the vertices were connected and the star is made. After drawing the three lines in the star, she becomes curious to know about the two triangles that appear, that is ABC, okay, this triangle, and CEB, okay, this one. They look similar to her. Prove that this is the case. We need to prove. So basically, they have told it's similar. We have to just prove it. Okay, now I'll just quickly run through how it is done. Okay, finding the angles, and then what they have done over here is okay, got it, based because these isosceles. Okay, let me just tell you how it is. Now the concept over here is, first find the angles. We have no clue what anything is, right? But we know this is a pentagon. We have the formula to find the interior angle, that is n minus 2 into 180 degree, right? So what is the n? N is number of sides. There is 5 sides minus 2, that is, sorry, into 180 degree. 5 minus 2 is 3 times 180, 18, 38, 36, 54. It will be 540 degrees. So the total interior angle is 540. Now what is each angle over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what you need to do? Divide it by 5. Let's just divide it over here. 540 divided by 5. 500 will be 100, and then 40 is 8. So 108 degrees. So each of this angle, A, D, B, C, and this unknown angle is 108 degree. Why? Because this is the formula to find the interior angle. And since it's a regular pentagon, that means all the angles, interior angles, are equal. So how many angles are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N, whatever is the answer, you must divide by n, that is 5. So that's why we get 108. Let's just check answers. Yeah, it's 108. Now, what do we know? I will erase this. Now, we know that ADB is 108, DBC is 108, and only we can see, we can only deal with these two sides, isn't it? Let me just get the pen here. This, and this, okay, because we know these two triangles. Now let's just focus over here. They have mainly used DBA. Okay, now this triangle, let's focus on this triangle for now. We know DA is equal to DB. Why? Because it's a regular pentagon. All the sides are equal. So this is an isosceles triangle. Do you agree? Because these two sides are equal. The legs are equal. So this angle and this angle must be equal. Why? Because it's an isosceles triangle. Now, how do you find DBA? We know this is 108. Now, this one, if I take x, what will be this? It will be x itself. So the total angle is 180 degrees. That will be equal to 108 plus x, that is 2x. Now solve it. Take this to the other side. It will be 72 over here equals 2x divided 35 plus 1 is 36 equals x. So these two angles are 36. So I will write it over here now. 108. Okay, now, sorry, I have removed it quickly. Let me just show you. This is it. Because the total angle is 108 and I know this is x and x, so it's 28. Sorry, total is 180. This is 108, 2x. Solve it. Put in the calculator, you'll get x is 36. Now this 108, 36, 36. Now the same concept can be done over here. Do you agree? The same thing can be done over here with D, B, and C. Why? Because we know this is 108, the total over here. Total is 108. And then we can tell this one is 36. This one over here is 36. Now you can find more details like what is the remaining angle over here? We know that is 108 minus 36. Why? Because the total angle is 108. This much is 36. So what will be the remaining, this part? It will be 108 minus 36. That will be 98, 88, 78, and 72. 72 degrees. So this must be 72 degrees. I hope this much is clear. Let me just check whether I'm doing it okay, all right, or no. 36, yeah, that's what they also have done over here. And now we have enough information, don't you think? Why enough information? because here we know the, okay, now look at this. ABC and what do we need? CEB. Where is CEB? This one. We know both the base angles of CEB. So we know all the three angles over here. So let's find this angle. What is that angle over here? That will be, now we know 72, 36. What's the remaining angle? That will be basically 180 minus 72 minus 36. So over here we will have 108 minus 36, that is 72 again. So what we understand here is 72, 72, 36. This is 72. Now here also, this is 36. This one will be, wait, I'm a little confused now with all the triangles, all the angles. Now what you can do is, see, now we understood this is 36. This is, let me just write it out over here. Let me remove all and write only the important ones, okay? Because we can easily translate it. Whatever we got over here, the same thing keeps on repeating, okay? That's why we can easily translate it. Let me remove this and let me write it over here. So here we have, this was 72. We found this also was 72. This was 36. Now we know all these will be 36. Everywhere it's 36. If this is 36, 36, that's 72. And what is now the remaining one? 108. This total is 108. But this will also be 36 now. So again, the total angle 36 plus 36 is 72. And this is 36. Aren't they similar? Now I will draw these separately to make you understand. This is 72. 72, 36. This one is spaced like this, but we have 72 here, 36 here, and 72. See, the 72, 72, 36, they are similar because all these sides have equal angles. They are not congruent to each other, but the angles are equal. So that is why we can tell they are similar. Okay, this is why we can prove. You can just, see over here. If you find one set, then it's translated. You don't need to do again and again. If you understand one thing, this is 108. Then over here, this is 108. Then this is isosceles triangle. So 36, 36. That's enough. Then everywhere, they are all the same thing because it's a regular pentagon. So that's why we can easily say, yes, that is a similar triangle. And that's the end of this topic. It's about AA similarity. Now in the previous one, you don't need to solve all the three. I did all the three, but if you find any two angles, it's enough. That is the main concept of AA similarity. It is any two angles, then you're done. So that's it for this topic, this question. Please do practice more problems solved by yourselves. Be thorough with the formulas and understand the key concepts of each topic, and then it'll be very easy. The question number 13 is about the SSS and SAS similarity. As you might have guessed, SSS is side, 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 and SAS is side, angle, side. The important thing to know over here with SAS is, it's not any two sides and angle. It is two sides and the included angle. What does that mean? Now, if you have a triangle, say like this, okay, and over here, if these two are to be similar, now this and this must be proportional, this and this must be proportional, and the included angle, this only must be equal to each other. Now instead of this, we had this equal to this, doesn't help us, it's not similar. We will look into problems, you'll understand much better. See over here, we need to find whether these are similar or no. Okay. Remember, the sides do not need to be equal. They just need to be proportional. Now here, there are no values. They have told this side is equal to this side and these both are equal. But they are not equal to each other. Now imagine this is 5. This can be 8. This can be again, this has to be 5. These both are equal. This will be 8. I'm just taking a random value. Now let's see the proportionality. TS must be proportional. If I take TS, the opposite side, on the other triangle, over here, SQ, they must be proportional. And over here, RS, because I chose T as the small triangle first, here also small triangle must be up, and SW. This must be proportional, it's not equal. Let's see whether they are proportional. Now we have assumed it to be 5 by 8, that is equal to 5 by 8, isn't it? They are proportional. Doesn't matter which value you take. Over here, these both are equal. These both are equal, which will lead to proportionality. And here they have told this is equal to this. That means it's great because it's vertically opposite angles. They are equal. Now we have SAS. SAS. So it is they are similar from SAS criterion. So you can see the answer will be SAS similarity over here because these both sides will be proportional, ST and SX, SR and SW, and angle S is equal. Now here they have there are no angles. So what do you do is look into the proportionality. Now how and which to take, which to choose. The biggest side. Now there are two biggest side. It's fine. Both must be taken at the first. Here biggest sides 9 and 9. Is it equal to the smallest sides? Let's check. 3 3s are 3 4s are. We'll get 4 by 3 here. 3 4 times 3 4 times 3 3 times. It's 4 by 3 again. And now over here, which table goes is 2 times 2 3 times 4 times. Yes, they are all proportional. That means it is SSS postulate. That is not the sides are all equal. They are not equal. They are proportional. That means all have a same scale factor over here. They are proportional. So you can see all the scale factors are 4 by 3. Hence, they are SSS similarity. So they are similar, these triangles. Now, there are plenty more problems. Please do it by yourselves. Please do try and solve it by yourselves. I'll do this one quickly. Very easy is the angle is same. So, angle, very good, it's done. Now, choose the bigger side here. Biggest one is 14 here. Divided by the bigger one over here is 21. That must be equal to the other side, where 10 and 15. Let's check. 7 goes 2 times, 7 goes 3 times. Here also 5 goes 2 times, 3 times. It's 2 by 3 equals 2 by 3. Since it's equal, it is proportional by SAS postulate or criterion. SAS. That's the answer. And same thing over now. Let's look at this one for a minute. They have given this angle and this angle is it'll be proportional. This and this is proportional. Is this side given? No, they have not given. What about the angles? This unknown. Now this looks like a 90 degree. Can we assume it to be 90 degree? No, we cannot, because this can be 89 degrees, which looks similar to 90 degree, right? So do not assume angles. This is not given, so we cannot solve this. There is no enough information, okay? Now, okay, yeah, see, that's the thing. Cannot be proven. I thought they have proved it over here. It cannot be proven. But if the side was given, yes, we could have proven by SAS. Or if this angle was given, that can be proven. Now, even if this was given, see, this is not given in the first place. But if you think it's 90 and 90, but that is not the angle which we require. We need included angle, which is unknown, B and D. So that's the thing. It cannot be proven. Now, here, identify the similar triangles and find x. Okay, first it must be similar. Let's see over here. This is 90 degree, 90 degree. And what about the sides? Now over here, this side and this side, it's not proportional. We don't know. This is x, so we can't use side. This side is not given. So we cannot use side. Only one side can be found out. So no, sides no. Oh, look over here. This angle is equal. And what about these two angles, guys? I forgot about this angle. This is vertically opposite angles, right? See, now here you can't use SAS. No, even SS is not possible. The last problem we had studied, AA similarity, right? Angle similarity. That is the one which we have to use over here. Reason being, there is no way we can use proportionality because only one pair of angle is given. This is unknown and this is also unknown. So we cannot use sides. We have to deal with angles. This is known and we know vertically opposite angle. So AA similarity, it is proven that these two triangles are similar. Now we have found they are similar, but what about the x value? Now, if they are similar, the sides, all the sides are proportional, isn't it? So now we will find out. The big side, 10. Now, it's not over here, it's not the big side. Look over here. This is proportional to this side. Okay? Divided by x, that is equal to, this is the vertical side, 8 divided by 4. Okay, or you can write the small triangle first. X divided by 10 equals 4 divided by 8. It's the same thing. In the calculator, if you do any both of these, you'll get the same answer. Now I'll just take the 10 to the other side. X equals 4 times 10 by 8. That is 4 1 time, 2 times 2, 1 time 5. Answer is 5. X value is 5. Or you can directly put this in calculator and solve. Let me just show you the calculator method. All you need to do is use the shift and this way, sorry, not shift, just the fraction symbol. 10 divided by x, that is alpha and x. Now you need to use alpha and calc to get the equal to symbol. Again, the fraction 8 by 4. Now to solve, you can't press equal to, it will be an error. Press shift and solve. And now this is not the correct answer. This is the previously stored answer. You need to press equal to get the correct answer. This is the x value. Now this will be stored. So x is 5. That's the method to solve this. And now over here we need to solve x, and first we need to find the similarity as well. Now these are similar directly. Why? This angle is equal, and if this is 90, what is the other side? It will be 180 minus 90, because it's a straight line, right? Straight line, it should be 90 and 90. Therefore, by A similarity, these are proportional, they are similar. Now find the proportionality. How is the proportionality done? Take see now over here, this is proportional to this with this. So what I'll do is x divided by 8 will be equal to 18 divided by 12. Or you can even use both the sides of the same triangle. X divided by 18 will be equal to x, that means 8 divided by 12. Anything is correct. Ultimately, the answer will be same. You take it to the other side. That will be multiplied by 18. 6 2 times, 6 3 times, 2 1 time, 4 times, 4 3s are 12. Now even over here, if you take 8 to the other side, x equals 18 by 12 into 8. 6 3 times, it goes 3 times over here, it goes 2 times, 2 1 time, 4 times, 4 times 3 is 12. The answer will be same however you do it. So x value is 12, and because of AA similarity, these both are similar. Now, since it's direct, 13th question, it will be MCQ. You can directly choose the answer. Now, again, over here, we have with similarity, we need to use SAS. Look here. Only this angle is mentioned. No other angles. Look at this side and this side. Look at the adjoining side. Yes, they are available. So, take the biggest side over here, 9 divided by the biggest side here is 4. That must be equal to the biggest side here is smallest sides and smallest sides. Now, in such cases, just use your calculator, because otherwise it will be difficult. Let's use this. 9 divided by 4 is equal to 2.25. What about this? 6.75 divided by 3 is 9.4 or 2.25. It's the same thing. Okay. It's easier to do in calculator. Otherwise, yes, you can divide it. Now here, this is what? 4, 2 times 8, 1 is remain, it's 1/4. And over here, 3, 2 times 6, 0.75 divided by 3 is basically 1 and 4, so it's 1/4. This is also possible, but it's easy to use calculator, save your time. And now we know these both are proportional. So what is this? Phi, it must be proportional. So now choose any value over here. I will choose this value, 9 by 4 equal to, now don't use the 6.75, no, use x divided by 5 and now solve it up. 9 times 5 by 4 equals x. 9 5s are 5 9s are 45 divided by 4. It will be 11.1 1/4 or 11.25. So this is the answer. Let's just check. You can directly put this in calculator as well if you don't want to do the simplification. That is 9 by 4 equals alpha x by phi. Shift and solve. The answer is, oh sorry, what did I do wrong? I did not put this. Shift and solve. It's 11.25. Okay, that's the answer we got. That's mainly it. Now over here we have to identify similar triangles as well. Now yes, they are, because this angle, yes, and this is vertically opposite. So all from, if two angles of a triangle are equal, then all third angle must be equal, because it's 180 minus these both, 180 minus these both, and these both are equal to each other. So yes, angle similarity. Now find the value of x here. Okay, this one over here, x. Let me write the proportionality. See, 8 divided by 6. 8 and the 6. Now 4 divided equal to 4 divided by x. So all this, x goes to the other side, equals 4 into 6 by 8. 2 times 1 time 6 by 2 is 3. The answer must be 3. You can just use the calculator and you will get the answer as well. So whichever is easy, just follow that. Now we have some real world problems. You can see over here, real world problems. Let's read this. The skeleton of a roof is shown. Find the value of x such that the triangles DEF and FBC. B is over here. FBC is similar such that outline. Okay, these both these DF and BFBC are similar. These both are similar. Okay, so now we need to find x. If this is similar, it's direct proportionality, isn't it? Now you can choose any. I'll choose the small triangle first. X divided by, this is proportional to this side, equals to 10 divided by 16. Remember which side you choose. I chose this side first, divided by this. So then again this triangle divided by the similar side, corresponding side of the other triangle. So see, corresponding means, now if I draw a triangle like this, sorry, that's a bad triangle, but anyways, now if this is two triangles, this side is corresponding to this side, this is corresponding to this, and lastly the base is corresponding to this base. Proportional means when I divide these, see, proportionally when I write them, they must be equal. Proportion is writing into proportions. That's it. When you're writing one set of sides according to the corresponding sides. That is about it. Now here, how do you solve for x? You can use a calculator, but just take it over here. X equals 10 times 8 by 16. It's 2 times 8 one time, 2 one time, and 5 times. Answer will be 5. X should be 5 here. That's it. Answer is 5. It's very simple because they already told such that these two are similar. That means directly you can write proportionality. So x is 5 feet. Now what about the next one? A radio tower casts a shadow. Okay, there is no figure over here. Let me just see. Okay, the figure must be done by us. Let's do it now. There won't be any figure. A radio tower casts a 8-foot long shadow at the same time that vertical yardstick casts a shadow of ½ inch. Okay, now you can see there is yards, foot, and inches. Okay, it's a little bit tricky because all the values are different. Now imagine this is 8-foot shadow created by a radio tower. Now you have to find the radio tower. So this is unknown, x, but this is 8 feet. Okay, and a yardstick. Yardstick means 1 yardstick. Okay, that is creating a shadow of ½ inches. And over here, 1 yards. So now what you need to do is, if the triangles formed by the objects and the shadows are similar, they are similar, these both triangles are similar, how tall is the radio tower? Now we need to find this x, the height of the radio tower. Now first step would be converting everything into 1 unit. Now you can convert everything to yards, but inches is much better because inches is smallest. I know it's feet, you have to just multiply by 12, you'll get this. Yards, I can't remember exactly. We will see what is the conversion. I'm sorry for that. But, yards can be converted to feet. I don't know exactly what it is. And then from feet, you need to convert to inches because it's much easier. Now let us do what we know now. 1 second. So I know feet's 1 feet is 12 inches. So how much is 8 feet? Just multiply this by 12, you will get it. 8 feet would be 8 times 12 is 12 times 10 plus 2, it's 96. 80 plus 96 inches. This is 96 inches. Okay, we can use this because we have to use the similarity. This is 0.5 inches. But how do we do yards? Let me just look into the conversion factor and just come back. Okay, I got it. It's 3 feet equal to 1 yard. Okay, so now 3 feet is equal to 1 yard. So now we have 1 yard which is equal to 3 feet. But now we don't want in feet, we want in inches. So multiply this by 12. 12 3 times is 36 inches. So this is 36 inches, half inch, unknown value 96 inch. So let's write the similarity. I will use this first. X divided by the proportional one is over here 36 will be equal to 96 by half or 0.5. Just to save time, we will just use the calculator and solve it up. You can put alpha x divided by 36 equals 96 divided by 0.5. Shift and solve, you'll get the answer. It is 6,912 inches. Let me just check whether the answer is correct. Yes, that is in inches. Okay, 6912. But what you need to do is don't keep it in inches. Divide by 12, then we will get it in feet. I'll just divide this by 12. The answer, that is 69. See, the answer we found is 6912, right? Divide this by 12. That is 576 inches. You can see here 576, sorry, feet tall. Now first we got it in inches because we converted everything to inches and we got x equals 6912 inches. This is a huge number. Let's convert this back to feet. We can see the tower, radio tower was 576 feet tall. That's the answer. And there's one last problem over here. Now look at the dimensions, all are in inches, so it's very easy to solve this. Now you know this is 40 and 40 degree, the figure is given over here. So this is equal to this is equal, they are similar. Two sailboats shown are participating in regatta. If the sails are similar, find the value of x. This regatta is basically, race of boats or yachts. When you're having a race, that's basically it's called regatta. It's sporting event, Now here we need to find the similarity. How do we do that? We know easily they are similar. So, and they have told also they are similar. So we do not even need to measure that. We do not need to find they are similar. Directly write the proportionality. Now we need this height, right? So I will use this height first. X divided by then this height. Or you can use this side, but it's better you're using this height, the vertical height over here. Now the hypotenuse here equals to hypotenuse. If first we have used the big triangle, we must use big triangle side in the next one also. You can't change the order. This is 220. Better to use the calculator. You're allowed to use calculator, and this is just a MCQ. No need of the steps as well. Here, just type it in as it is. That's alpha x divided by 168.5. That is equal to 264 divided by 220. Shift and solve, and the answer over here is 202.2. Let's just check, and that's the correct answer. Now all dimensions are in inches, so yes, this is in inches as well. This is how we can easily solve these problems. They're very straightforward. If they mention they are similar, don't even bother to find similarity. But if they're not, then first find the similarity and check, and then go to solve. That's how we solve this. That's the end of this topic number 13. Please do practice more problems. If you have any doubts, post them in the comments and I'll try to get back to you very soon. Moving on to the 14th question, that is to use Pythagorean theorem. It is to solve problems involving right angles. Whenever we have a right triangle, then only we can use Pythagorean theorem. Now we will look at some problems. Now these are very basic problems. Here, you need, everything is given to you. See, the 90 degrees mentioned, this dimension is given. You need to find the perimeter. To find the perimeter, you just have to add all the sides up. But here the hypotenuse is the biggest side and it is always opposite to 90 degree. So here this hypotenuse is unknown, x. So we have this formula, hypotenuse squared will be equal to the sum of the square of other two sides. That means 12 squared plus 16 squared. You can directly put this in calculator and get the answer if you want. Otherwise, you can take square root on both the sides. It will be square root here and here. This cancels, x will remain. Here you can just put this in calculator. It'll be, I mean, it's fine. You can do this calculation, but it'll save a lot of time in calculator. So take out your calculators now. All you do is the square root, 12 squared, that's 144, and 16 squared. The answer is 20. Here, x is 20. Now, what about the perimeter? This is not the answer. This is the hypotenuse value. This is 20. So perimeter is sum of all the sides. It will be 20 plus 12 plus 16. The answer will be 48. Okay, it's 20 plus 30, 32, 48. Okay, that's the answer. So that's it. Just add up all the sides, but one was unknown. You need to find it and add it. That's it. That's the answer. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot the area now. That's the perimeter. See, we have done the perimeter part. That was 48. We just now found out. Now, area. Look at this. It's a triangle. It's a right angle triangle. So whatever is this, that's the height, the vertical distance. So what you know is the formula, half, base and height. Now half is 1 by 2. What is the base? Base is this base. Height is always the vertical line. Okay, base is 12 and the height is 16. So you can put this in calculator directly. It's 12 times 8. It'll be 80 plus 16, that is 96 is the answer. Yes, that's the correct answer. That's how we solve it. This is the area. Now the units of area will always be in unit square. Now there's no unit mentioned, so we can just write unit square, because area, you're multiplying units times unit. So you're multiplying, if it's meter, so it'll be meter square. Now, whereas the perimeter is just adding up meter plus meter. It doesn't matter how many times you add meters, it'll be the same. Only when you multiply, it powers up. So this is the answers. Please do try solving the other problems by yourselves. The next problem is again another very easy problem, but only difference over here is the height is not given. Carefully look here, the perimeter can be easily solved. Just add the sides. Add 13 plus 13 plus 10, which is 26 plus 10, that is 36. This is the perimeter. But height is base into height. This is the horizontal height. The area is this. This is the perimeter. Just add the sides up. Now here the problem is we don't know the vertical height, the horizontal heights, vertical, sorry. Okay, that one is unknown. So how do you find that? By Pythagoras theorem. This is the hypotenuse. So we know 13 square will be equal to will be equal to sum of the other two squares. Let me keep the height unknown, x square plus 10 square. Not 10. See, now this is another mistake which I did. Look here, 10 is the total height. So the base will be 5 and 5. So I need this triangle. See, I'm just focusing on this triangle now. 13, 5 and x, 5 squared. Now what you do is solve this. It's 169 minus 25 equals x squared. Now it'll be 149 minus 5. It is 144 equals x squared. Take the square root on both the sides. 12 square is 144, so it's 12. X equals 12. Okay. Here the height is 12. So now we can apply this formula. Half base is the entire base 10 into 12. Now 2 1 time, 2 6 times. The answer is 60. Now whatever is the unit square, this is just in units. Okay, this is the answer, 36 and 60. We can see over here 36 and 60, the area and the perimeter. The 36 the perimeter, 60 is the area. That's how we solve these problems, which are very easy. I hope this is clear. Now, what about this? Find the perimeter and area of each figure. How do we do this? Here we know this height, we know this length, this the height, length, base, anything. Now this is over here 10, 4, 8, but now look carefully. This is 90 degrees. That means if I draw a straight line over here, 4, sorry, it should be a straight line. This would be 4, right? What is the remaining length? 6. 10 minus 4 is 6. And what is this height? 8. Now from this I can find the hypotenuse x. It will be x is equal to square root 6 squared plus 8 squared. That's it. You can use the calculator and easily find this and then add it up. So that's it. Okay. Now this is okay. We will just do it quickly. 1 second. It's 36 plus 64. That is 100 root is 10. X is 10. Okay. This length is 10. Now I'll just clear this up. I'll write over here. Sorry. 10, the slant height. And now whatever this line was there, you can understand this one is around the height, which this is a triangle now, and this is a rectangle. Can you see that difference? This point divides this into two shapes, a triangle, a rectangle. Now what is the area of the left side rectangle? A triangle. Half into base into height. The base we found out was 6, this is 4. So use this over here. Plus, what is the rectangle height? Sorry, not height, area. I mean the area. It's pretty late over here now when I'm recording this. That's why I'm just, missing a lot of terms. I'm sorry for that. I apologize. Now here, this is 6, this is 4. Now, what is the area of the rectangle? It is base into height or length into breadth. Okay. Now, half. Let's only focus on the triangle now. Base is 6. The height is how much? 8. This is the okay. 8. Plus, what is the base for the triangle rectangle? It's 4 into 8. Now, why are we not using this 10? We are using this only for the perimeter. If you do the perimeter, just add up all the sides. 10, this entire thing is 10 plus 8 plus 4. That's the reason we found that, okay? It is 20, 32 over here. But what about the area? Area, this will be considered as a triangle, this entire portion, okay? And this one is a rectangle, this one. So that's it. Half, base is 6, height is 8. Now here, base and length, base and height or anything. So now over here it will be 1 time 3 times 8, 16, 24 plus 8 fours are 32. So here the answer will be 56 units square. So this is the area. Now you can see the area was 56 and the perimeter, we found this to be 10 and then the perimeter is 32. That's it. Very easy, very straightforward. Please do try other problems as well. But now we move on to the real world problems. Here, you can see the sides of the triangle are measured x, x plus pi and 25. Find the measure. If the measure of the longest side is 25, find the x value, which will make the triangle a right triangle. Now they have told these sides are of a right triangle. So whatever it is, there is a 90 degree. And the longest measure is 25. That means that's the hypotenuse. The other two can be over here and over here. That's fine. How do we find x? Let's use the Pythagoras theorem. The hypotenuse square must be equal to the sum of the squares of these both. X plus 5 the whole square. Okay. Now substitute the value. Solve this. Here what happens? It will be 25 square. It's a huge number. Now my mind is not so strong to do it. Oh wait, I'll tell you how we can easily solve this. Let's use the calculators. Here, just substitute 25 square equals alpha x square plus x plus 5 the whole square. Okay, shift and solve, you'll get the answer 50. Now here you know there is a square, that means it's quadratic. But you can directly use this, it's fine. You will get the correct answer in the calculator because it will take only the positive answer. So x is equal to 15 here. But in reality, if you solve this, let's use the I will just solve it over here. Now let's use 25 square and let's try to simplify. 25 square is 25 into 25, 625, yes. Now here, let me just 625 equals x squared plus, let me use the identity, it will be x squared plus 2ax, that will be 10x plus 25. Now you simplify this, bring all the terms to one side. This is 0, get this to the other side. X squared is 2x squared plus 10x minus 625 plus 25 is minus 600. Now we will use the calculator and use mode phi 3. Here, when you do mode phi and 3, you're going to get quadratics. Let's put 2. Now you do not need to remove the common terms out because we just want the x value, doesn't matter. 2, 10, and lastly we have minus 600. What is the answer? 15 and minus 20. Look, the length, the measure cannot be negative, so we only take the positive answer. So therefore the x value we take is 15. But if you directly put this equation in the calculator, you will get the correct answer itself. You will not get the negative answer, because when they solve, they just take the positive value. Okay, so directly you get it. Now whatever it is, x value is 15. So what is the x? Okay, they just asked to find the x value. The x value is 15. That's it. See, they're getting the two answers, but we cannot take this negative value, so it's only 15. That's how we do this problem. Now let's look at the other one, precision. The sides of, okay, I remember this problem. The sides of a triangle have a measure of 2x, 8, and 12. If the measure of the longest side is 2x, what values of x makes the triangle acute? I hope you remember we had solved problems like this in the acute, obtuse, and right angle when we were solving which type of triangle it is. Now what we do in such case is, I will just write the Pythagoras ones. If this is 90 degree, this is C and AB, okay? The sides. Hypotenuse is C. C squared equals A squared plus B squared. Now this is a right angle triangle, but we can find whether this is, let me just, whether it's less than 90 or whether it's more than 90. When it is less than 90, this becomes an acute angle, okay? Because no angle is more than 90 in this, all are less than 90. This is obtuse because this is more than 90. You can see 90 is in the middle. If it comes inside, it's acute. If it goes outside, it is obtuse. So this is obtuse, this is acute. Now this is a right angle. When is it acute? When c square is less than a square plus b square, it is acute. And when c square is greater than a square plus b square, it is obtuse. This is the answers. Now why do we need this? Now we don't need all, we are just finding for acute triangle, so we need only this one, acute. So here, now what do we do over here? Here all you need to do is, see, they have told this longest side is 2x. Now let's solve directly by solve for x by using this formula. 2x the whole square equal to, let me just equate it now, 8 square plus 12 square. Now I'll use the calculator for saving time. You can try this manually, it's not a big deal, but let's just use calculator for now. Use the bracket, bracket 2x square 2x square equals 8 square plus 12 square. Shift and solve. What is the answer? Okay, it's 7.211. Let me just check. Okay, it's written as 2 root 13. Now, if you see 2 root 13 is 7.211. That's fine, because your option, this is an MCQ, so it's fine. You know, you will have the answer anyways available. You can just solve all the 4 options, you will get the correct one. Now what does this indicate? This indicates x is equal to 2 root 13, right? X is this. Now x value, what basically we understand from this is the, one second. Now here, this value x is equal to 2 root 13, but in reality it is x must be less than 2 root 13, isn't it? Why? Because where was the x value placed? Over here. If you solve this with inequalities, you will come to know this is the inequality will stay, and this you have solved over here. X cannot exceed 2 root 13. If it exceeds 2 root 13, it will be not an acute angle. If it is acute, this hypotenuse must be less than this value, right? So whatever x value must be less than that found out value. So x must be less than 2 root 13. I hope this is clear. What is the hypotenuse value, the biggest length? It is 2x. Now this is the biggest length, so it must be greater than the next biggest length. Do you agree? It must be greater than 12. Now why we are doing all this? If you have noticed over here, we are finding the values of x that will make it acute. So x value always must be less than 7.211 or 2 root 13, then that is acute. But can you take x value as less than means negative value or 0 or 1? No, we have to give a proper interval, right? So what value must x be greater than? We know 2x is the, see over here, this is 2x, this is 8, and this is 12. We know this must be greater than the second biggest value, because it doesn't make sense if you tell 8. It should not be greater than 8, it should be greater than this one, okay? Because if it's 9 also it's wrong. So we write 2x is greater than 12. Now what is the x value greater than? It's 2 divided by 2 divided by 2, it's 6. Okay, so x value must be greater than 6. From the Pythagoras theorem, we found that x value should be less than 2 root 13. So the interval is x must be greater than 6. X is greater than 6 but less than 2 root 13. That these values will make it acute triangle. This is the thing. I hope this is clear. See over here, basically we use the Pythagoras theorem and we find the x value, but we need to understand the x value, the hypotenuse is less than. So whatever x value you get, that x value must be less than that. See, x is less than this given found out value. If it exceeds, then it doesn't make sense. It will be obtuse angle. If it's equal to this, then it is right angle. It can't be equal to this. It should be less than this. But it must in the same time be greater than 6. Otherwise also it won't be obtuse angle. So this is the way we solve it. Now over here we have another real world problem. Let's read it. A redwood tree in a national park is 20 meters tall. After it is struck by lightning, the tree breaks and falls over as shown in the figure. The top of the tree lands at a point 16 feet from the center line. Okay, 16 feet, this is the length. A park ranger wants to know the height of the remaining stump of the tree. The ranger lets X represent the height of the stump, JK, okay. Explain how the ranger can write an expression for the length of JL, then write the equation that can be used to solve the problem. Okay. So now he wants to find the ranger, in the sense the forest department ranger wants to know the height of this remaining stump. The original tree, all this was totally 20. But now this 20 is fallen down. Some part is fallen down from 20. Can you see this? It's cut down from lightning. Now this much is x. See, the total was 20. But now we know the part which is remaining. This part is x. So what is the remaining height over here? What is this height? This. It'll be total 20 minus x. So we can write this as 20 minus x. This is 16. We will just use the Pythagoras theorem and then we can easily solve it. So how do you do that Pythagoras theorem? This square, 20 minus x, the whole square equals this two sides, x square plus 16 square. Now just to save time, I'll directly use the calculator. Here all you need to do is type it out. 2 minus alpha x. I forgot to put the brackets. Don't forget the brackets. Put them properly. Equals x square again plus 16 square, and shift and solve, you'll get the answer 3.6. So the answer is, first of all, here they have just asked you to find what is this value and what is the expression. So what we wrote, this expression, that's it. 16 square plus x square equals 20 minus x square. In the next part they have told to solve. The answer is 3.6, okay, in the next part A, part B. But we did it together. This is one answer and this is the second part answer. You can see it's 3.6. That is the x value. It's very simple. Now we have similar problems, I believe. No, it's not saying like that. But anyways, let's solve this one quickly. You can try going ahead by yourselves. Now Valerie and Sanjia are staking out a garden that has one pair of opposite sides measuring 30 feet. Okay. One pair of opposite sides and other pair. Okay. So it is a rectangle. Okay. Imagine this is 30, 30, and this is 40, 40. And they're using only a 60-foot tape, okay, 60-foot tape measure. How can they be sure that their garden is rectangle? Draw and model the garden with diagonal T. Okay, we have to draw a diagonal T, okay. And the P value over here, P is equal to 30 and Q value is 40. Okay, this is the values. Now this is the model, that's it, that's the answer for the first one. Let's just check the model. Okay, they have just changed the side, but it doesn't matter, okay? Now, I know this should have been smaller and this should have been bigger for my dimensions, but it doesn't matter. It's a rectangle, so opposite sides are equal. So even this, whether you take this 40, 40, 30, 30, or 30, 30, 40, 40 as I've done, it's the same thing. They didn't mention any up and down or anything. So this is the answer. This is the first answer. Now, if the garden is a rectangle, what must be true about P, Q, and T? Okay, if the garden is rectangle, then over here, the T is the longest side, that's the hypotenuse. All the four will be what? 90 degree. That's the basic things. Let's see. If the garden is a rectangle, then the sides P and... Okay, they form a right triangle. See over here? This is 90 degrees, isn't it? Because they are forming a rectangle. Then there are four right angles, which I told just a while ago. And the diagonal is the hypotenuse. Yes, I mentioned that. And this is a right angle triangle with these two legs. Legs means if we have a triangle like this, I'll just draw a triangle. So imagine this is a triangle, right? This is 90 degrees, so this is hypotenuse. Other two sides are called legs of the triangle. Okay, other than the hypotenuse, those both are the legs. Over here, this is the hypotenuse, so these both are legs, P and 40Q, that is Q value. And now the last part over here, Sanjia measures the diagonal and finds that it is 50 feet long, this diagonal. Is there enough information to find it's a rectangle? Okay, we will just use Pythagoras theorem over here and find this T value. So we know 40 and 30, right? So square root of 40 square plus 30 square must be equal to, let's use the calculator over here. So here we have square root 40 square plus 30 square. And what's the answer? 50. Yes, absolutely. So we got the diagonal also 50. That means, yes, it should be a right angle triangle. And only if it's a rectangle, that is possible. So this is a rectangle, yes. The garden is a rectangle, okay? And the explanation is given over here about the Pythagoras. That's how we solve it. See, these are just understanding problems. So take your time, understand the concept, and then solve it up. Okay, now this is very simple. They have given, just use Pythagoras theorem. What's the hypotenuse? X squared must be equal to x minus 4 the whole square plus 8 square. So directly put it in the calculator, you will get the answer. Instead of solving it in detail, you can see over here, refer for this. I'll show you in calculator as well. Here, all you need to do is alpha x squared plus equal to, that's the hypotenuse, alpha x minus w, 4 square plus 8 square. Shift and solve for x. The answer is 10. That's it. Therefore, x is 10. Now, same thing over here. You can just change the values and try. The hypotenuse is again x squared, but this is x minus 3, the whole square, and this is, instead of 8, we have 9. So, shift and solve. The answer would be 15. That's it. Same thing here as well. But now here the hypotenuse changes. It's x plus 1, the whole square. And here it's just x squared. And the last number is root of 2 square. That means it's just 2 basically. 2. Okay, close the bracket here. And The answer is, sorry, you should press shift and solve, then equal to, it's 0.5, that's half. That's the answer. That's it. And that's the end of this topic. It's a pretty simple topic. If you understand Pythagoras theorem, it's easy. Just make sure if it's a real world problem, understand what is given, write it down, draw the figure, and then solve it up. Otherwise, just remember Pythagoras theorem, opposite to 90 degrees always hypotenuse, apply the Pythagoras theorem and easily solve it. And use your calculator to directly get the answers as well. We now move on to the last question of the part 1, the question number 15. This would be the last one in the MCQ section. Till the 1st to the 15th, till the 15th one, you will have 4 options and you can just select the correct option, no need of any methods. This particular question is to find the side ratios of right triangles. They have mentioned 45, 45, 90, but you can see problems on 30, 60, 90 as well. Let us see these problems, you'll understand better. Here you can see 2 set of triangles. You can see a 90 degree, that means it's a right angle. Now what they are asking is for you guys to find this x value, unknown value. Now in this case, both of these are hypotenuse and they have mentioned this angle 45 degree, which is very important. Now if this is 45 degree, this is 90, what's the other? Triangle angle sum theorem tells us total is 180. So 180 minus 90 is 90, minus 45 is 45. The remaining angle is 45. Whenever there is a right angle and a 45 degree, the other one will be 45 degree. Now in such cases, this is a special case, the hypotenuse or the leg can be easily solved. Let's see how to solve that. We can write the formula over here. Hypotenuse h equals L root 2. Now what is this formula? Hypotenuse, we know, is the h value that is opposite to the 90 degrees. See, this is opposite to 90 degree, hypotenuse h. That's what we are given as x. What is L? Which side is it? This or this? Hypotenuse, L is the leg. And look at this. If this is 45, this is also 45. Both the angles are equal. If both the angles are equal, then it is an isosceles triangle, right? Isosceles triangle will have the legs equal. So these both are equal. So if we know this is 3 root 2, this is also 3 root 2. Now if this is 7, this is also 7. Now we just apply this formula. Hypotenuse x, that is given by, let me write it as x itself. X is given by L, in this case it's 7 times root 2. That's the answer. This is 7 root 2. That's it. Now here it will be x equals L is 3 root 2 multiplied by root 2. Root 2 times root 2 is 2. So it will be 3 times 2, which is 6. Or you can put in the calculator. The answers are 7 root 2 over here and 6 over here. That's the answers. Very simple, very easy. We will see more problems. All you have to look is what is given to you. Now in this case, again the hypotenuse is only asked. So it's very simple. Hypotenuse is given as leg times root 2. Remember it's root 2, not root 3, because I often get confused with the 30, 60, 90 and 45, 45, 90. Just remember 45, 40. If you use the Pythagoras theorem, you will come to this conclusion, the derivations, but now you just need to know the formula. So remember this much. H equals L root 2. All you need to do is, you know the length, then 25 root 2. Over here it is 6 root 2. That's it. Very easy problems. But provided the angle must be 45, 45, 90. You can say 6 root 2 and over here 25 root 2. Please do these problems by yourselves and then check the answers. Here you have to just multiply this by root 2. It will be 5 times 2, that is 10 here. And here it will be, again, root 2 will be 2. So 44 multiplied by 2 is 88. That will be the answer. Again, straightforward problems. Now, wait. Oh, sorry. Now, what have they told over here? You can see that they have not mentioned any angle. Now, we know that if these two legs are equal, see, if these two legs are equal, then that's isosceles triangle. These two angles must be equal, isn't it? So if I take this as, since x is already taken, I'll take it as y, and this is 90. So we know it will be 180 equals y plus 90. Take this 90 to the other side, it will be 180 minus 90 equals 2y. This is 90 equals 2y, or y equals 45 degree, and this is 45 and 45. Same thing here. So whenever you have 90 degrees and then these two are unknown, but these two sides are equal, we should know they are isosceles and they are 45, 45. Now we use the formula hypotenuse equals length will be root 2. Same thing. Just ingrain this formula in your mind. Don't forget this. Substitute the values. Hypotenuse is unknown x. 18 root 2 is the first value over here. Over here, x equals 9 root 2. That is L value times root 2. So it will be 9 into 2, that is 18. That's the answers. 18 root 2 and 18 here. Please do these problems by yourselves because it's the same thing. We have just done it a while ago. 25 root 2 here, and over here it's 22 root 2. Very, very simple problems. Even over here, root 2 times root 2 will be 2 here. X is 2, and over here it will be 30. So very easy. Now what has been given to us? Now you can see here, this is, okay, even over here. They have told it's 45, so this is leg and leg. So we know that hypotenuse equals L root x. Now hypotenuse is known to be 10 equals, what is L? Unknown, root 2. So take the root 2 to the other side, it will be 10 divided by root 2 equals x. This is the answer, or sometimes they'll do the simplification of 20 by, sorry, it'll be, see what they do is they multiply root 2 and root 2 up and down. So it'll be 10 root 2 by 2, or that is equal to 10 by 2 is 5 root 2. So this is also correct. Here what happens? Same thing. H is equal to L root 2. Sorry, that is root 2, square root 2. Now H is given to be 8 root 2. Then what is L? Unknown value, root 2, sorry, x root 2. Take it to the other side. 8 square root 2 divided by square root 2 equals x. This cancels. 8 is the value of x. Directly we can get the answer. You can see here it's 10. Okay, the answer is 10 root 2 itself, or it is mentioned over here is 5 root 2. Over here it's 8. Very easy. But here you can see what we had written, 5 root 2 or 10 root 2. It's both correct answers. Here again we have the same thing. Please do try it by yourselves. Over here it will be 4 by root 2 or 2 root 2. And over here it is 100 divided by root 2 or 50 root 2. So that's it. Half of this root 2 or 100 by root 2. That's the same. Now then we have few more. Again it's simple guys. Please do solve them by yourself. Here it will be 16 and over here it will be 12 as the answers when you apply the formula. Very easy. These are very, very easy problems. Now we look into little bit of real world problems. I mean, not real world problems, little complicated problems. But look carefully. What do they ask over here? X and y degrees. X means this length x. This is a square. All the values are equal. So this x, if you find this length, then this and this all are equal. Okay. And what is this degrees? Now we know this is a square. All the sides are equal. So if this side is 90, then all will be 90, right? Because all sides are same. Okay, that means all are 90. Okay, well and good. Now what is this? Diagonal. The diagonal bisects the angle. So if this is 90, it's cut into half. This is 45 degree. Just by looking at this, you can tell y degrees is 45 degree. Very easy, very simple. Fine. Now we know this is 45, all are 45. So use this formula. Hypotenuse is L root 2. What is the hypotenuse? 13 equals, what is the L? Unknown, x root 2. So this will be 13 by root 2 equals x, or you can write it as 13 root 2 by 2. So this is the final answer. Let's see. You can see it is 13 root 2 by 2, or you can just write 13 by root 2. But the angle over here is 45 degrees. That's it. Now then we will see another problem. How about finding the x and y here? Again, it's 45, 45, 90. It's the same concept here. Now first, it's up to you. You can solve it anyways. This is a big triangle. Can you see the big triangle is there? That is used to find the value of y. Okay, this big one. I will use that first because I know the 6 anyways. I'll apply the formula. H equals L root 2. What is the height over here? Sorry, hypotenuse here. Y. What is the length? 6 root 2. Directly we get y is equal to 6 root 2. Fine. But we need to find this x as well. So what we do is we will see another triangle. Now this one, let's say this one only. This, and this. What is this? 6 and 6, they are equal, right? This is 6. Fine. If that is 6, okay. But how do we find this x now? Very easy, same formula. Hypotenuse is L root 2. Now we know hypotenuse over here. In this triangle, hypotenuse is 6. So 6 equals x root 2. Take the root 2 to the other side. It will be 6 by root 2 equals x. Or you will have 3 root 2. 3 root 2 equals x. This is the answer. Y is 6 root 2. X is 3 root 2. X is 3 root 2 over here and 6 root 2. Very simple. That's it. We are using the formula again and again. We move on to the 35th question, which is a bit crucial. Why? Because this tends to be a bit confusing. It's confusing because first it is 30 degree, 60 degree, 30, 60, 90 degree. Whereas in the last problem we had only 45, 90, 45, right? Now the formulas vary here. What are the formulas? I'll write the formulas. The hypotenuse is given by 2 times the shortest length s, and the leg is given by shortest time s multiplied by root 3. What does this mean? L, S and H. H is hypotenuse. Very simple. Opposite to 90 degree, hypotenuse. Now opposite to 30 degree is always the shortest distance, and opposite to the 60 degree is the longest distance. Now whenever we have two included like this triangles, it's very hard to understand if you draw it inside the triangles. Let's draw it separately. I'll draw these triangles separately. The first one, we do not need to have the tilt. I'll just draw it like this. Okay, this is the one. This is 30 degrees. Now this is 90. Now this will be 60. Why? 180 minus 90 is 90. 90 minus 30 is 60. That's the thing. Now always remember, see over here this opening is how much? 30 degrees. The line formed will be smaller. Whereas if it was say 60 degrees, the line formed will be bigger. Whereas if it's 90 degrees, this line formed is the biggest. As the degrees increase, the opening by angle is increased, the length, that the line that is formed, the closing line of the triangle increases. Okay, so that is the important thing to know. So that's why the smallest angle is what in 30, 60, 90? It is obviously 30, right? Therefore the opposite side of 30 is always the smallest, that is S. This is L and this is the hypotenuse. Now this is the triangle which I have drawn. Now H is over here 2 root 3, X is equal to X. Okay, L is equal to X. Now we can apply the formulas and find. Now don't think if this is S, okay, even if I do this triangle, the other triangle that is over here like this, that should be a 90 degree, sorry for that. Let me just draw a straight line. Okay. Now don't think, oh, this is S over here. No, let's see over here. What is 60? This is 60 degrees. So this is 30 degrees. The S in the second triangle varies. The opposite side is S, right? Let me just change over here. This will be S, that is equal to Y, and this will be L, which is opposite to 60 degree. It is not the same. The values are same. If I find the value over here, it is the same here also, but in the first triangle it is shortest length, in the second triangle it is the long leg length. Now we will solve. What do we do is from the first triangle we will find the value of S first. If we then find the S, we can use L, right? This formula we can be used. So what is the H equals to S? I have this H equals to S. Let's solve. What is hypotenuse H? H is 2 root 3. 2 root 3, that is equal to 2s. Now take the 2 to the other side, it will be 2 root 3 by 2 equals s. This cancels, root 3 equals s. Okay, that's the thing. Now then, we found the s, that is s over here. This is root 3. Now in the second triangle, this is the root 3 value. That's it. Here it will be root 3 itself. So now we will use the first triangle and find x, because I know this formula connects s and l. So l is over here unknown as x value, and s is root 3 multiplied by root 3. X is equal to 3. This is the first answer. Now what about the next value? Y also is needed to be found out. Again the same formula, L equals S root 3. But look, here L is known to be root 3. That is equal to S is Y root 3. Take it to the other side. Root 3 by root 3 is equal to Y. That is equal to 1. So this is the Y answer. You can do in various methods. You can even take the whole triangle and solve for other values and then solve. I don't know what is employed over here. See S over here is 2 because they have used the entire triangle, I believe. 30, 60, 90. See 30, 60, 90, the whole triangle. And from here they have found this length and then solved. It's fine. But what over here we did is also correct, which is much easier because we just found the common side and then easily we can find the values for both cases. But the final answer, you can see y is 1. Yes, we got the same thing. What is the x value? Is 3. Yes, we got the same thing. That won't change whichever method you use. So whichever is easy, just follow that. So you can use, you can pause and see the textbook method as well. The answers will be the same. Whichever method you use, answers are same. So x is 3 and y is 1. Now, please try to solve other problems by yourselves. Now, here, this one, it is 45, 45, 90. Again, we have done this before, right? The same thing. You can see it's an isosceles. This and this is equal. And now, if that is equal, what happens here? This is 45, 45. And this is also 45, 45. If this is 45, this will also be 45. 90, right? 45 is here, 45 is here. So we will look into the inner triangle first. Let me just, the inner triangle is this triangle, okay? Which I've drawn this dot. What happens over here? Now the formulas are not same. Over here the hypotenuse is given by the leg multiplied by root 2, not root 3. And we will just substitute. The hypotenuse is y equals leg is 5 root 2 times root 2. The answer is 5 into 2, that is 10. Y is 10. Now let's find the x over here. Now we know the 5 root 2 over here is hypotenuse. Same formula, but look, this is hypotenuse in this triangle, isn't it? Now, hypotenuse is given as 5 root 2 equals leg is the unknown value x root 2. This and this cancels. 5 equals x is the correct answer. Now there are other methods also to solve, but this is directly solvable over here. See, x is 5 and y will be 10. You can use other times, other problems as well, other methods as well, because if you find this is 5, then this is multiplied by 2, add them twice, 10. That's also fine. And now here we have again 30, 90, 30, 60 and 90. Please do it by yourselves. We have just done it a while ago. The same type again is repeated. Just find the x and y values. You can see the answers after you solve it. Try solving it yourself and then check for the answers. You can see if you solve them, you can easily solve them, you'll get the answers. Now, whichever method you use, just make sure you understand what is what. In the sense, in this triangle over here, 3 root 3 is the s value. Okay, let me just do this because it might lead into confusions. Now, here I will consider this 30 degree, opposite to that is s. And this is 60 degrees. This is 90 degrees, right? This is L. Now we will use the formulas which we know. Leg is given by S root 3. Now this is the 9 equals... Oh, by the way, there is no point in using this formula because all the values are known. Basically, if we substitute, both the values will be balanced. 3 root 3 times 3 is 9. Don't use this formula, my bad. you need to use a formula which connects x, right? So what I'll do is I'll use this and this connection. I know hypotenuse is given by 2 times the shortest length. This x is hypotenuse opposite to 90. So x is equal to 2 times the shortest length, that is 3 root 3. So it'll be 3 times 2 is 6 root 3 is the answer. Here x is 6 root 3. Now that's not over, we need y. So what you do is connect these both. Now here the hypotenuse is not known, so leave that. What you do is connect the other formula which we had written. S equals, sorry, L equals S root 3. Here we know S value, sorry, L value is this, okay, root 3. I'll write over here 3 root, sorry, again I'm doing confusion over here. I'll just erase what is written already. We have done the first triangle, so now let's only focus on the second triangle. X value is found out, that's done. Now the second triangle, this is the y1. Here we have 90, this is hypotenuse, this is 60, that means this is the value of L. And this is 30, so this is the value of S. So here L is 3 root 3, S is Y root 3. This root 3 cancels, so 3 equals Y. That's the answers. X is 6 root 3, we can see over here. Y is 3 and X is 6 root 3. Any method you use doesn't matter, the answer will be correct. Now you do not need to find the S and everything, you do not need to find that. You can directly use the formulas in both the triangles and solve easily, what I did just now. And the last problem in the MCQ part, see, because this is directly, the options will be there, 4 options will be there, so you can directly solve it and check your answers. Now, what is this? To find the values of x and y. Looking at this, you can tell the value of yx is 45 degrees. Why? Because it's the diagonal, 90, 45 degrees here. And this is all a square. We have done a similar problem before as well. This is 90, 45, 45. So use the formula. Hypotenuse is equal to length into root 2. That's a leg into root 2. H is y. We don't know the diagonal or the hypotenuse in this triangle. See, this is the hypotenuse in this, okay? Why? Because it's opposite to 90. Leg, one of the leg is known, so these all are same. 12, 12, 12. Leg is 12, root 2. That's it, that's the answer. Y is 12 root 2 and the x value is 45 degrees. You can see y is 12 root 2 and x value is 45 degrees. Okay, that's how we solve these problems easily. Please make sure you understand the formulas. Don't confuse the formulas, which is for 45, 45, 90 is only one formula, h equals L root 2. Whereas if it's 30, 60, 90, there are 2 formulas. Please remember them: short length, leg length, and the hypotenuse. If you have any doubts, do post them in the comments. I'll try to get back to you very soon. And that's it for this question. And this is the end of the first part, that is the MCQ part. I hope these are helpful for you all. And if you have not yet subscribed to my channel, please do consider subscribing it. It would mean so much to me. And I thank all those who have subscribed, all those who support my channel. I really appreciate it. All the best and happy learning. See you in the next part 2. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone to the part 2, the writing part for the grade 10 advanced end of term questions. We have 5 written questions. These are free response questions where you need to specify each and every step in detail. You need to do everything in writing. You can't do any calculator or shortcut methods. So make sure you write each step. Don't leave any step. Don't jump to answers or don't jump steps. So here in this part, we have 5 questions. So we will go through them one by one. Question number 16 to question number 20. The first question in this is to multiply polynomials by monomials. It's a basic multiplication sort of problem. And there is also, real world problems. We'll look into all that. Let's try doing these problems. They are very simple, isn't it? Over here, b is a monomial. To multiply it with this polynomial, what you do is distribute this evenly throughout. So it will be b squared multiplied by b will be b cubed. Now what you can do is, because this is a direct problem, we can just write b into b squared. minus b into 12b plus b into 1. This is more detailed methods, okay? Because it's in writing, it's better to have more detailed, more elaboration. And now b times b squared is b cubed minus 12b times b is b squared plus b. That's it. That will be the answer. Same thing over here. You need to write all the specified details, but I'll just write the answer. It will be f cubed plus 2f squared plus 25f. That would be the answer. Same thing over here. Now, this is a big term, but it's fine. You can do minus 3m cubed times 2m cubed. Now, everywhere you have to multiply minus 3m cubed. Times what is this? Again, it's minus over here, minus 12m squared. And then minus 3m cubed times 2m minus 3m cubed times 25. Why did I write minus over here? Because it was minus only for this term. All the others are just plus. Now, minus remains. 3 times 2 is 6. M cubed times m cubed. The powers add up. It will be m power 6. Let me tell a little bit of details on this. You can see whenever we have m cubed multiplied by m cubed, all you need to do is the base is the same. Add the powers up. It will be m to the power 6. Whereas if it was m cubed the whole power 3, in such cases there's only one base, the powers are powered up. It will be 3 multiplied by 3, that is m to the power 9. Understand this very well. When you have m cubed multiplied by another term which is the same term, you add the powers. Or if it was m to the power 4 multiplied by m power 2, it will be m power 6. But if it was m power 4 the whole square, then you multiply it and write m power 8, 4 times 2. So this is the difference. I hope this is clear. Now let me just continue over here. Let me just erase this part. So all you need to do is same thing. Multiply it. It will be minus and minus will be plus here. 12 times 3 is 36. M to the power 5. M cubed plus m squared will be 3 plus 2 is 5. Minus 6m to the power 4 minus 75m cubed. This will be the answer. I hope this is clear. So these are the answers. You can check the answers. Very simple problems just by using the distributive property. You know you're distributing this evenly, right? That's distributive property. And then multiplying and simplifying. Please do the other problems by yourselves. These are all same type and all the answers are shown over here. Please do it by yourselves. Even over here, sometimes it might take a few more steps because you need to rearrange this. See over here, you can simplify same variable, that is minus 15x squared plus 2x squared. When you solve it, it will be negative 13x squared. And then over here also, minus 6x and minus 3x is negative 9x. Why minus 6 minus 9 is minus 6 and minus 3 is minus 9x. 27 is alone, write it over here. Same way you can solve them. Even over here, it's the same method. We will go to the real world problem. There's no much difference here. See here, there is plus dividing these two terms. So multiply this here and here. That's one term. Plus multiply 7 here and here. That's the thing. And here also, it's not at all. See, what we did a while ago was only single term. So you have to do this separately. See, basically what happens is you're doing this here, distributive property, and same thing minus this over here. Okay, there'll be just many terms, that's it, but it's the same concept over here. And the detailed methods are shown over here in detail. Everything is there. And now we go to the real world problem. See, what they have asked over here is the sum of the first n whole numbers is given by the expression half n squared plus n. Expand the equation by multiplying them and then find the sum of the first 12 whole numbers. So there is nothing much over here because they have told this is the expression given. You just have to expand. So given expression is half n squared plus n expanded by multiplying this inside. That's distributive property. Half n squared, sorry. It'll be n squared plus half n, and that's the thing, you're just expanded it. Now over here they have told whole numbers is how many first 12 whole number. This is the sum of the n whole numbers, any number. But we just want first 12, so substitute n equals 12 and solve. It'll be half 12 squared plus half of 12. So 12 squared is 144, half of that will be 70 plus 2 is 72. You can just write in, this you can put in calculator also. Plus 6, it'll be 78. So that should be the answer. Let's just check. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing much over here to do. Okay, they have done this. Now, yeah, we have done that same thing. I've written it as half n squared, or this is equal to n squared by half. That's the same thing, okay? There's no wrong in this. Now the same thing is done. Over here, 12 squared is 144. Half of that is 72. Here, half of 12 is 6. And then we get the answer. Let's look into another problem over here. It's about college. Troy's grandfather gave him $700 to start his college savings account. Troy's grandfather also gives him $40 each month to add to his account. Okay. Troy's mother gives him $50 each month, but has been doing so for 4 fewer months than Troy's grandfather. Okay, this is important. 4 fewer months in the sense, his grandfather gave 4 months more. Now imagine January, Troy's grandfather started giving. Jan, Feb, March, April, and after 4 months, on May, month of May, Troy's mother started giving. So his grandfather gave 1, 2, 3, 4 months extra. Okay. So see, Troy received M months. Let's write a simplified expression for the amount of money Troy received M months after his mother started giving him the money. So they are saying we must start from this month when his mother started giving him the money. So M is over here. Okay, from this point. So if we understand it properly, we know the months of money given by his mom is M. So how many months was his grandfather giving? M plus 4, isn't it? 4 months are extra. That's it. What is the coefficient? How much does his grandfather give? It's 40 here. And how much does his mother give? It is 50 here. That's it. And okay, there is one more thing. This is plus, and there is one more thing. His grandfather already gave him a direct amount of money, that is 700. Not every month, once only. So it's a intercept. We just write it like this, 700. Sorry, this is not the intercept. This is a constant value. So we don't have a slope. It's not incrementing or increasing every month. It's a standard. So that's the thing. Oh, and then we have to simplify. Sorry, I forgot about that. Now, this is the equation. I hope you understand the equation. I'll write it over here again. First thing is the constant amount of money once only his grandfather gave. That's 700. Plus, his grandfather gives 440 every month. But he started 4 months before his mother. So, M plus 4 plus 50M. That is what his mom gives. Now, we will solve it. 700 plus 40M plus 4 times 4 is 16. So it's 160 plus 50M. And over here it will be 40 plus 50 is 90M plus 700, 860. This is the answer. Let's just check. So yeah, that's it. 860 we got here. So this is the amount of money he received after M months. Now, if you put it as after 10 months, you just substitute M as 10 and solve. That is the money he has. Nearly 2,000, 1,800 or something dollars. So this is how we do it. Now, the next one, question 15. Sophia went to the farmer's market to purchase some vegetables. She brought peppers and potatoes. Peppers and potatoes. The peppers weigh 0.39 each and the potatoes weigh 0.29 each. She spent $3.88 on vegetables and bought 4 more potatoes than peppers. Okay, this is important. So peppers, 4 more potatoes than peppers. So if peppers is, say, over here, X is the number of peppers. So X is peppers, right? Potatoes is X plus 4. That's the difference. And what is the cost of peppers? It's 0.39x. Potatoes is 0.29. This is add. What is the total amount of money? If you add these both, it must be 3.88. That's it. Now we can solve it. How? It's 0.39x, that is the pepper, each pepper, and x is the number of pepper. It can be any number, doesn't matter. Plus, potatoes is 0.29 each, but she bought 4 more than peppers, x plus 4. Now I'm just writing the question again. Let me solve it over here. Distributive property 0.29 times x plus 0.29 times 4 equals 3.88. Now add this up. 30 plus 40 would be 70. 70 minus 2 is 0.68 x. Now here we are 29. 30 times 4 is 120 minus 4. It will be 120 minus 4 is, something happened to my mind, 1.16. Okay, this is the variable, equals 3.88. So take this to the other side. It's 0.68x equals, when you subtract it, you will get 3.88 minus 1.16. Here we have to do 88 minus 16 will be, you can use the calculator for this, it's fine. It'll be 72 and 2 over here, 2.72 and 0.68x. Now this one, you better use calculator, it's a bit hard. It's 70, 140, 140, 21, 280. It's nearly 4, I guess. 3 points. I think so. It's about 4. Let's just check the answers over here. Yeah, the answer is 4. Absolutely. You can just use the calculator. 2.72 divided by 0.68. That'll be 4. Now then, okay, we found x value. That is the x is the number of peppers. What is the number of potatoes? Add 4 to it. That's number 8. 4 plus 4 is 8. So she bought 4 peppers and 8 potatoes. That's the answer. Here we have a geometric problem. The volume of a pyramid can be found by multiplying the area of its base and 1/3 of its height. That is given over here. That's the formula basically. What is the volume of pyramid? So V is equal to 1/3 of base into height, right? Vertical height. That's given also in words, but you can remember this. Pyramid is always given by 1/3 b into h. The area of the rectangular base of a pyramid is given by the polynomial equation. See, base is given as this. Write a polynomial expression to represent the volume of the pyramid V, and if its height is 10 meters. Okay, the h is given as 10, b is given. You need to write the polynomial equation. V equals 1/3. What is b? X square minus 4 times x minus 12, and h is multiply this by 10. So we have the constant 10 by 3 into x square minus 4x minus 12. I think so. You need to multiply this inside. Like, this is the answer, but let's just check what they have done. Yeah, they have multiplied it inside. Okay, they have simplified it further. So let's just multiply 10/3 inside. Will be 10 by 3x square minus 10 times 4 is minus 40 by 3x. And lastly, we have here 3, 1 time, 3, 4 times. 4 times 10 is minus 40. That's it. That's the answer. So this is the simplified version. And this is question number A. Let's just see whether there's question. Yeah, there's a question number B. They have told find the volume when x is 12. So what you do is, wherever x is there in this particular volume is equal to this, right? Wherever x is there, put 12. 12 whole squared minus 40 by 3 into 12 minus 40. That's it. You can just use the calculator for this and use the calculator and write the answer. The volume is 280. Or you can do it manually. It's 12 squared is how much? 144, and then simplify. It'll take time, but you can do it by yourselves as well. So that's the answer. So that's the thing. It's 280 meter cube when x is 12. If x is any other value, you should just substitute that instead of x in the volume equation. Okay, so now over here, again we are solving, the multiplying polynomials. Only the thing is there is terms both the side of inequality. Now how would you do this is solve both the sides. Over here left side it will be 7t squared plus 5 times 7 is 35t minus 7 times 9 is 63 plus t equals 7t squared minus 2t plus 13. This is the answer. Now things get cancelled off. This cancels with this. Let's group all the t terms together and the numbers at one side. So I'll bring this 2t to the other side because 35 is bigger here. 35t plus t minus becomes plus when you bring it to the other side equals 63 to the other side is 13 plus 63. This is 38t because 35 plus 2 plus 1 that is equal to, now this is 76. Okay, now what is 38 times 2? 38 times 2 is 76. So divide both the sides by 38. You will get t equals 2. So the answer is 2. So that's the answer. You can even check your answer by putting it in calculator. You will get the same answer. That's the thing. These are the steps, the detailed steps. And over here it's the same thing. Please make sure you go through the detailed steps and solve it by yourselves. First solve it by yourselves and then check for the answers. Here it's just many terms. All must be over here. Each term, wherever distributive properties, they multiply them and then simplify it further. You can see over here the squares cancels off and you will only have a z value. And whatever answer you get over here at 0, you can even double check it by putting this entire term in calculator. But wherever c is there, just put it as alpha x and then you can solve. Same thing over here. And the last problem is this one. Please solve it by yourself and then check it over here. So that's it. Please do practice more problems. Be thorough, especially the real world problems. Make sure you understand the problem, understand the question properly. Many things will be in the question and then solve it accordingly. Please write each and every step and then solve it. Question number 17 is about interior angles of polygon. Here we have to prove and use polygon interior angle sum theorem. This is a simple formula. We'll look into a problem and solve. I hope you remember this formula, that is n minus 2 times 180. What does this give? This gives the interior angles, all the inside angles. The sum of all the inside angles is given by this formula. So I'll write sum of interior angles. That's SIA. Sum of interior angles is short. This is the formula. Let me first solve it. Here they have told to find the value of each interior angle. But first let's find the total angle from this formula. How many sides, how many angles are there? Sides are there. This n is side, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is 4 minus 2 times 180. So it becomes 2 times 180. That is 18 times 2 is 36. It's 360 degrees. This is the total interior angle. Now, how much, what is this specifying basically? This means we know it's 2x plus 5, 2x plus 7, x. It's the sum of all these. So if I'm writing x plus 2x plus 5 plus x plus 2x plus 7, that is equal to 360 degrees. Because that is the sum of all the interior angles. And the inner angles have been mentioned over here, right? Add them up. Now, what do we do here? We just have to add up all the x's and numbers separately. X plus 2x is 3x, 4x, 5, 6x. 6x equals, I'll take all the numbers to the other side. It will be 360 minus 7 minus 5. So here, what do you have? It is 12. So it will be 348. 6x. Now I should just divide. Over here it will be 300. 50. And over here, how much we have? 53. Okay. X is, sorry, not 53. It's 58. Okay, this is the answer. It's 58 degrees for x is 58 degrees. Okay, now if you're thinking how to calculate, see, this is basically 348. Just use the calculator. That's the easiest way. But there is, mentally you can easily do it. when you're dividing this, just split it into 348. What is 6 divided by 300? It's 50. Plus 6 divided by 48 is 8. That's it. Now here then, we got x value, but that's not over. X value is 58. That means what is this? R is 58, T is 58. What about the other two angles? It is 2 times 58 plus 5. This is very important. You need to do it. 50 times 2 is 100 plus 16, 116 this is, plus 5, this will become 121. Now here also you have to do the same thing. 2 times 58 plus 7, it's 116 plus 7, that is 123. These are the answers. Okay, it will be about, where are the answers? It's 121 for Q, yes, and R and T is 58 and 58, and lastly we have 123 for S. That's how we do it. Very easy. Same method over here, just use the interior sum of interior angles, and then, okay, I just realized one thing. They have written sum of all this. What I had written is sum of interior angle. That means those are the angles itself, and then directly solve it. It's fine. You can follow this method. It's the same thing. Here as well, sum of all this J, M, L, K equals n minus 2 times 180 degrees. This is a very important formula. Substitute this, solve this. Over here we got 360 degrees. Now substitute these values and solve it up. You'll get the answer. Then for each angle you need to individually solve it as well. Same way over here. The same concept. These two are 90 degrees. They have already specified. So when you're solving here, 2 will be 90 degrees. And then remaining substitute and then solve for the individual angles. Same thing here as well. Just the number of sides changes. Here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 minus 2. That is 3 times 180. It is 540 degrees. In the previous problem also it was 5 sides. So it's 5 minus 2 times 180. And we have a real world problem here. It's about architecture, La Tribuna. So in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, Italy, there's a room built by Buontalenti called the Tribune. Okay, it's La Tribuna in Italian. This room is shaped like a regular octagon. What is the measure of the angle formed by two consecutive walls of Tribune? Okay, that means you need to find this angle basically. It's same thing, same concept over here, but now it's an octagon. That means all the angles are equal here. Okay, all these angles are equal. So how many sides are there in octagon? It's 8, right? So the formula is n minus 2 times 180. Here it's 8 minus 2 times 180. So it's 6 times 180. So 185 times is 900. 900 plus 180 will be 1080. So this is the angle for all. But we want only for one particular side, right? This is the total interior angle. How do we find for one? So just divide this by 8. 1080 divided by 8. You will get the answer. We can just use the calculator here. It will take a long time. Let's use the calculator and solve. It is 1080 divided by 8. The answer is 135. So the answer is 135 interior angle. That's it. So this angle between two consecutive walls is 135. Okay. So very simple. Now this is the last problem. Another real world problem. Theater. A theater floor plan is shown over here. The upper 5 sides are a part of regular dodecagon. Decagon is 10 sides. So what is dodecagon? It's 12 sides. Find this measure. Okay, now we must understand this is actually a dodecagon. So if you complete it, these angles are belonging to dodecagons, right? So what we do now is we use the sum of interior angles n minus 2 multiplied by 180 degrees for dodecagon. Or you can take it as 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it for dodecagon first, okay? What is this? 12. It'll be 12. N is 12 minus 2 times 180, and this is 10 times 180. That is equal to 1800. That's very useful now for us. Why? Because we found out what will be the total interior angle of a dodecagon. Now let's divide this by 12 and find what is it for one, one angle, this much. How much is it? So this will be, this is easy to solve. It's 12, 150, 1.5i, because 18 divided by 12 is 1.5. 1.5 is the answer, and then you have to multiply two zeros. It'll be going over here. It'll be 150. Okay. Now this is 150. Now 150 is over here, here. But what about this one? And what about this one? Now that is the thing, right? So here it changes. You should know that here it's half of that. See this line, right? So looking at this figure, you can tell this is 75. Let me just change the color over here. Let me just make this blue. Now it's more visible. See this one. Now we know this is 150, 150, 150, 150. Fine. But what about this and this? You can do half of 150 is 75. So it'll be 75 here, 75 here. These are all the interior angles. Now there is one more thing. We need to solve A, right? So I have found all these 75, 150, 150. That's fine. But how do I find this one? How do I relate it? We did this for dodecagon because they mentioned it and we found these sides. That's fine. But now you need to apply the sum of interior angle to this particular side, this particular shape. How many sides are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what I do is, I will just have to do the same formula, n minus 2 times 180, and use 7 minus 2 times 180, that is 5 times 180, or 900 degrees. Now let me just elaborate this. Why did we do for dodecagon? So we can find these sides, all these sides we have found out to be 150 degree, right? Because it's a regular dodecagon, that means all the sides are equal. And then these two sides are cut into half, so it's 75 and 75. We just could find these ends. Nothing about inside can be found because this is not a dodecagon. It's a part of dodecagon. Only the ends are similarly having the same angle of a dodecagon. Now here, this is a separate polygon, right? It's having 7 sides. So what we do over here, we find the interior angle for this particular shape. The total interior angle is 900, which I've written over here. That must be equal to, let's add up all the sides. It'll be equal to 75 plus 75, 2 75s, and how many? 150? 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 4 into 150. Plus this measure of angle 1. That is what we needed to solve. Now solve it up. Take this all to the other side. This is 150. It will be 900 minus 150 minus 300. 150 times 4 is 300 equals measure of angle 1. Now here we will solve for the measure of 1. Let's take all this to the other side. 75 plus 75 is 150 minus 150 minus 150 times 2 is 300 times 2 is 600. That is equal to the measure of angle 1. Now it will be 300 minus 150. So it's 150 degrees equals measure of angle 1. This corresponds to 150. It's not 90, it's more than 90. Yeah, it's 150 degrees. Just relate your answer and check. So the answer must be 150 degrees for measure of 1. The method, see, this method is simple as well. So you can just find, finding the interior angles. Then find this 150, and this is relatable. Just divide this by 2 and make it 75, 75. And then the interior angle of the given polygon. And then by this formula over here, you can solve it up easily. The method might vary over here. It might be a different method, but the answer will be the same. Whichever you find easy, just follow that. So that's the end of this topic. Just make sure in the real world problems, you understand what has been asked. Understand if it's part, or how to find way to apply the formula and how to solve it properly. Please do practice more problems. You'll be more thorough with the problems. Question 18 is to use tests for parallelogram to determine whether the quadrilaterals are parallelogram or not. Here we have to know few basic things of parallelogram. As the name suggests, parallelogram means Say for example, if you have opposite sides parallel, opposite sides equal, these are few criterias, and opposite angles are equal. So these are few things. Now looking at this, we know these two sides are parallel, and they have told these two are congruent as well. Now, are they then parallelogram? So if it's parallel, see now this side and this side is parallel and congruent, then opposite two sides will be equal and they will also be parallel no matter what. Whenever you connect these two ends, right? Doesn't matter how they are spaced. Even imagine now they are spaced like this and like this. If these both are parallel and congruent, when you join these two sides, they will be equal and parallel also. So that is okay. There is a theorem as well. So because a pair of its opposite side is parallel and congruent, it's denoted by theorem, which I've forgotten already. So this theorem particularly says yes, it is a parallelogram because this passes the test. Now what about this? This is also yes, it's a parallelogram because the opposite angles are congruent. So by 7.10 theorem, the quadrilateral is parallelogram because both the pair of opposite angles are congruent. Now here when you're writing, you must write yes, it is a parallelogram because both the opposite pair of opposite angles are congruent. Here you must tell what is happening. Here you don't need to mention theorem this and this, but this theorem is saying, see what this theorem says is this particular thing. That's it. And now same way over here. Now what about this one? No, there's no enough information to say this is a parallelogram. Okay. No one of the tests of no one of the tests of parallelogram are fulfilled because yes, these two sides are parallel. So what exactly? This may not be parallel. These may not be equal. So there are so many things. This is not equal. So we can't just tell anything. Whereas this one, both the opposite sides are parallelogram. Then yes, it is a parallelogram because sorry, over here it is congruent, right? Yeah, even if it was parallel also yes. Now both the opposite sides are congruent, so yes, it's a parallelogram. This is one of the theorem that states if both pairs of opposite sides are congruent, then it's a parallelogram. And over here there are a few more. Over here the diagonals are bisected, so yes, this is a parallelogram as well because the diagonals are bisecting each other. And now what about the sixth one? There is no enough information because this is parallel. Yes, these opposite two sides. Now these are congruent. But if the same sides were parallel and congruent, then there is a theorem. But over here, no. We don't have a theorem that says any one pair is parallel and the other side is congruent. It's a parallelogram. No. It might be if these were parallel, yes, but we don't have enough information. Okay, so we cannot tell this is exactly a parallelogram. And now we have some real world problems. Here, in an organization, the space between the hinges and tray of collapsible tray organizer appears to be a parallelogram. This one over here given. Find the values of x and y so that the tray hinges of the organizer forms a parallelogram. Now basically the inner part, see this one, this is a parallelogram. It looks like a parallelogram as well, and they are given the angles. They're telling we need to arrange this such that it's a parallelogram. That means the opposite angles are equal. So just equate them. This is 3x plus minus 4. That must be equal to 2x plus 16. Solve this for x. Take 2x to the other side. It will be minus 2x equals 16 plus 4. And it will be x equals 20. X value is 20. Now we need to find y. Equate these both. It is 4y minus 56 equals 2y plus 34. Take 2y to the other side. It will be 4y minus 2y equals 34 plus 56. Here 50, 80, 90 will be the answer, and over here it's 2y. So divide both the sides by 2, you will get 45. So this is the answer. So this is it. X is 20, y is 45. Very simple. Now same concept can be applied over here. They're asking you x and y. They have just told the quadrilateral shown is a parallelogram. We need to find x and y. So the same concept, it's just that we have to equate the opposite sides now. In the previous one it was angles, now it's sides. Equate 2y plus 3 equals 4y minus 7 and 8x minus 3 equals 6x plus 1. Over here it's done over here. X will be 2 and Y is 5. Same way, just like what we have done a while ago. Now, what about this one? We need to find the angles of X and Y. We know that in a parallelogram, the diagonals bisect. So what happens is I'll write the equation. Look at this line. This particular line must be equal to this particular line. The same with this line. I hope you understand. My drawings of that are very bad, but this line and this line are equal over here. And this is equal. So we have to just equate it. 3y minus 5 equals 2y plus 18. Just equate it and solve it now. It will be 3y minus 2y equals 18 plus 5. The answer is 23 here. Y equals 23. What about this x? It is minus 4x minus 2 equals minus 3x plus 4. So take the 4x to the other side because this is smaller. It's negative 4, which is smaller than negative 3. So take it to the other side and this 4 to the other side. Minus 2 minus 4 equals minus 3x plus 4x. The answer is minus 6 equals x. So these are the answers. X is negative 6 and y is 23. That's it. Because the diagonals bisect each other. That is very important to mention over here. It's very helpful if you mention this. Even if you write this, it's enough. But if you mention this statements, it's more than, it's well and good. Now then, over here, they have told again it's a parallelogram. So just equate the opposite sides. It's pretty straightforward. Equate them and solve it up. Here they worked out problem is there. Each detailed solution. This is very important. Don't skip steps. Try to mention all these steps and solve. Here then, we have to, the example 3, that's the problem 11. Determine whether ABCD is a parallelogram. Justify your answer. Okay. How can we determine this is a parallelogram? First thing, it looks congruent, but we need to know whether they are parallel. So what you can do is you can just find the slopes over here and then find the distance. Now, first of all, there are many ways to solve this problem. One way is, now if you just find the slope of this, and then find the distance. See over here, x and y. What is the xy coordinate? Minus 2 and positive 3, right? If you have the xy coordinate, you can easily find the distance from here to here also. This is how much? X is minus 3 and 0. You can find distance, you can find slope over here. Same thing do over here, class. Otherwise, you can find all the slopes in all the 4 sides and then also you can apply. Let's see what they have done over here. They have found the slope and then they have found the, okay, they have just found the slopes of all the sides. That's also fine. But now, because slope formula is easy to remember and it makes sense. It's easy to apply because you have to know the coordinates over here of all the points. Just apply the slope formula from here to here. And that's fine. Now I will tell you one more thing. This method is important. It's just the same thing what I'll be doing as well. Just substitute it and do it. The slope is y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. All you need to do over here is, what is y2? That is, choose any 2 points. I will choose D and A. So over here it is minus 2, 3. Here it is minus 3, 0. x1, y1, x2, y2. So you can just substitute. Now in this case, they have taken it like this, x2, y2, x1, y1. And even if you take it like what I had written, you will get the same answer. No worries in that. So 3 minus 0, or if you do 0 minus 3 and divide it by the other 2 terms, it will be the same answer. Your answer will be 3 no matter what. Now remember, you will find the slope of this. Compare it with this, not the other lines. AD and BC, the opposite side must be parallel, okay? Now the another way is, look over here, 1x point and 3y point. So dy by dx. The difference in y is 3, x is 1, so it's 3. What about this? 1, 1, 2, 3. So dy by dx, this is for AD, line AD. This is for BC. It's 3 by 1, that is also 3. This is also one way to check your answer. If you just can't remember anything to write this at least. You will get the marks over here. And then what else over here? The slope of AB. How do you do that? So You know the coordinates, we have just seen the coordinates a while ago, so you can do the same thing with coordinates, but now I'll tell you the shortcut. Here x is 1 2 3 4 5, dy by dx, x is 5, and this y is minus 1 downwards, so it should be negative 1 by 5. Over here, minus 1 dy by dx, so this is for the line DC, and this is for the was for the line AB. Now here dy is negative 1. What is x? 1 2 3 4 5. So this is the answer. Yes, the slopes are same. So therefore we can say that they are parallel. If at all the slopes were not the slopes were not same, then it's not parallel, then it's not a parallelogram. Here all the four sides are parallel, and hence ABCD is a parallelogram by definition. Here, now they have just given you the xy. There's no graph. Here you just have to apply the formula. Oh, the graph is not given, I believe. See, since they have given this, you can plot the graph if you want. But otherwise, you can just use x1, y1 and start solving. Now, here there is an important thing you have to notice. You need to draw a graph. Why? Because what happens is you might take PQ, line PQ, okay? And then don't compare it with QS. So the important thing is, if you're directly doing over here without the graph, then you must solve for all the slope, line slope, PQ, QS, SY, and PY. All the slopes, two must match to each other. Now here, we must find all the slopes and match. If you did this diagram, then you know PQ and YS must match, or SY. So I should just match these both and then these both, because they are opposite sides. So that's the thing. Over here, you just do this, direct substitution. You'll get the answer 0. And these two lines are having slope 0 and 0. Yes, QS and PY, fine. What about the other two lines? Here you can see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yes, they are parallel because they are having the same slope. So all the sides are having same slope. It's a parallelogram. Please do it for the other problems as well. Please, now over here, they have used distance formula. It's fine. You can use distance formula or the slope formula. It's fine. But in the exam, if they have mentioned, they're specified, see, use distance and slope formulas. Even over here, over here there was only slope formula. Here they have told distance and slope. Even if you just do the distance or if you just do the slope, it will be correct answer. It's fine. You technically are doing it correctly, so you're supposed to get full marks itself. But over here, if you remember the distance formula, it's d equals square root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. And then you solve it up. Here, opposite side, st and zt, are they having equal side? Yes. Now, one more thing is, find the slope for those same points, not the other point. You used what? SR and ZT. Here, find the slope, distance done, slope of the same two lines, because only if the lines are congruent and having same slope, that means they are parallel, then only it's a parallelogram. If you find this distance over here of SR and ZT, and find the slopes of other two lines, it's no use. You're not finding it's a parallelogram or no. Now here, yes, since the opposite sides are having one of the opposite sides, say one pair of opposite sides are congruent because we found the equal distance over here, and they are having same slope, this is a parallelogram because it's parallel and are congruent. Same thing here. Now here they are doing midpoint formula. Midpoint formula of what? It's of diagonals. Midpoint formula is given by x1 plus x2 divided by 2, y1 plus y2 divided by 2. It's very simple. Now, midpoint can't be done to lines. Don't forget, it's not for the lines. We have seen in the previous problems, diagonals bisect each other. So find the midpoint. We got 0, 2 and over here 0, 1. Now, can this be possible? If looking at this, it's not a parallelogram, but still, if it's a parallelogram, the midpoint of the diagonals must bisect each other. That means they'll join at the same point, the midpoint of both. These two lines are not at all accurate, which I've drawn. Okay, this must be extended, but you know the length over here, the midpoint for both will be touching each other. It should be same. Now here it's not same. Look, see, this is no. because the midpoint does not, intersect at the same point. Diagonals do not meet at the same point. So no, it's not parallelogram. Here again, the slope formula, that means just use all the slopes. And here what happened, when you just solve it up for the opposite sides, this one, x, z and yz, looking at it, you can understand it's not at all a parallelogram. Sorry, they have used for x, y and zw. What happened? The slopes are different. And looking at this also, this is a undefined slope and this is having some slope, negative slope. So they are not same, hence they are not parallelograms. And that's the end of this particular question. So make sure you remember a few formulas, that is the distance formula, the slope formula, the midpoint formula, and remember a few of the theorems which will prove parallelograms true. So if you know these things, then this is very easy topic as well. We are now in the question number 19. This is last but one question. It is about scale factors and dilations. You can read the question, it's pretty long. Mainly we will have to find the scale factors or find whether the figures are dilated according to the scale factors and etc. We will look into the problems. There are plenty of problems. The first ones are very easy. We have to just look into the figures. They have told the figure from left to right. See, the dilation is occurring from the left to right. The blue is the original, the right side, the greenish one is the dilated images. You need to tell whether they are enlargement, reduction, or what's happening exactly. So that's the thing. We need to find the scale factors for this, isn't it? So how do you find? Now we can see there is some enlargement. I mean, look at this. This is small, this is big. So obviously there's enlargement, whereas this one, it's a reduction. That's obvious from looking at it. Now, what is the scale factor? Here, it is very, very important that you know the formula thoroughly. Scale factor is not just any dimension by dimension. No. Scale factor is always divided by the original image. Divided by the original image. What is this? Then up is dilated image, right? Dilated. Now see any dimension over here for the dilated is 18. You must divide by the same side. If this is MN, which is the corresponding side, BC, right? That is divided by 6. Yeah, 18 divided by 6 is 3. So the scale factor is 3 here. And over here it is 6 dilated image divided by the original. It is half or 0.5. So whenever the scale factor is less than 1, it is reduction. Where it's more than 1, it is dilation. So here it's dilated, here it's reduced. That's the answers. Here also we can see them easily and tell this is a reduction, this is an enlargement. This will be 6 by 9, that is about 2/3. And over here 8 by 5, or it's 1.6. So we can see it's 2/3 and this 0.666 less than 1. This will be 1.6 or 8 by 5, that is more than 1. Now here we have a real world sort of problem where Ezra is redrawing the blueprint shown of a stage he is planning to build for his band. This is the stage. By what percentage should he multiply the dimensions of the stage so that the dimensions of the image are half the size of the original blueprint? He wants to do it half of it. What will be the perimeter of the updated blueprint? Okay. So he wants to reduce the size by half. What is half? It's 0.5, so it's about 50% reduction. So basically, you just multiply all these units by half. This becomes 5, 5, 2, 1, 4, 2, and so on. This becomes 4. And that's it. Where is it? Over here, they have multiplied all these units. And now, you need the perimeter. So add up all the sides. They have added up. Now, where they have exactly taken, I'm not sure. This might be the thing. 2, 1, 2... No, it's somewhere 5. You can see there must be 2 5s. 1, 2. Yes. There are how many ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's one up. How many 2s will be there? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. And lastly 1, 4. That's it. Add them all up. That's the answer. Very easy one. Now they have given us coordinates and they have asked us for each set of triangle vertices, find the graph, the coordinate of the vertices of the image of dilation of the triangle for the given scale factor. Okay, you have to just find the dilations. Now the scale factor is 0.5. Multiply all the coordinates by 0.5, you'll get the answer, right? So just multiply these coordinates, each one. But write in steps. See, write in the steps. Multiply this by 0.5, you'll get 4. That's negative 4 and 0. Here, negative 2 and 2, negative 1 and 0. That's it. That will be the answer. They have not. They have told to graph. So what you need to do is just plot these coordinates. Minus 8, where is it? Minus 2, 4, 6, 8 and 0. This is the point J. Minus 4 and 4. 2, 4 and 4. That is K. And lastly, L is minus 2, 0. The dilated points are over here. Minus 4 and 0. Minus 2 and 2. And lastly, minus 1 and 0. So that's it. This is the dilated image. The dash represents the dilation or dilation. So original image won't have that dash. Same thing is done over here. Do it by yourselves and then check for the answers. Here everything is given in details. Just that you have to multiply by 1.25 and it is enlargement over here. Same thing again. It's a reduction. Multiply all the factors, all the coordinates by 1/3 and then this is the answer. And what do we have over here? Again, it's multiplying by 0.75. It's a reduction. Same concept. There's nothing different over here. They are very simple. Same one. Now we go on to the new type of problems. That is, what did they tell us? Okay, triangle. Okay, what we need to do is, I think, find the scale factor. Here they have given this image. They have told this is the dilated image of the original image JKP. So what is the scale factor? How do we find it? Now, if you can look over here, you can easily find one of the dimensions, distance. Sorry, JK is 1, 2. Here 1, 2, 3, 4. The scale factor is 2. That's it. But it's not so simply. I mean, yeah, that is correct. Technically, it's correct. 2 and 4. That's it. But it's better to use the distance formula. I guess they want you to use the distance formula. So first step, or else write in steps. Write the steps of the original, write the coordinates, of the original image. So over here, you just have to take one side and find. You don't need to find all the other sides. Only one side, okay? Only one side, scale factor, enough. That's it. Because all the others will be matching the same thing. So over here, you can technically see over here, it's already there. So you can directly take it. It's fine, I guess. But now, first thing, we are taking the coordinates of the original image JK. It's 2, 4, 4, 4. And then the dilated images 4, 8 and 8, 8. So these are the values. Next one, what you're doing is find the distance formula. You know the distance formula is given by square root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. Okay. Now here you just substitute. Now this can, okay, now here you can write it as y2 minus y1 the whole square, x2 minus x1 the whole square. It's the same answer because I just realized, yeah, over here they have written y2 first. But answer will be same. It's fine. Here also you need to do the same thing. And then compare the distances. You got 2 for the original image, 4 for the dilated image. Divide the dilated image by the original image. 4 divided by 2 is the scale factor. That's it. That's how we basically do it. It's from the distance formula. Now, if you know Pythagoras theorem very well, you can even use Pythagoras theorem over here. This is a straight line. This is the vertical line, horizontal and vertical. When they join, they make a 90 degree. So what is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2. So you can apply Pythagoras theorem and use this dimension. And over here also Pythagoras theorem and use this dimension. The hypotenuse. Sorry. Use the hypotenuse and then solve it up. This is also possible. Up to you. Now, I will just show you by using Pythagoras theorem. 2 and 4, right? So this hypotenuse P dash K dash, the dilated image will be square root of 2 square plus 4 square. The answer will be 4 plus 16, that is root 20. That's it. Now what is PK? PK is over here, the hypotenuse, this and this, 1 and 2, isn't it? So it will be square root of 1 square plus 2 square. Now 2 square is 4, 4 plus 1, 1 plus 4, that is square root 5. Now just divide both of these. When you divide, dilated image square root 20 by square root 5, what happens? Take the square root together, it'll be 20 divided by 5. You can put it in the calculator, it's fine. It's square root 4, that is 2. The answer is 2, and we got the same thing. It's up to you. This is more simpler, I feel. That's why I told it, but you can even do the long method. You will get the correct answer itself. Same thing over here, same concept. Take any 2 points. Here also you can use the Pythagoras theorem and solve. Take any 2 points and find the distances and then solve it up. And then after finding the distance, you should just divide the dilated image by the original image to get the scale factor. Here you can see the dilated image is bigger. Bigger by what? 1.5 factor. Again, over here is the same thing. Now here, if it's very hard to find, see, because I can see what's the scale factor of the dilation. This is the original image, dilated image. The scale factor, see, these points are very hard, because they're not exactly anywhere at the point. This point is possible, okay, this line, sorry. Or you can just take the distance, any 2 distance. I can take this distance. This distance must be dilated evenly over here. Bottom left, yeah, these 2 are taken because they are more easily, this is half, right? So they are more easily available. So you can see this is 3 and this is how much? 3, 6, 7, 7.5. So the ultimate answer will be 3 and 7.5 just from reading out this, or you can use the distance formula, it's fine. And then just divide them both, you will get the answer. And that's how we can easily solve it. The scale factor is 2.5 here. It's an enlargement. Now what have we got? Again, we have got the similar one which we have done before. The scale factor is given. Just multiply them throughout and then easily solve it up. We have done this just a while ago. And then we can graph it up. Here, the k value is 0.25. So it is a reduction. And you can see multiply throughout by 0.25 and get the answers. Even over here, it's the same concept. You can easily do it and then check for the answers. And we will go ahead. It's the same type, I believe. Now, this is also the same thing. Over here, the scale factor is 3 by 4th and then solve it up. And over here as well, same concept. Please do practice more and more problems. But first solve it and then check for the answers. Now, even we have done the similar one just a while ago. Take any 2 points, find the dilation. Always remember the dash are the dilated image. Without the dash, this is original image. Now here you can see there's a reduction because it's inside this. So obviously it's a reduction, but what are the coordinates? Now, I would just take 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 over here. And how much is it over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what you have to do is they have taken the distance formula, it's fine. But ultimately scale factor would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 by 6. 4 by 6 is also 2 by 3. Now here the side taken is different. But even if you take 4 by 6, it would be 2 by 3, isn't it? Because 2 times goes 2 table goes 2 times and 3 times it's 2/3. Answer of the scale factor will be same whichever side you take. Even if you use this side, the slanting side, or any side, it will be the same thing. Last problem over here, same concept. Please do try to solve it by yourselves and then check for the answers. They have taken any 2 points, finding the distance, and then dividing them and finding the scale factor. From the figure itself, you can tell whether it's reduction or enlargement. This one is bigger than the original image, so it is an enlargement. So that's the dilation factor, the scale factor, sorry, it's 1.5. And that's the end of this topic. Please make sure, this is an easy one. Please make sure you just remember when you find the scale factor, it's always dilated image divided by original image, not other way around. Also remember, if the dilated image is bigger than the original, it is an enlargement. If it's smaller, it's a reduction. For enlargement, the scale factor is bigger than 1, whereas for reduction, it's always less than 1. And finally, we are in the question 20. And this is the last question in the end of term questions. So this is on Pythagoras theorem, and it's to classify triangles using converse of Pythagoras theorem. Let's look into the problems. They are very easy. I mean, it's not easy. Easy would be a wrong word. It's a simple trick. Once you understand this, then it'll be the same method to be used. So we they have asked us to determine whether the points x, y, z can be the vertices of a triangle. If so, classify the triangle as acute, right, or obtuse. Justify your answers. That is what they have asked. So now, first of all, they have given us some points, coordinate points, right? This will be long method because you need to find the distance between the sides. Now, we have done distance many times before. So you can see step one is to just calculate the distance between all the three line segments which will make the triangle XYZ. So here XY, YZ, and XZ. Then, after you find the distance, you will get the three distances, right? This is a long part. Basically, you have to just put in the formulas and solve. It is very simple. It's just root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. Find the distance. It's up to you to select the points. You can choose x, y. If you choose these two, then the next one will be y, z and zx or xz. Three lines will be selected. Okay, there won't be more lines, only three lines because there are only 3 points. After this, the important point here. Okay, now it's better to not keep it into square root or square root 2 or square root 10. Keep it in terms of decimals. So we'll understand exactly what value it is. Yes, we can approximate this. This is more than 2. It's less than 3 because square root 9 is 3. It's somewhat near to 3. Yes, we can approximate it, but it's better we keep it in terms of decimal because in calculator you have to solve this. Put it in decimals, okay? Next, what you do is here check whether you can form a triangle or not. Now, this is an important method. See, the detailed and in-depth method for this particular problem, this particular lesson, I will put in the description. So please click on the link in the description and you can get more details about it. But now, just for this question, here, look at these values. There is a rule that states, that is the triangle inequality theorem. Whenever you add two sides, it must be greater than the other side. If not, then you can't draw a triangle. Now, what it means is choose any two sides, this and this. Okay, add them 2.83 plus 1.41. What is the value? It is 4.24, right? Approximately. This is greater than 3.16, the other side. Yes, this is true. Now this is done. These two sides are done. Take another two sides. Let's take this and this. So add them both. Here it will be 1.41 plus 3.16. That is equal to 4.57. This is greater than the other side, not this. Now, initially when we chose these two sides, this was the remaining side. Now we chose these two, so this is the remaining side, 2.83. Yes, it is greater. Then, what is the remaining side now? We have this and this. So add them up, 2.83 plus 3.16, that will give you 5.99. It is greater than the other side, that is 1.41. All the three things check over here. All the three sides, when you add any two sides, it is greater than the other. Hence we can tell this is possible to form a triangle. These sides are possible to form a triangle. This is the thing. Okay, they have directly written it over here. 2.83, any two sides, it must be greater than the other side. Once you see these are the, this is the biggest side. So when you add up these two and then the biggest, then obviously it will be bigger. You just look at them, the whole numbers, and easily deduce it. After that, now we can tell the side lengths of these can form a triangle. If this does not follow, if one is, if this is not big enough, if when you sum any two sides, they are smaller than the other side, then you cannot complete the triangle. It will be hanging. It won't be completed. So it's not possible to draw a triangle in such case. And now then, We have that. So classify the triangle. What type of a triangle is this? So you must use Pythagoras theorem. I'm sure you know what is Pythagoras theorem. That is c squared plus equals a squared plus b squared. Let me just draw a right angle triangle. So this is the hypotenuse opposite to 90 degrees c squared. Other two sides are AC this is and AB. Now, for right angle triangle, whenever you solve this, it will be c squared equals a squared plus b squared. Then it's right. Now, what if you add these squares of these both and the c square value is greater than that, the hypotenuse is greater than the sum of these two, then that means this is long. Okay, so it will be more than 90 degree. It's an obtuse angle, obtuse. Whereas if c square is less than a square plus b square, the hypotenuse is smaller, then this would be acute, less than 90 degree, it is acute. Now here we have to do the same thing, but look what happened here. When you solved, it became exactly equal. That means it's a right angle. The first case, this is only a right angle. So this is a right angle triangle. This triangle is right. Whereas if at all the c square value was greater than the sum of the other two sides. So now one more thing. How do you know which is c square? We have the three side lengths, right? These three. The biggest one is the c value. Okay, hypotenuse will be the biggest. So we directly take the biggest side equals the sum of the other two sides. That's it. But square them. Okay, it's just not the sum, it's square. Biggest side square equals the sum of the other two sides square. And this is the answer. And this is how we get it. Now over here, it's the same concept. Please make sure you solve it. First, you need to find the distance between all three lines. You get the distance. Then you need to check whether it's possible. See, now get it in decimal form and now check it whether it's possible to draw a triangle. Now here when you sum any two sides, it is always greater than the other side. So yes, it's possible to form a triangle. Now then check what sort of triangle is this. When we solve over here, you can see the c square value, the hypotenuse squared, is less than the sum of the other two sides. So what is the answer? It's acute. This triangle is acute. Why? Because when you added the two sides, these exceeded the hypotenuse. See, hypotenuse is small or the sum of these two sides are bigger. If c square is less than a square plus b square, it's acute. That's it. Please make sure you solve the others. Now the video link in the description gives you more detail. You can go through that as well. So if you want more depth, like why you can't get triangles and stuff, like different examples of when you can't draw a triangle and everything is there in the video. Over here, the same thing. First thing is find the distance of all the three sides, and then you need to just check whether it's possible to draw the triangle or no. And then if it's possible, you need to do the Pythagoras theorem. This is the converse of Pythagoras theorem. Using the Pythagoras theorem, you're telling whether it's a right angle, obtuse or acute. Now here the c square hypotenuse is greater, so this means it's an obtuse angle. It's more than 90 degree. And the same concept over here as well. Please do try to solve these problems by yourselves and then check for the answer. Over here it's possible to form, and only then you can do the last step, and it's a right angle triangle here. And now we have another type of problem, tethers. To help support a flagpole, a 50-foot long tether is tied to the pole at a point 40 feet above the ground. Okay, see, this is the tether over here above 40 feet. That means the pole is 40 feet. They have given in the figure. The tether is pulled taut and tied to an anchor in the ground. How far is it from the base of the pole? This is the distance you need to find. Now look over here. This is a Pythagoras theorem. It's a very easy problem. 40 is this. Hypotenuse is 50. What is this distance? Let's apply Pythagoras theorem because it's 90. It's a right angle triangle, or the angle is 90 over there. C square equals a square plus b square. What is c square value? It's 50 squared. That will be equal to 40 squared plus x squared. You can don't put directly in the calculator because it's writing exam. You need to write in detail. Now take this to the other side. It will be 50 squared minus 40 squared equals x squared. Now you need to take the square root of this. 50 squared minus. Now you can just put in the calculator and find the x value. Just put the square root. 50 squared minus 40 squared. The answer is 30, and that's the x value over here. X is 30 equals x, or x is 30. That's how we do it. We'll just see. Okay, if at all the diagram is not given, you need to do the diagram. Okay, here, see, whenever they are telling support a flagpole, this poles will be straight, so it's 90-degree. Okay, and this is supporting it from here. They have told on the top of the pole, and they're tying it to the ground. It's slanting, obviously that's mentioned. They are pulling this and from the top to the ground, so it's slanting, right? That's the hypotenuse, and this distance is what we have to find, and that was 30. That's it. Now, even if you don't do calculator, I just realized it's 50 square. I don't know why I zoned out. 50 square is very simple. Square the 5, it's 25, and add 2 zeros. 40 square is the same thing. Square the 4, and since it's in tens, it'll be 2 times 0. Okay, 2 zeros must be added. 16 and 2 0, 1600. So it'll be 2500 minus 1600. That's 900. Square root of this is, this 2 zeros become 1 0, and 9 becomes 3, so it's 30. That's the answer. It must be pulled 30 feet from the base of the pole. Now, again, we have done these problems a while ago. The same thing, find the distance. Now here, wait a minute, they have told that this is the sides of the triangle. So you don't need to find the distance. It's a short problem. They have given you the sides. These are the 3 sides. All you need to do is test whether this can form a triangle or no. Add any 2 sides. See, this is the thing. Add 2 sides, check whether it's bigger. Add other 2 sides, check whether it's bigger, and add the other 2 sides. It's bigger than, when you add 2 sides, it will be bigger than the other side. So you can form a triangle over here. That is based on triangular inequality theorem. And then what we do is we just have to use the Pythagoras theorem. And now here you can see the c squared is less than 17. If the hypotenuse is less, now how I understand this is 90 degree is flat, right? If it's less, the hypotenuse, so it'll be something like this. So it'll be, okay, it'll be less than 90. If it is big than, hypotenuse is big, then it'll be something like this, obtuse. Okay, so this one is less, the hypotenuse is smaller, so it's an acute angle over here, and that's the answer. Same thing over here, same problem, same method, just substitute over here. First, from the triangle inequality theorem, check whether it is possible to draw. Now, most probably they will give you a possible question itself, but you must write this down. Obviously, it should form a triangle, otherwise, this is it. You just tell it's not possible and it's over. So most probably they will give you a question which will be possible to draw a triangle. But make sure you do these steps, that is important. And then you need to check for the Pythagoras theorem. Here it's exactly equal, that means it is a right angle triangle. And the last problem, same method, but these are the sides, so we don't have to do the distance formula at all. Directly check whether you can draw a triangle. Yes, it's possible. And now do the Pythagoras theorem. And over here again we got equal, that means it's a right angle triangle. So whenever it's right angle triangle, c squared will be equal to the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides. And that's the end of the last question, the question number 20. I hope these videos have been helpful to you guys. I wish you the very best for exam. Please do practice as much as you can. Practice more problem. Don't just watch the videos or don't just see the solutions. Try to solve by yourself. Write it and practice. And before I end this, I would just ask you, if you can subscribe to my channel, it would mean so much to me. The reason why I say subscribe to my channel all the time is, from the YouTube stats, you can see that more than 80% of the people who watch my videos have not subscribed. Only 20%, less than 20% of the viewers are subscribed viewers. So it would mean a lot if you guys just hit the subscribe. Subscribing is free. And I want to thank all those who have subscribed. It means so much to me. Thank you, guys. And I just wish all the best. And one more thing, if you know any of your relatives or friends who are in cycle 3, that is grade 9, 10, 11, 12 advanced, please do share them these videos. They will also benefit and it would mean so much to me. Thank you so much and all the best for your exams. I hope everyone gets great marks.